Section 0 of Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amanda Leung. Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1, by William Henry Wilkins. Preface. It is characteristic of the way in which historians have neglected the House of Hanover that no life with any claim to completeness has yet been written of Caroline of Ansbach, Queen Consort of George II, and 4 times Queen Regent. Yet she was by far the greatest of our Queens Consort, and wielded more authority over political affairs than any of our Queens Regenant, with the exception of Elizabeth and, in quite another sense, Victoria. The 10 years of George II's reign until her death would be more properly called the reign of Queen Caroline, since for that period Caroline governed England with Walpole, and during those years the great principles of civil and religious liberty, which were then bound up with the maintenance of the Hanoverian dynasty, were firmly established in England. Therefore, no apology is needed for attempting to portray the life of this remarkable princess and endeavoring to give some idea of the influence which she exercised in her day and upon her generation. The latter part of Caroline's life is covered to some extent by Lord Hervey's memoirs, and we get glimpses of her also in Horace Walpole's works and in contemporary letters. But Lord Hervey's memoirs do not begin until Caroline became queen, and though he enjoyed exceptional facilities of observation, he wrote with an obvious bias, and often imputed to the Queen motives and sentiments which were his rather than hers, and used her as the mouthpiece of his own prejudices and personal animosities. Of Queen Caroline's life before she came to England, nothing, or comparatively nothing, has hitherto been known, and very little has been written of the difficult part which she played as Princess of Wales throughout the reign of George I. On Caroline's early years, this book may claim to throw fresh light. By kind permission of the Prussian authorities, I am able to publish sundry documents from the Hanoverian archives, which have never before been given to the world, more especially those which pertain to the betrothal and marriage of the princess. The hitherto unpublished dispatches of Poley, Howell, and Delay, English envoys at Hanover, 1705-14, give fresh information concerning the Hanoverian court at that period, and the dispatches of Bromley, Harley, and Clarendon, written during the eventful year 1714, show the strained relations which existed between Queen Anne and her Hanoverian cousins on the eve of the Elector of Hanover's ascension to the English throne. In order to make this book as complete as possible, I have visited Ansbach, where Caroline was born, Berlin, the scene of her girlhood, and Hanover, where she spent her early married years. I have searched the archives in all these places and have further examined the records in the State Paper Office, London, and the Manuscript Department of the British Museum. A list of these and of other authorities quoted herein, published and unpublished, will be found at the end of this book. In The Love of an Uncrowned Queen, Sophia Dorothea of Celle, consort of George I, I gave a description of the courts of Hanover and Celle until the death of the first Elector of Hanover, Ernest Augustus. This book continues those studies of the Court of Hanover at a later period. It brings the electoral family over to England and sketches the courts of George I and George II until the death of Queen Caroline. The influence which Caroline wielded throughout that troublous time and the part she played in maintaining the Hanoverian dynasty upon the throne of England have never been fully recognized. George I and George II were not popular princes. It would be idle to pretend that they were. But Caroline's gracious and dignified personality, her lofty ideals, and pure life did much to counteract the unpopularity of her husband and father-in-law, and redeem the early Georgian era from utter grossness. She was rightly called by her contemporaries the Illustrious. If this book helps to do tardy justice to the memory of a great queen and good woman, it will not have been written in vain. W. H. Wilkins. End of section 0.
Section 1 of Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1, by William Henry Wilkins. Book 1, Electoral Princess of Hanover. Chapter 1. Ansbach and its Margraves, 1683 to 1696. Wilhelmina Caroline, Princess of Brandenburg-Ansbach, known to history as Caroline of Ansbach, Queen Consort of King George II of Great Britain and Ireland, and sometimes Queen Regent, was born in the Palace of Ansbach, a little town in South Germany, on March 1, 1683. It was a year memorable in the annals of English history as the one in which Lord Russell and Algernon Sidney were brought to the block, who by their blood strengthened the long struggle against the Stuarts which culminated in the accession of the House of Hanover. The same year, 7 months later, on October 30th, the ill-fated Sophie Dorothea of Celle, consort of George I, gave birth to a son at Hanover, George Augustus, who 22 years later was destined to take Caroline of Ansbach to wife, and in fullness of time to ascend the throne of England. The Margraves of Brandenburg-Ansbach were far from wealthy, but the palace wherein the little princess first opened her eyes to the light was one of the finest in Germany, quite out of proportion to the fortunes of the petty principality. It was a vast building, 4 stories high, built in the form of a square, with a cloistered courtyard and ornate facade to the west. Yet large as it was, it did not suit the splendor-loving Margraves of later generations, and the palace as it stands today, with its 22 state apartments, each more magnificent than the other, is a veritable treasure house of Baroque and Rococo art. Some of the interior decoration is very florid and in doubtful taste. The ceiling of the Great Hall, for instance, depicts the apotheosis of the Margrave Karl the Wild. The 4 corners respectively represent the Feast of the Bacchante, music, painting and architecture, and in the center is a colossal figure of the Margrave, in classical attire, clasping Venus in his arms. The dining hall is also gorgeous, with imitation marbles, crystal chandeliers, and a gilded gallery wherefrom the minstrels were wont to discourse sweet music to the diners. The porcelain saloon, the walls lined with exquisite porcelain, is a gem of its kind, and the picture gallery contains many portraits of the Hohenzollerns. But the most interesting room is that known as Queen Caroline's apartment, in which the future Queen of England was born. It was occupied by her during her visits to Ansbach until her marriage. This room is left much as it was in Caroline's day, and a canopy of faded green silk still marks the place where the bed stood in which she was born. The town of Ansbach has changed but little since the 17th century, far less than the palace, which successive Margraves have improved almost out of recognition. Unlike Würzburg and Nuremberg, cities comparatively near, Ansbach has not progressed. It has rather gone backward, for since the last Margrave, Alexander, sold his heritage in 1791, there has not been a court at Ansbach. A sign of its vanished glories may be seen in the principal hotel of the place, formerly the residence of the court chamberlain, a fine house with frescoed ceilings, wide oak staircase, and spacious courtyard. The Hofgarten remains the same, a large park with a double avenue of limes and oaks beneath which Caroline must often have played when a girl. The high-pitched roofs and narrow, irregular streets of the town still breathe the spirit of medievalism, but the old-time glory has departed from Ansbach, and a wave of modern progress has scarcely touched it. The little town, surrounded with low-lying meadows, wears an aspect inexpressibly dreary and forsaken. The honest burghers of Ansbach, who took a personal interest in the domestic affairs of their Margraves, feeling that as they prospered they would prosper with them, could not, in their most ambitious moments, have imagined the exalted destiny which awaited the little princess who was born in the palace on that March morning. The princesses of Ansbach had not in the past made brilliant alliances, and there is no record of any one of them having married into a royal house. They were content to wed the Margraves, the Burgraves, the Landgraves, and the princelets who offered themselves, to bear them children, and to die, without contributing any particular brilliancy to the history of their house. The Margravate of Ansbach was one of the petty German princedoms which had succeeded in weathering the storm and stress of the Middle Ages. At the time of Caroline's birth, any importance Ansbach might have possessed to the outer world arose from its connection with the Brandenburgs and Hohenzollerns, of which connection the later Margraves of Ansbach were alternately proud and jealous. Ansbach can, with reason, claim to be the cradle of the Hohenzollern kingdom. For nearly 500 years, from 1331 to 1806, the princedom of Ansbach belonged to the Hohenzollerns, and a succession of the greatest events of Prussian history arose from the union of Prussia and Brandenburg and the Margravate of Ansbach. It is not certain how or when the link began, but out of the mist of ages emerges the fact that when the Burgrave Frederick V divided his possessions into the Oberland and Unterland, or Highlands and Lowlands, Ansbach was raised to the dignity of capital of the lowland princedom, and a castle was built. The Margrave Albert the Great, a son of the Elector Frederick I of Brandenburg, set up his court at Ansbach, decreeing that it should remain the seat of government for all time. Albert the Great's court was more splendid and princely than any in Germany. He enlarged the already beautiful castle, he kept much company and held brilliant tournaments, and he founded the famous Order of the Knights of the Swan. The high altar, elaborately carved and painted of the old Gothic church of St. Gumbertus in Ansbach, remains to this day a monument of his munificence, and on the walls of the chancel are the escutcheons of the Knights of the Swan, and from the roof hang down the tattered banners of the Margraves. The succeeding Margraves do not call for any special notice. After the fashion of German princes of that time, they spent most of their days in hunting and their nights in carousing. They were distinguished from their neighbors only by their more peaceful proclivities. Two names come to us out of oblivion: George the Pious, who introduced the Reformation into Franconia, and George Frederick, who was guardian to the mad Duke Albert Frederick of Prussia, and who subsequently managed Prussian affairs from Ansbach. With his death in 1602, the elder branch of the Margraves expired. Caroline's father, the Margrave John Frederick, was of the younger branch and succeeded to the Margravate in 1667. John Frederick was a worthy man who confined his ambitions solely to promoting the prosperity of his princedom and concerned himself with little outside it. When his first wife died, he married secondly, and rather late in life, Eleanor Edmutha Louisa, daughter of the Duke of Saxe-Eisenach, a princess many years his junior, by whom he had two children, a son, William Frederick, and a daughter, Caroline, the subject of this book. There is a picture of Caroline's parents in one of the staterooms of the castle which depicts her father as a full-faced, portly man with a brown wig, clasping the hand of a plump, highly colored young woman with auburn hair and large blue eyes. It is easy to see that Caroline derived her good looks from her mother. Her father died in 1686 and was succeeded by his son, George Frederick, who was the offspring of the first marriage. As the Margrave George Frederick was a lad of 14 years of age at the time of his father's death, the Elector Frederick III of Brandenburg acted as his guardian, and for the next 7 years Ansbach was under the rule of a minor. As the minor was her stepson, who had never shown any affection for his stepmother or her children, the position of the widowed Margravine Eleanor was not a pleasant one. She was friendly with the Elector and Electress of Brandenburg and looked to them for support, and on the eve of her stepson's majority, she went to Berlin on a long visit, taking with her the little Princess Caroline, and leaving behind at Ansbach her son William Frederick, who was heir presumptive to the Margravate. The visit was eventful, for during it, Eleanor became betrothed to the Elector of Saxony, John George IV. The betrothal arose directly out of the newly formed alliance between the Electors of Brandenburg and Saxony. At the time of his meeting with the young Margravine Eleanor, the Elector of Saxony was only 25 years of age. Nature had endowed him with considerable talents and great bodily strength, though a blow on the head had weakened his mental powers, and his manhood did not fulfill the promise of his youth. Before he succeeded to the Electorate of Saxony, he had conceived a violent passion for Magdalene Sibyl von Rollitz, the daughter of a colonel of the Saxon Guard, a brunette of surpassing beauty, but so ignorant that her mother had to write her love letters for her. Magdalene gained complete sway over the young Elector, and she, in her turn, was the tool of her ambitious and intriguing mother. The Elector endowed his favorite with great wealth, gave her a palace and lands, surrounded her with a little court, and honored her as though she were his consort. The high Saxon officials refused to bow down to the mistress, more especially as she was said to be in the pay of the Emperor of Austria, whereas the popular policy in Saxony at that time was to lean towards Brandenburg. The Elector of Brandenburg and his consort, the Electress Sophie Charlotte, came to Torgau in 1692 to strengthen the alliance between the electorates. The two electors formed a new order to commemorate the Entente, which was called the Order of the Golden Bracelet. The Saxon ministers hoped by this friendship to draw their elector from the toils of his mistress and of Austria, and they persuaded him to pay a return visit to the court of Berlin. While there, the Elector of Saxony met the young widow, the Margravine Eleanor, and became betrothed to her, to the great joy of the Elector and Electress of Brandenburg. The wedding was arranged to take place a little later at Leipzig, and for a time everything went smoothly. It seemed that the power of the mistress was broken, and she would have to retire. But when the Elector of Brandenburg and the Electress Sophie Charlotte accompanied the Margravine Eleanor to Leipzig for the wedding, they found the Elector of Saxony in quite another frame of mind, and he insulted his future wife by receiving her in company with his mistress. The negotiations had to begin all over again, but after a great deal of unpleasantness and many delays, the Elector of Saxony married, very ungraciously and manifestly under protest, the unfortunate Eleanor. The Elector of Saxony's dislike to his wife and his reluctance to live with her had been so marked even before marriage that many wondered why the Margravine was so foolish as to enter upon a union which held out so slender a promise of happiness. But in truth, she had not much choice. She had very little dower, she was anxious to find a home for herself and her daughter Caroline, and she was largely dependent on the Elector of Brandenburg's goodwill. She was, in short, the puppet of a political intrigue. She returned with the Elector of Saxony to Dresden, where her troubles immediately began. The mistress had now been promoted to the rank of a countess. The Electress's interest here with Brandenburg and the Countess's with Vienna, and apart from their domestic rivalries, their political differences soon led to friction. The Elector openly slighted and neglected his wife, and things went from bad to worse at the Saxon court. So much so that the state of morals and manners threatened to culminate in open bigamy. The Countess von Rollitz, prompted by her mother, declared her intention of becoming the wife of the Elector, though he was married already, and though she could not take the title of Electress, and the Elector supported her in this extraordinary demand. He gave her a written promise of marriage and caused pamphlets to be circulated in defense of polygamy. It was vain for the Electress to protest. Her life was in danger, attempts were made to poison her, and at last she was compelled to withdraw from the court of Dresden to the dower house of Prech, taking her daughter Caroline with her. The mistress had won all along the line, but in the supreme hour of her triumph she was struck down by smallpox and died after a brief illness. The Elector, who was half crazed with grief, would not leave her bedside during the whole of her illness. He too caught the disease and died 11 days later. He was succeeded by his brother, Augustus Frederick, better known as Augustus the Strong, and Eleanor became the Electress Dowager of Saxony. In the autumn of the same year, 1694, the Elector and Electress of Brandenburg paid a visit to the Electress Eleanor, whose health had broken down, and assured her of their support and affection, as indeed they ought to have done, considering that they were largely the cause of her troubles. At the same time, the Elector and Electress promised to look after the interests of the little Princess Caroline and to treat her as though she were their own daughter. The next 2 years were spent by the young princess with her mother at Prech. It was a beautiful spot, surrounded by woods and looking down the fertile valley of the Elbe, and hard by was the little town of Wittenberg, one of the cradles of the Reformation. Luther and Melanchthon lived at Wittenberg. Their houses are still shown, and it was here that Luther publicly burned the papal bull. An oak tree marks the spot. Caroline must often have visited Wittenberg. She was about 12 years of age at this time and advanced beyond her years, and it may be that much of the sturdy Protestantism of her later life was due to her early associations with the home of Luther and Melanchthon. In 1696, Caroline was left an orphan by the death of her mother, and was placed under the care of her guardians, the Elector and Electress of Brandenburg, at Berlin. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ethan. Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1, by William Henry Wilkins. The Court of Berlin, 1696 to 1705. The Court of Berlin, where Caroline was to spend the most impressionable years of her life, was queened over at this time by one of the most intellectual and gifted princesses in Europe, Sophie Charlotte, Electress of Brandenburg, who in 1701, on her husband's assumption of the regal dignity, became the first Queen of Prussia, was the daughter of that remarkable woman, the Electress Sophia of Hanover, and granddaughter of the gifted and beautiful Elizabeth, Queen of Bohemia, daughter of James I of England. These three princesses, grandmother, mother, and daughter, formed the trinity of wonderful women. Like her mother and grandmother, Sophie Charlotte inherited many traits from her Stuart ancestors. Mary's wit and passion, James I's love of metaphysical and theological disputations were reproduced in her, and she possessed to no small degree the beauty, dignity, and personal charm characteristic of the race, which even the infusion of sluggish German blood could not mar. Her mother had carefully trained her with a view to her making a great match some day. She was an accomplished musician and a great linguist, speaking French, English, and Italian as fluently as her native tongue, perhaps more so. She had read much and widely, an unusual thing among German princesses of that age. Sophie Charlotte's religious education was hardly on a level with her secular one. As the Electress Sophia, in accordance with her policy of making all considerations subservient to her daughter's future advancement, decided to bring her up with an open mind in matters of religion and in the profession of no faith, so that she might be eligible to marry the most promising prince who presented himself, whether he were Catholic or Protestant. As a courtly biographer put it, she, Sophie Charlotte, refrained from any open confession of faith until her marriage, for reasons of prudence and state, because only then would she be able to judge which religion would suit best her condition of life. Despite this theological complacence, several eligible matches projected with Roman Catholic princes fell through, and the young princess's religion was finally settled on the Protestant side. For when the Electoral Prince of Brandenburg, son of the great Elector, came forward as a suitor, Sophia eagerly accepted him for her daughter, notwithstanding that he was a widower, 12 years older than his bride, deformed, and of anything but an amiable reputation. These drawbacks were trifles, compared with the fact that he was heir to the most powerful electorate of North Germany. The wedding took place at Hanover in September 1684, and the bride and bridegroom made their state entry into Berlin 2 months afterwards. A few years later, Sophie Charlotte gave birth to a son, Frederick William, who was destined to become the second king of Prussia and the father of Frederick the Great. 4 years later, the great elector died, and with her husband's accession, she became the reigning Electress of Brandenburg and later Queen of Prussia. The salient points of Sophie Charlotte's character now made themselves manifest. The court of Berlin was a brilliant one, and modeled on that of the King of France, for the King of Prussia refused to dispense with any detail of pomp or ceremony, holding, like the Grand Monarch, that a splendid and stately court was the outward and visible sign of a prince's power and greatness. He had a passion for display, and would spend hours debating the most trivial points of court etiquette. This was weariness of the soul to the queen, for she cared nothing for the pomp and circumstance of sovereignty. She was careful to discharge her ceremonial duties, but she did so in the spirit of magnificent indifference. LynneT talked to me today of the infinitely little. She wrote once to her friend and confidant, Mary von Polnitz. Mon Dieu, as if I did not know enough about that. The young queen had arrived at a great position, but her heart was empty. She tolerated her husband, but she felt towards him nothing warmer than a half-contemptuous liking. The king, on his part, was proud of his beautiful and talented consort, though he was rather afraid of her. It would have been easy for Sophie Charlotte, had she been so minded, to have gained great influence over her husband, and to have governed Brandenburg and Prussia through him. But though her intellect was masculine in its caliber, unlike her mother, she had no love of domination, and cared not to meddle with affairs of state. These things were to her but vanity, and she preferred rather to live a life of intellectual contemplation and philosophic calm. The scientific discoveries of Newton were more to her than kingdoms, and the latest theory of Leibniz than all the pomp and circumstances of the court. The king made her a present of the chateau of Luxembourg, later called after her Charlottenburg, just outside Berlin, and here she was able to gratify her love of art and beautiful things to the utmost. The gardens were laid out after the plans of Versailles by LynneT, with terraces, statues, and fountains, magnificent pictures, beautiful carpets, rarest furniture of inlaid ebony and ivory, porcelain and crystal, were stored in this lordly pleasure house, and made it a palace of luxury and art. The king thought nothing too costly or magnificent for his queen, though he did not follow her in her literary and philosophic bent, and Luxembourg became famous throughout Europe, not only for its splendor, for there were many palaces more splendid, but because it was the chosen home of its beautiful mistress, and the meeting place of all the talents. At Luxembourg, surrounded by a special circle of intellectual friends, the queen enjoyed that free interchange of ideas, and discussed all things without restraint. Wit and talent, and not wealth and rank, gave the entree there. At Luxembourg, she held receptions on certain evenings in the week, and on these occasions all trammels of court etiquette were laid aside, and everything was conducted without ostentation or ceremony. Intellectual conversations, the reading of great books, learned discussions, and, for occasional relaxation, music and theatricals, often kept the company late into the night at Luxembourg. And it frequently happened that some of the courtiers went straight from one of the queen's entertainments to attend the king's levee, for he rose at 4 o'clock in the morning. To these reunions came not only the most beautiful and gifted ladies of the court, but learned men from every country in Europe, philosophers, theologians, both Roman Catholic and Protestant, representatives of literature, science, and art, beside a number of French refugees who did not appear at court in the ordinary way. Since the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, Berlin had become a rallying place for Huguenots, many of them men of intellectual eminence and noble birth, who were banished from their native land. They were made especially welcome at Luxembourg, where everything was French rather than German. At Sophie Charlotte's reunions, French only was spoken, and so elegant were the appointments, so perfect was the taste, so refined and courteous were the manners, so brilliant the wit and conversation, that one of the most celebrated of the Huguenot nobility declared that he felt himself once again at Versailles, and asked whether the Queen of Prussia could really speak German. To Luxembourg came the eloquent Huguenot preacher Bolsover, Volta, the celebrated Jesuit and Roman Catholic controversialist, Tollen, the English freethinker, Papendorf, the historian, Handel, the great musician when he was a boy, and last and among the greatest, the famous Leibniz. Hither came often too, on many a long visit, the Electress Sophia of Hanover, the merry debonair princess of Germany, who, like her daughter, delighted in theological polemics and philosophic speculations. Sophie Charlotte's principles were exceedingly liberal, so much so that she became known as the Republican Queen, and her early religious training, or rather the lack of it, was very noticeable in the trend of thought she gave to her gatherings. She would take nothing for granted. She submitted everything to the tribunal of reason. Her eager and active spirit was always seeking to know the truth, even the why of the why. As Leibniz grumbled once, her mother, the Electress Sophia, was seen to have been a rationalist, with a strong dash of Calvinism. Sophie Charlotte went a step further. She was nothing of a Calvinist, but rather leaned to the theories of Descartes. "My mother is a clever woman, but a bad Christian," said her son once, and that was true if he meant a dogmatic Christian. Though Leibniz had a theory for reconciling Christianity and reason, which especially commended itself to her, she took a keen interest in theological polemics, and whenever any clever Jesuit came her way, She delighted in nothing so much as to get him to expound his views, and then put up one of her chaplains to answer him. In this way, she set the Jesuit Volta disputing with the Protestant Brensenius, and the Orthodox Huguenot Busobre with the free-thinking skeptic Tolan. Nor were these arguments confined to theological subjects. Scientific, philosophic, and social questions, everything, in short, came within the debatable ground, and on one occasion we hear of a long and animated argument on the question whether marriage was, or was not, ordained for the procreation of children. The Queen presided over all these intellectual tournaments, throwing in a suggestion here or raising a doubt there. She was always able to draw the best out of everyone, and thanks to her tact and amiability, the disputes on thorny questions were invariably conducted without unpleasantness. This was the home in which Caroline spent the greater part of 9 years, and we have dwelt upon it because the impressions she received and the opinions she formed at Luxembourg during her girlhood influenced her in after years. The King of Prussia was Caroline's guardian, and after her mother's death, Sophie Charlotte assumed the mother's place to the little princess, who had now become an orphan and friendless indeed. Her stepbrother was ruling at Ansbach, and Caroline was not very welcome there. Indeed, she was looked upon rather as an encumbrance than otherwise, and the only thing to be done was to marry her off as quickly as possible. There seems to have been some idea of betrothing her, when she was a mere child, to the Duke of Saxe-Gotha, but she could hardly have been in love with him, as Horace Walpole relates, for the Duke married someone else when Caroline was only 13 years of age. Sophie Charlotte caused her adopted daughter to be thoroughly educated, and carefully trained in the accomplishment necessary to her position. Caroline's quickness and natural ability early made themselves manifest. Sophie Charlotte had no daughter of her own, and her heart went out to the young princess of Ansbach, who returned her love fourfold, and looked up to her with something akin to adoration. Her admiration led to a remarkable likeness between the two in speech and gesture, nor did the likeness end here. Caroline was early admitted to the reunions of Luxembourg, and permitted to listen to the frank and free discussions which took place there. Such a training, though it might shake her beliefs, could not fail to sharpen her wits and enlarge her knowledge, and there is abundant evidence to show that in later life she adopted Sophie Charlotte's views, not only in ethics and philosophy, but in conduct and morals. But she was more practical and less transcendental than the Queen of Prussia, and like the Electress Sophia, she loved power, and took a keen interest in political affairs. In this manner, Caroline's girlhood passed. We may picture her walking up and down the garden walks and terraces of Luxembourg, hearing Leibniz expound his philosophy, or sitting with the Queen of Prussia on her favorite seat under the limes, discussing with her the why of the why. She was the Queen's constant companion and joy, and when, as it sometimes happened, she was obliged to leave Berlin for a while to pay a visit to her brother at Ansbach, Sophie Charlotte declared she found Luxembourg a desert. Leibniz, Sophie Charlotte's chosen guide, philosopher, and friend, is worthy of more than passing notice, since his influence over the Princess Caroline was second only to that of the Queen of Prussia herself. In Caroline's youth, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz was a prominent figure at Berlin, whither he frequently journeyed from Hanover. He was one of the most learned men of his time, almost equally eminent as a philosopher, mathematician, and man of affairs. He was born in 1646 at Leipzig, and after a distinguished university career at Jena and Altdorf, he entered the service of the Elector Archbishop of Mainz, and, as he possessed the pen of a ready writer, he was employed by him to advance his schemes. The Archbishop later sent him to Paris, nominally with the scheme he had evolved for the reconquest of Egypt, really with the hope of distracting Louis XIV's attention from German affairs, so that Leibniz went in a dual capacity, as a diplomatist and as an author. In Paris, the young philosopher became acquainted with Arnauld and Malebranche. From Paris he went to London, where he met Newton Oldenburg, and Boyle. His intimacy with these distinguished men stimulated his interest in mathematics. In 1676, when he was 30 years of age, Leibniz quitted the service of mines and entered that of Hanover. For the next 40 years, his headquarters were at Hanover, where he had charge of the archives, and worked also at politics, laboring unceasingly with his pen to promote the aggrandizement of the House of Hanover, especially to obtain for it the electoral dignity. Leibniz's work threw him much in contact with the Electress Sophia, with whom he became a trusted and confidential friend, and whose wide views were largely colored by his liberal philosophy. Leibniz had a positive passion for work, and in these, the most active years of his life, he not only labored at political affairs, but worked hard at philosophy and mathematics, turning out book after book with amazing rapidity. At the suggestion of the Electress Sophia, he concerned himself with theology too, and strove at one time to promote the reunion of the Catholic and Protestant creeds, his principal correspondent being Bossuet. The English Act of Parliament, vesting the succession to the throne of England in the Electress Sophia and the heirs of her body, being Protestant, put a summary stop to these labors. Henceforth, there was no more coquetting with Roman Catholicism at Hanover. The Electress Sophia, Calvinist though she was, affected to manifest an interest in the Church of England, and especially favored the English Protestant nonconformists. To consult archives for his history of the Brunswick-Lüneburg family, which he had been commanded to write, Leibniz traveled to Munich, Vienna, Rome, and other cities. At Rome, the Pope, impressed by his great learning and controversial ability, offered him the custodianship of the Vatican Library, if he would become a Roman Catholic, but Leibniz declined the offer. Apart from the fact that it involved submission to the Roman Church, it did not offer him a sufficiently wide field for his ambition. It is impossible to withhold some pity from this great scholar. He was one of those who put their trust in princes. He was greedy of money, honors, and worldly fame. He loved the atmosphere of courts, and to have the ear of those who sit in high places. And so he deliberately prostituted his giant brain to writing panegyrics of the princes of paltry dukedoms, when he might have employed it to working out some of the greatest problems that interest mankind. His worldly prospects at this time largely depended on the Queen of Prussia. Sophie Charlotte had known him at Hanover, and she invited him to Luxembourg. Through his influence, she induced the King of Prussia to found the Academy of Science in Berlin, and to make Leibniz its first president. At his suggestion also, similar societies were founded in St. Petersburg, Dresden, and Vienna, under the immediate patronage of the reigning monarchs, who were thus able to pose as patrons of the arts and sciences. Leibniz received honors from all of them, and the emperor created him a baron of the empire. Leibniz often met the Princess of Ansbach at the Queen of Prussia's reunions, and he noted how high she stood in the favor of his royal mistress. He became attracted to her by her wit and conversation, which were unusual in a princess of her years. He spoke of her in glowing terms to the Electress Sophia, who later made acquaintance with the young princess at Berlin, and she too was charmed with her talents and beauty. Leibniz, who was much at Berlin in those days, kept his venerable mistress at Hanover acquainted with the movements of the princess. We find him, for instance, writing to tell the Electress that Caroline had returned to Berlin after a brief visit to Ansbach, and of the Queen's pleasure at seeing her again. The Electric Sophia replied from Herrenhausen, desiring him to assure Caroline of her affection, and adding, "If it depended on me, I would have her kidnapped and keep her always here." This seems to show that, even at this early date, Sophia had it in her mind that she would like Caroline to marry her grandson, George Augustus. In the autumn of 1704, the Electress Sophia paid a long visit to her beloved daughter, and spent 2 months with her at Luxembourg. The King of Prussia had great respect for his mother-in-law. She agreed with him in his love of pageantry, and like him, was a great stickler for points of etiquette. But she had a larger mind, and was not content with the mere show of sovereignty. She loved the substance, domination, and power. The Queen of Prussia received her mother with every demonstration of joy, and the festivities of Luxembourg were set going in her honor. Leibniz and Bousselbray were there, and many intellectual tournaments took place. The Princess Caroline was there too, whom Sophia observed with especial interest. Caroline was now in her 21st year, and had blossomed into lovely womanhood. Her features were regular. She had abundant fair hair, large blue eyes, a tall and supple figure, and a stately bearing. The fame of her beauty and high qualities had traveled through Europe. True, she was dowerless, the orphan daughter of a petty prince of no importance, but her guardian was the King of Prussia, and she was known to be the adopted daughter of his queen. Thus it came about that her hand was sought by some of the most powerful princes in Europe, notably by the Archduke Charles, titular King of Spain, and heir to the Emperor, whom he later succeeded. The idea of this marriage had long been in the air, but in 1704 it took definite shape, and the Elector Palatine, who was interested in the matter from political reasons, solicited Caroline's hand for the Archduke. Negotiations were proceeding while the Electress Sophia was at Luxembourg. We find Leibniz writing from there. Apparently, the Electress remained here until November, and will stay as long as the Queen is here. Two young princesses, the hereditary Princess of Cassel and the Princess of Ansbach, are also here, and I heard them sing the other night, a little divertimento musicale, the latter taking the part of night, the former that of aurora, the equinox adjusting the difference. The Princess of Cassel sings very tunefully. The Princess of Ansbach had a wonderful voice. Everyone predicts the Spanish crown for her, but she deserves something surer than that crown is at present, though it may become more important. Besides, the King of Spain, the Archduke, is an amiable prince. The predictions were a little premature, for the Archduke's wooing did not progress satisfactorily. As Leibniz said, the prospects of the Spanish crown were somewhat unsettled, though they were sufficiently dazzling to tempt a less ambitious princess than Caroline, and she was always ambitious. Her heart was free, but if it had not been, she had well learned the lesson that hearts are the last thing to be taken into account in state marriages. A more serious difficulty arose in the matter of religion. In order to marry the titular King of Spain, it was necessary for Caroline to become a Roman Catholic, and this she could not make up her mind to do. Perhaps she had inherited the Protestant spirit of her famous ancestor, George the Pious. Perhaps the influences of Wittenberg were strong upon her. She was certainly influenced by the liberal views of the Queen of Prussia and the arguments she had heard at the reunions at Luxembourg. She was all for liberty of conscience in matters of faith, and shrank from embracing a positive religion, and of all religions, Roman Catholicism is the most positive. Besides, it was seen that, though indifferent to most forms of religion, she really disliked Roman Catholicism, and all through her life she was consistent in her objection to it. Her guardian, the King of Prussia, though a Protestant himself, could not sympathize with her scruples. In his view, young princesses should adapt their religion to political exigencies, and so he made light of her objections and urged her to marry the King of Spain. Her adopted mother, Sophie Charlotte, maintained a neutral attitude. She was loath to part with her, but she refused to express an opinion either way. But the Electress Sophia, who was nothing if not Protestant, since her English prospects were wholly dependent on her Protestantism, greatly desired Caroline as a wife for her grandson, George Augustus, and did all she could to influence her against the match. She writes from Luxembourg, "Our beautiful Princess of Ansbach has not yet resolved to change her religion. If she remains firm, the marriage will not take place." Meanwhile, Caroline, perhaps with an idea of gaining time, or forced into it, consented to receive the Jesuit priest Urban, and allow him to argue with her. The Electress Sophia again writes, "The dear Princess of Ansbach is being sadly worried. She has resolved to do nothing against her conscience, but Urban is very able, and can easily overcome the stupid Lutheran priest here. If I had my way, she would not be worried like this, and our court would be happy. But it seems that it is not God's will that I should be happy with her. We at Hanover shall hardly find anyone better. The result of these interviews was uncertain, for the Electress Sophia writes a few days later. First the Princess of Ansbach says yes, and then no. First she says we Protestants have no valid priests, then that Catholics are idolatrous and accursed, and then again that our religion is the better. What the result will be I do not know. The princess is shortly leaving here, and so it must be either yes or no. When Urban comes to see the princess, the Bible lays between them on the table, and they argue at length. Of course, the Jesuit, who has studied more, argues her down, and then the princess weeps. The young princess's tears lend a touch of pathos to this picture. Be it remembered that she was absolutely alone, poor, orphan, dependent on the favor of her guardians, one of whom was strongly in favor of this match. If she consented, she would violate her conscience, it is true, but she would gain honor, riches, and power, all of which she ardently desired. The powerful pressure of the King of Prussia, the most persuasive argument of the Jesuit, and the subtle promptings of self-interest and ambition were all brought to bear on her. It says much for Caroline's strength of character that she did not yield, and shows that she was of no common mold. That she refused definitely is shown by the following letter, which the Electress Sophia wrote on her return to Hanover to Leibniz, whom she had left behind her at Lutzenberg. Most people here applaud the Princess of Ansbach's decision, and I have told the Duke of Celle that he deserves her for his grandson. I think the Prince, George Augustus, likes the idea also, for in talking with him about her, he said, I am very glad that you desire her for me. Count Platen, the Prime Minister, to whom I mentioned the matter, is not opposed, but does not wish it so much. Leibniz has something to do with Caroline's decision, and he drafted the letter for her in which she declined further negotiations. The King of Prussia was angry, and roundly cursed Hanoverian interference, as he called it. Indeed, he made things so uncomfortable that Caroline thought it advisable to leave Berlin for Ansbach until her guardian should become more amiable. Her step-brother was dead, and her own brother was now Margrave. From Ansbach, we find her writing to Leibniz at Berlin. I receive your letter with the greatest pleasure, and am glad to think that I still retain your friendship and your remembrance. I much desire to show my gratitude for all the kindness you pay me at Lutzenberg. I am delighted to hear from you that the Queen and the Court regret my departure, but I am sad not to have the happiness of paying my devoir to our incomparable Queen. I pray you on the next occasion assure her of my deep respect. I do not think of King of Spain is troubling himself any more about me. On the contrary, they are incensed at my disinclination to follow the advice of Father Urban. Every post brings me letters from that kind priest. I really think his persuasions contributed materially to the uncertainty I felt during those 3 months, from which I am now quite recovered. The Electress, Sophia, does me too much honor in remembering me. She has no more devoted servant than myself, and I understand her pleasure in having the Crown Prince of Prussia at Hanover. The Crown Prince of Prussia, Frederick William, has spent a good deal of time at the Hanoverian court when a boy. His grandmother, the Electress Sophia, had wished to educate him at Hanover with her other grandson, George Augustus, but Frederick William was of a quarrelsome disposition, and pummeled George Augustus so unmercifully that they had to be separated. Their hatred for one another lasted through life. Frederick William was a headstrong and violent youth with ungovernable passions. Even when a boy, it was dangerous to thwart him in any way. The boy was father to the man. As the Crown Prince grew up, his mother had occasion to reproach him again and again for his unenviable qualities, among which avarice, rudeness, and lack of consideration for others were prominent. The Queen of Prussia would have liked Caroline as a wife for her son, but the king had other and more ambitious views. He was not, however, opposed to the idea, in case all his other plans fell through. Neither Caroline nor the Crown Prince had any inclination for each other, and the scheme never took any definite shape. though it might have done so had the Queen lived. Meanwhile, it was resolved to send Frederick William on a tour of foreign travel, in the hope that a greater knowledge of the world would improve his manners and morals. The Queen felt the parting keenly, for she truly loved her son, her only child, and though indifferent about other matters, she was cleanly practical in anything that concerned his interests. After he had gone, there was found a sheet of notepaper on her writing table at Luxembourg, on which she had drawn a heart and underneath had written the date and the words, Il est parti. It is probable that this parting preyed upon the Queen of Prussia's health, which was never strong, and made her more anxious to visit her mother. In January 1705, she set out for Hanover, notwithstanding the opposition of the king and the severity of the weather. The long journey was too much for her. At Magdeburg she broke down, and had to take to her bed, but she rallied, and again took the road. After she had reached Hanover, she seemed to conquer her illness, a tumor in the throat, by sheer force of will. In a few days, however, dangerous symptoms developed, and she became rapidly worse. Doctors were called in, and it was soon recognized that there was no hope left. When the news was broken to the Queen, with the greatest composure and without any fear of death, she resigned herself to the inevitable. Her deathbed belongs to history. A great deal of conflicting testimony had gathered around her last hours, but probably the account given by Frederick the Great, who had exceptional opportunities of knowing the truth, is the correct one. The French chaplain at Hanover, de la Bergerie, came to offer his ministrations, but she said to him, "Let me die without quarreling with you. For 20 years I have devoted earnest study to religious questions. You can tell me nothing that I do not know already, and I die in peace." To her lady-in-waiting she exclaimed, "What a useless fuss and ceremony they will make over this poor body." And when she saw that she was in tears, she said, "Why do you weep? Do you think I was immortal?" And again, "Do not pity me. I am at last going to satisfy my curiosity about the origin of things, which even Leibniz could never explain to me, to understand space, infinity, being, and nothingness. And as for the king, my husband, well, I shall afford him the opportunity of giving me a magnificent funeral, and displaying all the pomp he loves so much." Her aged mother, broken down with grief, was ill in an adjoining room, and unable to come to her, but to her brothers, George Louis, afterwards George I, King of England, and Ernest Augustus, she bade an affectionate farewell. The pastor reminded her tritely that kings and queens were mortal equally with other men. She answered, "Je le sais bien," and with a sigh expired. Sophie Charlotte was in her 37th year when she died, and at her death a great light went out. She would have been a remarkable woman under any conditions. She was doubly remarkable when we remember her time and her environment. In her large brain and generous sympathies, her love of art and letters, and her desires to raise the intellectual life of those around her, the first Queen of Prussia strongly resembled one of her successors who has recently passed away, the late Empress Frederick. She resembled her also in that during her lifetime, she was often misrepresented and misunderstood, and her great qualities of head and heart were not fully appreciated until after her death. End of chapter 2.
Section 3 of Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1, by William Henry Wilkins. The Wooing of the Princess, 1705. The Queen of Prussia's death was one of the great sorrows of Caroline's life. She was at Ansbach when Sophie Charlotte died, slowly recovering from a low fever. The sad news from Hanover plunged her into the deepest grief and seriously hindered her convalescence. Leibniz, who had also lost his best friend in the Queen, wrote to Caroline to express his grief and sympathy. He also took this opportunity to explain his views on the divine scheme of things. Your Serene Highness, he writes, having often done me the honor at Luxembourg of listening to my views on true piety, will allow me here to revert to them briefly. I am persuaded, not by light conjecture, that everything is ruled by a being, whose power is supreme and whose knowledge infinite and perfect. If in this present state we could understand the divine scheme of things, we should see that everything is ordered for the best, not only generally, but individually, for those who have a true love of God and confidence in his goodness. The teachings of Scripture conform to reason when they say that all things work together for good to those who love God. Thus, perfect love is consummated in the joy of finding perfection in the object beloved, and this is felt by those who recognize divine perfection in all that it pleases God to do. If we had the power now to realize the marvelous beauty and harmony of things, we should reduce happiness to a science, and live in a state of perpetual blessedness. But since this beauty is hidden from our eyes, and we see around us 1,000 sights that shock us and cause temptation to the weak and ignorant, our love of God and our trust in his goodness are founded on faith, not yet lost in sight or verified by the senses. Herein, madam, may be found, broadly speaking, the 3 cardinal virtues of Christianity: faith, hope, and love. Herein, too, may be found the essence of the piety which Christ taught: trust in the supreme reason, even where our reason fails without divine grace to grasp its working, and although there may seem to be little reason in it. I have often discussed these broad principles with the late Queen. She understood them well, and her wonderful insight enabled her to realize much that I was unable to explain. This resignation, this trust, this merging of a tranquil soul in its God, showed itself in all her words and actions to the last moment of her life. Footnote: Leibniz to the Princess Caroline of Ansbach, Hanover, 18th March, 1705. End footnote. Caroline's answer to this letter shows that she had not yet arrived at the heights of Leibniz's philosophy. Heaven, she says, jealous of our happiness, has taken away from us our adored and adorable Queen. The calamity has overwhelmed me with grief and sickness, and it is only the hope that I may soon follow her that consoles me. I pity you from the bottom of my heart, for her loss to you is irreparable. I pray the good God to add to the Electress Sophia's life the years that the Queen might have lived, and I beseech you to express my devotion to her. Footnote: Letter of Princess Caroline to Leibniz, Ansbach, 2nd April, 1705. End footnote. To add to Caroline's trouble, the Elector Palatine showed signs at this time of reviving his favorite project of marrying her to the King of Spain, notwithstanding her definite refusal the year before. He probably thought, as the death of Queen Sophie Charlotte had materially affected for the worse the position and prospects of her ward, that the young princess could now be induced to reconsider her decision. The King of Prussia was of this opinion too, and his tone became threatening and peremptory. He had no objection to keeping Caroline as a possible bride for his son in the last resort, but it would suit his political schemes better to see her married to the future emperor. But Caroline found an unexpected ally in her brother, the young Margrave of Ansbach, who resented, as much as he dared, the interference of the King of Prussia, and told his sister that she was not to do violence to her convictions, and that she might make her home with him as long as she pleased. Thus fortified, Caroline stood firm in her resistance, though by so doing she refused the most brilliant match in Europe. With the spring things grew brighter. Caroline could not mourn forever, and thanks to a strong constitution, youth and health asserted themselves and she quite recovered her beauty and her vivacity. The Ansbach burghers knew all about her refusal of the future emperor, and they honored her for her courage and firmness, and were proud of their beautiful young princess, whom the greatest prince in Europe had sued in vain. Caroline interested herself in many schemes of usefulness in her brother's principality, and went in and out among the people, displaying those rare social gifts which stood her in good stead in later years. Perhaps this was the happiest period of her life, and though she was at Ansbach only for a short time, she always retained an affection for the place of her birth, and an interest in the fortunes of her family. Yet she must have felt the contrast between quiet little Ansbach and the brilliant circle at Berlin. Her energetic and ambitious temperament was not one which could have long remained content with an equivocal position in a petty German court, and she must have wondered what the future had in store for her. Caroline was not destined to regret her refusal of the imperial diadem. Providence, as Addison put it later, kept a reward in store for such exalted virtue, and her pious firmness, as Burnet unctuously called her rejection of the future emperor, was not to go unrequited even in this life. Footnote: Gay, in his Epistle to a Lady, also alludes to this incident. The pomp of titles easy faith might shake. She scorned an empire for religion's sake. End footnote. In June, the fairest month of all the year at Little Ansbach, when the trim palace garden was full of roses, and the lime trees in the Hofgarten were in fragrant bloom, the Electoral Prince George Augustus of Hanover came to see and woo the beautiful princess, like the Prince Charming in the fairy tale. George Augustus was not exactly a Prince Charming either in appearance or character, but at this time he passed muster. He was a few months younger than Caroline, and though he was short in stature, he was well set up, and had inherited some of his mother's beauty, especially her large almond-shaped eyes. The court painters depict him as by no means an ill-looking youth, and the court scribes, after the manner of their kind, described him as a prince of the highest qualities, with a grace of bearing and charm of manner. Flatterers, as well as detractors, unite in declaring him to be possessed of physical courage, as daring and impulsive, and often prompted by his heart. George Augustus had his defects, as we shall see later. They developed as the years went on, but they were not on the surface now, and it was only the surface that the young princess saw. The wooing of Caroline was full of romance and mystery. Even the bare record of it, as related in the state papers and dispatches of the day, cannot altogether keep these elements out. The Elector George of Hanover determined that his son should visit Ansbach in disguise, and under a feigned name see and converse with the princess, so that he might find out if he could love her, if she were likely to love him, and whether she was really so beautiful and charming as rumor had described her. The Elector knew by bitter experience the misery of a state marriage between an ill-assorted husband and wife, and he determined to spare his son a similar fate. Extraordinary care was taken to preserve the prince's incognito, and to prevent his mission being known before everything was settled. There was an additional reason for this secrecy, as the King of Prussia would certainly try to prevent the marriage if he got to know of it in time. Prince George Augustus rode out of Hanover at night. No one knew whither, but his absence from the court was soon remarked, and the quidnuncs were all agog. The English envoy at Hanover, Poli, writes home as follows: Our electoral prince went out of town at about 12 o'clock at night, attended only by the Baron von Eltz, who had formerly been his governor and is one of these ministers, and one valet de chambre. This journey is a mystery of which I know nothing, but it seems probable that he will make use of the Princess of Hesse's passing through Celle to view incognito a princess of that family who is thought to come with her. There is a princess of Saxe-Zeitz also said to be the most beautiful in Germany. In what concerns the prince's own inclination in this business, his highness hath not hitherto appeared so much concerned for the character and beauty of any young lady he hath account of, as the princess of Ansbach. The mystery of this journey, at least, will soon be discovered. There is in this court a real desire of marrying the prince very soon. Footnote: Police Dispatch, Hanover, 9th June, 1705. End footnote. Meanwhile, George Augustus, in accordance with the elector's plan, had arrived at Ansbach. He professed to be a young Hanoverian noble traveling for pleasure, who expected to meet at Nuremberg some traveling companions from Westphalia. But as they had failed to appear, he found Nuremberg dull, and came on to Ansbach to see the town and visit its court. He and his companion, Baron von Eltz, presented introductions from Count Platen, the Hanoverian prime minister, commending them to the good offices of the Margrave. They were received at the palace and treated with all hospitality. They were invited to supper and joined the circle afterwards at music and cards. George Augustus, in the guise of a Hanoverian nobleman, was presented to the Princess Caroline and conversed with her for some time. According to his subsequent declarations, he was so much charmed with her that he fell in love at first sight. She far exceeded all that rumor had declared. It may be presumed that he kept his ardor in check, and Caroline had no idea who he was. But whether she had an inkling or not, she betrayed no sign, and played her part to perfection. After a few days' sojourn at Ansbach, the young prince departed, apparently to Nuremberg to meet his friends, in reality to hasten back to Hanover to tell his father that he was very much in love. Here again we quote Poli. The Prince Electoral is returned and gone to Herrenhausen. He was about 2 hours with the Elector alone, and the Elector's appearing afterwards in good humour at table makes it to be imagined that there hath nothing happened but what he is well pleased with. Some with whom I am acquainted are positively of opinion that his highness hath been at Ansbach, and that he declared his design himself in person, and hath been very well received, and that we shall soon see some effects of it. Others think it is a princess of Hesse. Footnote: Police Dispatch, Hanover, 19th June, 1705. End footnote. But no explanation of the prince's expedition was forthcoming, and the Elector went off to Piedmont to take the waters, leaving the Hanoverian court in mystification. The secret was well kept. Even the Electress Sophia was not informed, notwithstanding that this was her darling scheme. The Elector had contempt for women's discretion. He often declared that he could not trust a woman's tongue, and he knew that his mother was a constant correspondent with the greatest gossip in Europe, her niece, Elizabeth Charlotte, Duchess of Orleans. Matters being thus far advanced at Hanover, Eltz was again dispatched to Ansbach. He hath disappeared secretly, writes the lynx-eyed Poli, who was still much mystified. When Eltz returned to Ansbach, he kept up his disguise, and told the Margrave that he had just returned from Nuremberg, where he had left his young friend. The Elector of Hanover's secret instructions to Eltz, and the envoy's letters to the Elector, preserved in the Hanoverian archives, explain what followed, and the whole of the negotiations at Ansbach. It will be well to quote them in full. The Elector of Hanover to Privy Councillor von Eltz. Hanover, June 17th, 1705. Whereas it is already known to our trusty envoy that our son, the Electoral Prince, has seen the Princess of Ansbach, and is seized with such an affectionate desire for her that he is most eager to marry her without delay, we therefore should gladly rejoice to see such a union take place, and hope that the princess may be equally favorably disposed. It is necessary, however, that her inclinations be assured first of all, and should she consent to this alliance, it is our wish that the marriage contracts may be agreed upon without unnecessary delay. We therefore instruct our envoy to betake himself secretly and incognito to the Court of Ansbach. On arriving there, he must feign surprise that his friends from Westphalia, who had arranged to meet him at Nuremberg on their way to Italy, had not yet arrived. Moreover, he must say that the young friend who had accompanied him the last time he was at Ansbach, having been unexpectedly called home, he, our envoy, found the time of waiting so long at Nuremberg that he returned to Ansbach, and would consider it a special favor if he might be allowed to pass a few more days at that court. Having made this explanation, our envoy should seek an opportunity of conversing alone with the princess, and should say to her privately, when no one else is within hearing, that he had matters of importance to bring before her notice, and certain proposals to make, which he hoped would not prove disagreeable to her. He must therefore beg her to name a convenient time and opportunity to grant him an interview alone, but in such a manner as to cause no comment. He should also ask her particularly not to confide to anyone the request he had made, the more especially because the princess would subsequently see that the matter was of so delicate a nature as to require absolute secrecy for the present. When our envoy is admitted to the princess, he must explain to her that the young friend who accompanied him on the last visit to the court of Ansbach was our son, the Electoral prince, who had been so much impressed with the reports of the princess's incomparable beauty and mental attributes that he arranged to appear incognito, and have the honor of seeing and speaking with the princess without her knowing his electoral rank and station. As he had succeeded in doing this, and had found that the reports were more than verified, our son is so charmed and delighted with her that he would consider it the height of good fortune to obtain her for his wife, and has asked our permission to seek this end. As we, the elector, have always held the princess in highest esteem and repute, we are not a little rejoiced to hear that our son cherished these sentiments towards her, and we should be even more glad if he could attain the object of his mission. Our envoy must then declare to the princess who he himself is, and by whose authority he has come, and he must sound her as to whether she be free from all other engagements, and if so, he must discover if her heart be inclined toward our son. Our envoy, however, must mention, but not in such a way as to suggest that the Princess of Ansbach is a pis-aller for our son, that this matter would have been broached sooner on our side if negotiations for our son's marriage had not been going on in Sweden, as was perhaps known in Ansbach, the result of which had necessarily to be awaited. Besides, we had previously to make sure whether the Princess of Ansbach was likely to entertain the King of Spain's suit. If the princess should reply that she is engaged to another, or if she should behave in such a way as to lead our envoy to suppose that she was desirous of avoiding the proposal of marriage from our son, our envoy is charged to beg the princess not to make the slightest mention of the matter to anyone, and under pretext that he has received news that his traveling companions have at last reached Nuremberg, he is to take leave of the court of Ansbach and return hither at once as secretly as he left. But should the princess, in answer to our envoy's proposition, declare, as we hope she will, that she is free from any other matrimonial engagement and is inclined to an alliance with our house, our envoy will inquire of the princess, first, whether she would agree to his having an audience with her brother, the Margrave, and then, on behalf of our son, he will ask her hand in marriage. Also, because this matter must be formally dealt with, and a contract of marriage drawn up, he must find out what trustees, persons well disposed towards the marriage, he shall ask the Margrave to nominate, or whether the princess would prefer herself to nominate them. The princess will probably require time to consider the matter, in which case our envoy will request her to think over the question by herself. Should the princess delay in coming to a decision, our envoy, in the most polite and delicate manner possible, will remind her that he must guard in every way against the princess having any kind of communication with the court of Berlin until such time as this project of marriage is so far established as to prevent any possibility of its being upset. And to this end our envoy will strongly urge that only trustworthy persons favorably disposed towards this marriage be employed in the drawing up of the contract. Our envoy will point out that any communication on this subject with the court of Berlin would only create difficulties and loss of time. Our envoy knows full well that the sooner our son is married, the better. It is, therefore, most important to prevent any whisper reaching Berlin, and to keep in ignorance all those persons who would surely speak against this marriage and seek to delay it, in the hope of eventually preventing it altogether. Our envoy can suggest to the princess that an explanation could easily be given to the court of Berlin later, with apologies for not having acquainted it before, to the effect that she was so hard-pressed by our envoy for a decision she could not well refrain from accepting at once, the more especially as it was an offer she had no reason to refuse. Her brother, the Margrave, could say that he knew nothing of the matter until the princess announced that she had chosen our son. Privy Councillor von Eltz to the Elector of Hanover. Ansbach, June 23, 1705. On arriving here yesterday evening, I went at once to the court, and was presented to the Margrave and Her Highness the Princess, under the name Stedding, by Court-Marshal von Gerolheim. I was most graciously received by them both. The princess commanded me to be shown to her private apartments, and gave me audience in her own chamber. There was no one else present, except at first Fraulein von Genningen, who stood discreetly apart and with her back turned to us. She afterwards, at my suggestion, left the room. I then took the opportunity to carry out the mission with which I had been graciously entrusted by your Electoral Highness. I asked first whether Her Highness was free of all other matrimonial engagements, and in that event whether she was favorably disposed to the Electoral Prince's suit. Her Highness at first seemed to be surprised and agitated, but she soon composed herself and said that I could rest assured that she was entirely free from any engagements, as the negotiations between herself and the King of Spain had been completely broken off. Nevertheless, she added, my proposition came to her very unexpectedly, as, I quote her own words, she had never flattered herself that anyone in Hanover had so much as thought about her. That they should have done so she could only ascribe to the will of God, and the goodness of your Electoral Highness, and she hoped that you would not find yourself deceived in the favorable opinion you had formed of her from what others had told you. This much, at least, she would admit, that she would infinitely prefer an alliance with your electoral house to any other, and she considered it particular good fortune to be able to form fresh and congenial ties to compensate for the loss she had suffered by the death of her high-souled Queen of Prussia and of her own step-brother. In the meantime, as she was absolutely dependent on her brother, the present Margrave, she could not formally give her consent to my proposal until she had spoken with him on the subject, but she did not doubt that he would consider your Electoral Highness's request in a favorable light, and would willingly give his consent in all things as she wished. Having expressed my profound thanks to Her Highness for her favorable reception of my proposal, I then strongly urged upon her the most absolute secrecy, especially with regard to the too early announcement of this betrothal to the court of Berlin. Her Highness at once declared that this was the very request she herself had been on the point of making to me, as the King of Prussia took upon himself to such an extent to command her to do this, that, and the other, that her brother and she were obliged to be very circumspect, and to be careful of everything they said and did. Her brother, the Margrave, would most certainly be discreet, and the princess was glad that the Privy Councillor von Breidau was even now going to Berlin to represent the court of Ansbach at the funeral of the late queen. Footnote: the Queen of Prussia was not buried until 6 months after her death, and her funeral, as she had anticipated, was conducted on a scale of great magnificence. Von Breidau was an Ansbach official in the pay of Prussia. End footnote. Her Highness also undertook to inquire of her brother what settlements she should ask for, and who should be entrusted with the drawing up of the marriage contract, at the same time remarking that she had complete trust in Councillor von Voigt, who, although he had originally advised her to accept the proposal of the King of Spain, yet, when she could not make up her mind to change her religion, had not turned against her and was still her friend, and deeply attached to her brother. In conclusion, Her Highness said that it would be best for me to retain the name of Stedding for the present, and to come to court in that name whenever I wished to drive out with her. Thereupon, so as not to create remark by too long an interview, and also to be able to expedite this despatch, I returned to my lodging at once. Tomorrow I shall repair to court again, and learn what His Highness the Margrave has to say, whereupon I shall not fail to send my report. Privy Councillor von Eltz to the Elector of Hanover. Ansbach, June 25th, 1705. As the Princess of Ansbach promised, and as I mentioned in my despatch of the day before yesterday, Her Highness made known my mission to her brother, the Margrave, the same evening, and received his consent, which he gave with great pleasure. They thereupon sent a joint message by an express courier to the Landgrave of Hesse-Darmstadt, begging him to be good enough to repair hither without delay. The princess asked the Landgrave to come in order that he might be an adviser to her and her brother, and help to determine the question of her appanage and her settlements. These will probably be easily settled. There is not likely to be any difference between the princess and her brother on the question of settlements, except that he wishes to give up to her everything left to her by the will of the deceased Margrave, and she declines to accept so much from him. Meanwhile, though my credentials have not yet arrived, acting on the princess's advice, I had a special audience with the Margrave, and thanked him for his favorable reply, urging at the same time despatch in the matter. Further, I asked that Councillor Voigt might act as one of the trustees. To all these requests he replied most politely, and assured me that he considered your Electoral Highness's request as an honor to his house, and a piece of good fortune to his family, and he was deeply obliged to your Electoral Highness for it, and would endeavor at all times to show your Electoral Highness devotion and respect. Court Councillor Severit, who is here and who was private secretary to the late Margrave, and is still intimate with the princess, received a letter yesterday from Court Councillor Metz, wherein he says he has been summoned by both the Emperor and the Elector Palatine, who have commissioned him to make a final representation on behalf of the King of Spain, and he therefore must earnestly request Court Councillor Severit to repair to some place, such as Nuremberg, where he could meet and confer with him. But Her Highness the Princess ordered Court Councillor Severit to reply by special courier to Court Councillor Metz that it was not worth his trouble to journey to Nuremberg or anywhere else, as she held firmly to the resolution she had already formed, all the more as the matter was no longer res integra. Thus your Electoral Highness has chosen the right moment to send me here, not only on account of this message, but also because of the absence of Privy Councillor von Breidau, and if only the courier will bring me the necessary instructions and authorization from your Electoral Highness with regard to the marriage contract, as everything is in readiness the matter can be settled at once. I also hope that the princess will not long delay her departure from Ansbach, and will not break her journey to Hanover anywhere but at Eisenach. It is true she told Councillor Voigt, when at my suggestion he mentioned to her that I was pressed for time, that she had no coaches or appanage ready, and the councillor also gave me to understand that the Margrave would need time to make proper arrangements for the journey. But I, on the other hand, pointed out that your Electoral Highness cared for none of these things, and needed nothing else but to see the princess in person, and hoped as soon as possible to receive her. Whereupon the councillor assured me that her Highness would not take it amiss if I pressed the matter somewhat urgently, and that he would do all in his power to help me. I now only await the courier. I have so much good to tell concerning the princess's merits, beauty, understanding, and manner that your Electoral Highness will take a real and sincere pleasure in hearing it. Footnote. These documents, in German, are preserved in the Royal Archives at Hanover. They have never before been published. End footnote. The courier from Hanover duly arrived at Ansbach, bringing the elector's warrant, which gave Eltz full powers to arrange the marriage contract and settle the matter of the impending alliance between our well-beloved son, George Augustus, Duke and Electoral Prince of Brunswick-Lüneburg, and our well-beloved Princess Wilhelmina Caroline, Princess of Brandenburg and Prussia, of Magdeburg, Stettin, and Pomerania, of Kassuben and Wenden, also Duchess of Crossen in Silesia, Electress of Nuremberg, Princess of Halberstadt, Minden and Cannon, and Countess of Hohenzollern, etc., etc., as Caroline was grandiloquently described. Her long string of titles contrasted with her lack of dowry, for she brought to her future consort nothing but her beauty and her talents, which, however, were more than enough. The preliminaries being settled, Count Platen was told by the Elector, who was still at Pyrmont, to acquaint the Electress Dowager with what had been done. The Electress expressed her surprise that the whole matter had been kept secret from her, but she was so overjoyed at the realization of her hopes that she waived her resentment at the lack of courtesy with which she had been treated. Footnote. An account of this interview is given in a letter from the Count van Platen to the Elector of Hanover. Hanover, 9th July 1705. Hanover Archives. End footnote. As the heiress of Great Britain, the marriage of her grandson, who was in the direct line of succession to the English throne, was a matter in which she had certainly a right to be consulted. But as it all turned out exactly as she would have wished, she put aside her chagrin and prepared to give the bride a hearty welcome. The betrothal soon became an open secret, and the Duke of Celle, George Augustus's maternal grandfather, was formally acquainted with the good news, and came to Hanover to offer his congratulations. Poley adds the following significant note. During the Duke of Celle's being here, the Duchess of Celle goes to stay with her daughter, and probably to acquaint her with her son's marriage. Footnote. Poley's Dispatch, Hanover, 21st July 1705. End footnote. This daughter was the unfortunate wife of the Elector, Sophie Dorothea, the family skeleton of the House of Hanover, whom her husband had put away and kept a prisoner at Alden. This was the only notification of the marriage made to her, and she was not allowed to send a letter to her son or to his future wife. A few days later, the good news was publicly proclaimed. Poley writes, on Sunday, the 26th, just before dinner, the Elector declared that there was concluded a treaty of marriage between his son, the Electoral Prince, and the Princess of Ansbach, and the Prince received the compliments of the court upon it, and at dinner there were many healths drunk to his good success. so that the mystery is now at an end which hath hitherto been concealed with so much care. The prince's clothes are now making, and the comedians have an order to be in readiness to act their best plays, of which they have already given in a list, though it is thought the mourning for the emperor may delay the wedding some weeks longer, if the prince's impatience does not make him willing to hasten it. The electress told me on Sunday night that the elector had left the prince entirely to his own choice, and the electress herself hath a very great kindness for her, and since her last visit to Berlin, the Princess of Ansbach hath been always talked of at this court as the most agreeable princess in Germany. Footnote: Police Dispatch, Hanover, 28th July, 1705. End footnote. After this there was no long delay, and everything was done to hasten forward the marriage. The Princess of Ansbach only asked for time to make necessary preparations for departure, and agreed to waive all unnecessary ceremony. At Hanover it was settled that the electoral prince and princess should have the apartments in the LynneT Schloss, formerly occupied by Sophie Dorothea of Celle, when electoral princess, and the same household and establishment allotted to them. Nothing very great, remarks Polly. The air was full of wedding preparations when the rejoicing was suddenly marred by the death of the aged Duke of Celle, who died of a chill caught hunting. The Princess of Ansbach, accompanied by her brother, the Margrave, had actually started on her journey to Hanover when the news of this untoward event reached her, and the electoral prince had gone to meet her halfway. As all arrangements were completed for the wedding, and delays were dangerous owing to the jealousy of the courts of Vienna and Berlin, it was decided to suspend the mourning for the Duke of Celle for a few days, and to celebrate the marriage on the arrival of the bride. George Augustus and Caroline were married quietly on September 2nd, 1705, in the chapel of the Palace of Hanover. The only account of the marriage is to be found in Police Dispatch. The Princess of Ansbach and the Margrave, her brother, arrived here, and were received with all the expressions of kindness and respect that could be desired. The marriage was solemnized the same evening after her coming, and yesterday there was a ball, and in the evening there will be a comedy for her entertainment, and there are the greatest appearances of entire satisfaction on all sides. The court left off their mourning, and has appeared these 3 days in all the finery which the occasion requires, and the Marquess of Hertford, Mr. Newport, Mr. Onslow, Mr. Austen, and some other English gentlemen, who are come hither to have their share of the diversions, have made no small part of the show. Footnote: Police Dispatch, 4th September, 1705. End footnote. Thus early did Caroline make the acquaintance of representatives of the English nation, over which, with her husband, she was one day to reign. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nick Johnson, BritishNickVO. Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1, by William Henry Wilkins, Chapter 4. The Court of Hanover, 1705 to 1706. The Court of Hanover, at the time of Caroline's marriage, was one of the principal courts of North Germany, not equal importance to that of Berlin, or in splendour to that of Dresden, but second to no others. During the reign of the first elector, Ernest Augustus, and his consort, the Electress Sophia, Hanover had gained materially in power and importance. The town became the resort of wealthy nobles, who had before divided their attention between Hamburg and Brunswick. Handsome public buildings and new houses sprung up on every side and outside the walls, especially towards Herrenhausen. The borders of the city were extending. Few of the houses were large, for their wealthy Hanoverian nobility resided for the most part at their castles in the country, and only came to the capital now and then for the carnival or the opera, which was one of the best in Germany, or to pay their respects to the Elector. The Hanover of that day, after the model of the German medieval cities, was a town with walls and gates. The old town within the walls was composed of rough, narrow streets, and timbered gabled houses with high sloping roofs. Some of these old houses, such as LynneT's house, a sandstone building of the 17th century, still remain, and so do the old brick-marked Kirche, the Rathaus, and other quaint buildings characteristic of medieval Germany. They make it easy to conjure up the everyday life of the old Hanoverian burghers. Caroline found that Hanover was a more important place than Ansbach, and everything was on a larger scale. For instance, it possessed 3 palaces instead of 1. The small Alter Palais, since Sophia Dorothea's disgrace seldom used, the LynneT Schloss, a huge barrack of a palace on the banks of the Lenne, and last but not least Herrenhausen, about 2 miles without the walls, approached by a magnificent double avenue of limes. The grounds of Herrenhausen were designed in imitation of Versailles, and though the palace itself was plain and unpretending, the beauty of the place consisted in its great park, full of magnificent limes, elms, chestnuts and maples, and its garden, 120 acres in extent, laid out in the old French style with terraces, statues and fountains, and fenced about with a maze-like hedges of clipped hornbeam. The Electress Sophia loved Herrenhausen greatly, though since her widowhood she had been relegated to one wing of it by her son the Elector. He would not permit her any share in the government of the electorate, and she had therefore ample time to devote herself to her philosophic studies. But she also employed her active mind in looking after her English affairs, in which she was deeply interested. The fact that she was in the direct line of the English succession attracted to Herrenhausen many English people of note, and it became a rallying point of those who favoured the Hanoverian succession. The Electress Sophia was the widow of Ernest Augustus, the first Elector of Hanover. She was a great princess in every sense of the word, and with her husband had raised Hanover from a petty dukedom to the rank of an electorate. She was a great princess in every sense of the word, and with her husband had raised Hanover from a petty dukedom to the rank of an electorate. She was the granddaughter of King James I of England, the daughter of the Princess Elizabeth of England, Queen of Bohemia, the sister of Prince Rupert, who had fought for the royal cause throughout the Great Rebellion, the niece of Charles I, and first cousin to Charles II and to James II, the old king, who had lately died in exile at Saint-Germain. By Act of Parliament, the succession to the throne of England was vested in the Electress Sophia, and the heirs male of her body being Protestant, and according to this act, the only life between her and the British crown was that of the reigning Queen Anne, who was childless and in bad health. Sophia was inordinately proud of her English ancestry, and though she had never been to England, or had seen any of her English relatives since Charles II mounted the throne of his ancestors, she was much more English than German in her habits, tastes, and inclinations. She had unbounded admiration for her country, as she called it, and its people. She spoke the language perfectly, and kept herself well acquainted with events in England. She even tried to understand the English constitution, though here it must be admitted she was somewhat at fault. She had her mother's soaring ambition. "I care not when I die," she said, "if on my tomb it be written that I was Queen of England." In her immediate circle she loved to be called the Princess of Wales, though of course she had no right to the title, and she frequently spoke of herself by the designation which was afterwards inscribed upon her tomb, the Heiress of Great Britain. When Caroline came to Hanover, this wonderful old princess, though over 70 years of age, was in full possession of her physical and mental faculties. Her step was firm, her bearing erect, and there was scarcely a wrinkle on her face or a tooth out of her head. She read and corresponded widely, and spoke and wrote in 5 languages, each one perfectly. Notwithstanding her many sorrows, she had lost 4 sons and her dearly beloved daughter, vexations and deprivations, she maintained a cheerful and lively disposition, largely due to a perfect digestion, which even a course of solid German dinners, for she was a hearty eater and drinker, could not upset. One of her rules was never to eat or walk alone, and she imputed her sound health largely to her love of company and outdoor exercise. Like her illustrious descendant, Queen Victoria, she never passed a day without spending many hours in the open air. She sometimes drove, but more often walked for 2 or 3 hours in the gardens of Herrenhausen, pacing up and down the interminable paths and talking the whole time in French or English to her companions. In this way she gave audience to many Englishmen of note, from the great Marlborough downwards, and it is on record that she tired many of them out. Her eldest son, George Louis, later George I of England, who succeeded his father Ernest Augustus as Elector of Hanover in 1698, was in all respects different to his mother, who had inherited many characteristics of the Stuarts. He in no wise resembled them. He seemed to have harked back to some remote German ancestor, for while his father, Ernest Augustus, was a handsome, genial, pleasure-loving prince with a courtly air and a genius for intrigue, the Elector George was ungraceful in person and gesture, reserved and uncouth in speech, and coarse and unrefined in taste. He was profligate, and penurious even in his profligacy. Unlike his mother, he had no learning, and unlike his father, he had no manners. On the other hand, he was straightforward. He never told a lie, at least an unnecessary one. He had a horror of intrigue and double-dealing, and he had great personal courage, as he had proved on many a hard-fought field. His enemies said that he was devoid of human affection, but he had a sincere liking for his sister, Sophie Charlotte, Queen of Prussia, and a good deal of affection for his daughter, and what proved to be a lasting regard for his unlovely mistress, Ermengarda Melusina Schulenburg. The care he took that his son should make a love match also shows him to have possessed some heart, but few found this out. Most were repelled by his harsh manner. The Electress Sophia was not happy in her children. None of them ever showed the respect they ought to have done, writes her niece Elizabeth Charlotte, Duchess of Orleans. Of all her 7 children, only 3 were now living: George the Elector, who disliked her; Maximilian, a Jacobite and Roman Catholic, in exile and open rebellion against his brother; and Ernest Augustus, the youngest of them all. Of her grandson, George Augustus, we have already spoken, and he, too, frequently treated her with disrespect. There remained his sister, the Princess Sophia Dorothea, a young princess of beauty and promise, whose matrimonial prospects were engaging the attention of the old Electress. Such was the electoral family of Hanover, which Caroline had now joined. There was one other member of it, poor Sophia Dorothea of Celle, consort of the Elector, but she was thrust out of sight, divorced, disgraced, imprisoned, and now entering on the 11th year of her dreary captivity in the castle of Ahlden, some 20 miles from Hanover. Caroline had doubtless heard of the black business in the old LynneT Schloss that July night 1694, when Königsmarck mysteriously disappeared, coming from the princess's chamber, for the scandal had been discussed in every court in Europe. But there is nothing to show that she expressed any opinion on the guilt or innocence of her unhappy mother-in-law, whether she took her husband's view, who regarded his mother as the victim of the Elector's tyranny, or the view of the Electress Sophia, who could find no words bad enough to condemn her. Caroline was much too discreet to stir the embers of that old family feud, or to mention a name which was not so much as whispered at Herrenhausen. But one thing may be noted in her favour. She showed many courtesies to the imprisoned princess's mother, the aged Duchess of Celle, who, since her husband's death, had been forced to quit the castle of Celle and now lived in retirement in Wienhausen. The favour of George Augustus and Caroline protected the Duchess of Celle from open insult, but history is silent as to whether the Duchess attempted to act as a means of communication between them and her imprisoned daughter. Caroline's bright and refined presence was sorely needed at the Hanoverian court, which had changed for the worse since George had assumed the electoral diadem. Under the rule of the pleasure-loving Ernest Augustus and his cheerful spouse Sophia, their court had been one of the gayest in Germany, and splendid out of proportion to the importance of the electorate. The Elector George kept his court too. He maintained the opera and dined in public, after the manner of Louis XIV, but he was as penurious as Ernest Augustus had been extravagant, and he cut down every unnecessary penny. The Duchess of Orleans, who cordially disliked all the Hanoverian family except her aunt, the Electress Sophia, writes about this time, "It was not to be wondered at all that the gaiety that used to be at Hanover has departed. The Elector is so cold that he turns everything into ice. His father and uncle were not like him." This was a prejudiced view, for the court of Hanover, still gay, though its gaiety had lost in wit and gained in coarseness since the accession of Elector George. A sample of its pleasures is afforded in the following description, written by Leibnitz, of a fete given at Hanover a year or two before Caroline's marriage. The entertainment was modelled on Trimalcho's banquet, and suggests a parallel with the grossest pleasures of Nero and imperial Rome. Leibnitz writes, "A fete was given at this court recently, and presented the famous banquet described by Petronius. The part of our modern Trimalchio was played by the Margrave, and that of his wife Fortunata by Fräulein von Pollnitz, who managed everything as did Fortunata of old in the house of her Trimalchio. Couches were arranged around the table for the guests. The trophies displayed of Trimalchio's arms were composed of empty bottles, and there were very many devices recording his fine qualities, especially his courage and wit. As the guests entered the banqueting hall, a slave called out, 'Advance in order,' as in the ancient time, and they took their places on the couches set apart for them. Eumolpus, Mauro, recited verses in praise of the great Trimalchio, who presently arrived carried on a litter, and preceded by a chorus of singers and musicians, including huntsmen blowing horns, drummers and slaves, all making a great noise. As the procession advanced, Trimalchio's praises were sung after the following fashion. À la cour comme à l'armée, on connaît se reconnaît. Il ne craint point les batailles, ni de Bakou, ni de Mars." After the procession had made several turns around the hall, Trimalchio was placed on his couch, and began to eat and drink, cordially inviting his guests to follow his example. His chief carver was called Monsieur Coupé, so that, calling out Coupé, he could name him, and at the same time command him to carve, like the carver Carpus in Petronius, to whom his master called Carpe, which means much the same as Coupé. In imitation, too, a peahen was brought in sitting on her nest full of eggs, which Trimalchio first declared were half-hatched, but on examination proved to contain delicious ortolans. Little children carried in pies, and birds flew out of them, and were caught again by the fowlers. An ass was led in bearing a load of olives. Several other extraordinary dishes enlivened the banquet and surprised the spectators. Everything was copied strictly from the Roman original. There was even a charger with viands representing the 12 signs of the zodiac, and Trimalchio gave utterance to some very amusing astrology. Fortunata had to be called several times before she would sit down to table. Everything depended on her. Trimalchio, being in an erudite mood, had the catalogue of his burlesque library brought to him, and as the names of the books were read out, he quoted the finest passages and criticised them. The only wine was Falerno, and Trimalchio, who naturally preferred Hungarian to any other, controlled himself out of respect to his guests. It is true, as regards his personal necessities, he put no constraint upon himself. Finally, after moralising on happiness and the vanity of things in general, he sent for his will and read it aloud. In it he left orders how he was to be buried, and what monument was to be erected to his memory. He also announced what legacies he would leave, some of them very funny, and he freed his slaves, who during the reading of the will were grimacing and howling in lamentable fashion. During the banquet he granted full liberty to Bacchus, pretending to be proud of having even the gods in his power. Some of the slaves donned caps, the sign of liberty. When their master drank, these same slaves imitated the noise of the cannon, or rather of Jove's thunder. But in the midst of these festivities, the goddess of discord cast down her apple. A quarrel forthwith arose between Trimalchio and Fortunata, whereupon he threw a goblet at her head, and there ensued a battle royal. At last peace was restored, and everything ended harmoniously. The procession, with the singers, dancers, horns, trumpets, and other instruments of music, closed the banquet as it has been opened. And to say nothing of Fortunata, Trimalchio certainly surpassed himself. The fact that such a revel as this could take place under princely patronage shows the grossness of the age in general, and Hanover in particular. But a good deal of the coarseness at the Hanoverian court was due to the fact that it was, at this time, reigned over by mistresses who had not the saving grace of refinement. The Electress Sophia was old, and her taste for court entertainment had dulled, and even if it had not, the Elector was too jealous to permit her to take the lead. His daughter, Sophia Dorothea, was too young to have any influence. The advent of the Electoral Princess supplied the elements that were lacking, beauty and grace, and a sense of personal dignity and virtue. Caroline was in every way fitted to queen it over a much larger court than Hanover. Like her adopted mother, the Queen of Prussia, Caroline's intellect was lofty, and scorned as paltry many of the things in which the princesses of her time were most interested. The minutiae of court etiquette, scandal, dress, needlework, and display did not appeal to her. Some of these things were all very well as a means to an end, but with Caroline emphatically they were not the end. Her natural inclination was all towards serious things. Politics and the love of power were with her a passion. She had little opportunity of indulging her taste in this respect at Hanover, for the Elector gave no woman a chance of meddling in politics at his court, and her husband, the electoral prince, professed to be of the same mind. So Caroline had for years to conceal the qualities which later made her a stateswoman, and the consummate skill with which she did so proved to be an actress and diplomatist of no mean order. She had more liberty to follow her literary and philosophical bent, for both the Elector and his son hated books, were indifferent to religion, and treated philosophers and their theories with open contempt. These questions were all very well for women and bookmen, but they could not be expected to occupy their lofty minds with such trifles. Caroline, therefore, and the Electress Sophia, who was even more learned than her daughter-in-law, were able to indulge their tastes in this respect with comparative freedom, and they enjoyed many hours discussing philosophy with Leibniz or arguing on religious questions with learned divines. They kept themselves well abreast of the intellectual thought of the time, and even tried in some small way to hold reunions at Herrenhausen after the model of those at Charlottenburg. But in this Caroline had to exercise a good deal of discretion, for her husband, like the Elector, though grossly illiterate, was jealous lest his wife's learning should be seen to be superior to his own. Much of Caroline's reading had to be done in secret, and the discussions in which she delighted were carried on in the privacy of the Electress Sophia's apartments. Within the first few years of her marriage, Caroline found that she had need of all her philosophy, natural or acquired, whether derived from Leibniz or inherent in herself, to accommodate herself to the whims and humours of her fantastic little husband. She quickly discovered the faults and foibles of his character. She was soon made aware of his meanness, his shallowness and his petty vanity, of his absurd love of boasting, his fitful and choleric temper, and his incontinence. George Augustus had inherited the bad qualities of both of his parents, and the good qualities of neither, for he had not his father's straightforwardness, nor his mother's generous impulses. He was a contemptible character, but his wife never manifested any contempt for him. Her conduct, indeed, was a model of all that a wife's should be, from the man's point of view. The little prince would rail at her, contradict her, snub her, dash his wig on the ground, strut up and down the room, red and angry, shouting at the top of his voice. But unlike her mother-in-law, Sophie Dorothea, Caroline never answered her husband. She was always submissive, always dutiful, always the patient Griselda. The result justified her wisdom. George Augustus became genuinely attached to his wife, and she preserved his affection and kept her influence over him. Shortly after her marriage, she was attacked by smallpox. It did not seriously impair her beauty, but for many days her life was in danger. Her husband was beside himself with anxiety. He never left her chamber day or night, and caught the disease from her, thus risking his life for hers. Caroline never forgot this proof of his devotion. She was shrewd enough to see from the beginning that so many wives in equal or less exalted positions failed to see, that her interests and her husband's interests were identical, and that as he prospered, she would prosper with him, and on the other hand, everything which hurt him or his prospects would react on her too. She realized that she could only reach worldly greatness through him, and ambition colored all her life. The role of the injured wife would do her no good, either in her husband's eyes or those of the world, so she never played the part, though in all truth he gave her cause enough. Her life was witness of the love she bore for him, a love that was quite unaccountable. From the first moment of her married life to the last, she was absolutely devoted to him. His friends were her friends, and his enemies were her enemies. Caroline was soon called upon to take sides in the quarrel between the Electoral Prince and the Elector, which, as the years went by, became intensified in bitterness. As to the origin of this unnatural feud, it is impossible to speak with certainty. Some have found it in the elder George's cruel treatment of his wife, Sophie Dorothea, which the son had said to have strongly resented. This may be partly true, for though the young prince was only a boy when his mother was first imprisoned, he was old enough to have loved her, and he had sufficient understanding to sympathize with her wrongs, as her daughter did. Besides, he often visited his maternal grandparents at Celle, and though the old duke was neutral, the duchess warmly espoused her daughter's cause and hated George Louis and his mother Sophia, who were her worst enemies. She may have instilled some of these sentiments into her grandson, for his treatment of his grandmother, the Electress Sophia, left much to be desired, though she was devoted to him, and always ready to plot with him against his father. All these currents of emotion and cross-currents of jealousy and hatred were in full flood at the Hanoverian court when Caroline arrived there, and she must have found it exceedingly difficult to steer a straight course among them. She at once decided to throw in her lot with her husband, and to make his cause hers. She soon, therefore, came to be viewed with disfavour by her father-in-law. In all matters, except those which militated against her husband's interests, Caroline endeavoured to please the Elector. George openly maintained 3 mistresses, and he expected that the Electoral princess should receive them and treat them with courtesy. Caroline raised no difficulties on this score, and made the best of the peculiar circumstances she found around her. The subject is not a pleasant one, but it is impossible to give a true picture of the Hanoverian court and ignore the existence of these women, for they influenced considerably the trend of affairs, and occupied positions only second to the princesses of the electoral family. Of the Elector's favourites, Ermengarda Melusina Schulenburg was the oldest and most accredited. She was descended from the elder branch of the ancient but impoverished House of Schulenburg. Her father had held high office in the court of Berlin. Her brother found a similar place in the service of the Venetian Republic. Melusina, having no dower and no great charm, except her youth, made her way to Hanover about 1690, in the hope of improving her fortunes, honourably or dishonourably, as chance offered. Melusina attracted the attention of George Louis, Prince of Hanover, as he was then called. He made her an allowance, procured for her a post at court as maid of honour, save the mark, to his mother, the Electress Sophia. Schulenburg's appearance was the signal for furious quarrels between George Louis and his unhappy consort, who, though she detested her husband, was jealous of his amours. But her protests were useless, and only served to irritate the situation. After Sophie Dorothea's divorce, Schulenburg lived with George Louis, to all intents and purposes, as his wife, and when he succeeded to the electorate, her position became the more influential. It is not easy to understand how she maintained her sway. It was certainly not by her person. She was very tall, and in her youth had some good looks of the passive German type. But as the years went by, she lost the few pretexts of beauty that she had possessed. Her figure became extremely thin. In consequence of a smallpox, she lost all her hair, and was not only marked on the face, but wore an ugly wig. She sought to mend these defects by painting and ruddying her face, which only made them worse. Her taste in dress was atrocious. Schulenburg was a stupid woman, with a narrow range of vision, and her dominant passion was avarice. But she was undoubtedly attached to her protector, and remained faithful to him. Not that anyone ever tempted her fidelity. She had an equable temper, and she was no mischief-maker. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu says of her, "She was so much of his, George's, own temper, that I do not wonder at the engagement between them. She was duller than himself, and consequently did not find out that he was so." As the years went by, Schulenburg's ascendancy was threatened by another and even less attractive lady, Kielmansegge, née Platten, whom the Elector had elevated to a similar position. Her mother, the Countess Platten, wife of the Prime Minister, had been for years mistress of his father, Ernest Augustus. She had destined her daughter for a similar position, but at first it seemed that her plans were foiled by the young Countess contracting a passion for the son of a Hamburg merchant named Kielmansegge, whom she married under circumstances that gave rise to a scandal. After her mother's death, she separated from her husband, returned to Hanover, and gave herself up to pleasure. She was exceedingly extravagant in her personal tastes, and soon squandered the sum of £40,000 left her by her mother. She was of a sociable disposition, and having many admirers, was not disposed to be unkind to any. George Augustus, who hated her, declared that she intrigued with every man in Hanover, and this being reported to her, she sought an audience of the Electoral princess, and denied the imputation, producing, as a proof of her virtue, a certificate of moral character signed by her husband, whom she had now deserted. Caroline laughed, and told her it was indeed a bad reputation which rendered such a certificate necessary. Kielmansegge was clever and a good conversationalist, and she maintained her somewhat precarious hold over the Elector by amusing him. She had more wit and cunning than Schulenburg, but her morals were worse, and her appearance was equally unattractive, though in another way. Her wig was black, where Schulenburg's was red, and she was of enormous and unwieldy bulk, whereas Schulenburg was lean to emaciation. Schulenburg had to heighten her charms by rouge. Kielmansegge, on the other hand, was naturally so highly coloured that she sought to tone down her complexion by copious dressings of powder. The effect in either case was equally unlovely. The Electress Sophia mocked at them both, and had nicknames for them both. Schulenburg she called the tall Malkin, and used to ask the courtiers what her son could see in her. Kielmansegge she dubbed the fat hen. There remained yet another of these ladies, the beautiful Countess Platten, a sister-in-law of Madame Kielmansegge, and wife of Count Platten the younger. The family of Platten seemed to have formed a sort of hereditary hierarchy of shame. When the young countess first appeared at court after her marriage, in the height of her beauty, the Elector took little notice of her, and as the Elector's favour was counted a great honour among the Hanoverian ladies, Countess Platten was deeply mortified at this ignoring of her charms. She determined on a bold stroke of policy. She sought an audience of His Highness, and with tears in her eyes besought him not to treat her so rudely. The astonished Elector declared that he was ignorant of having done anything of the kind, and added gallantly that she was the most beautiful woman at his court. "If that be true, sir," replied the Countess, weeping, "why do you pass all your time with Schulenburg? Why, I hardly received the honour of a glance from you." The gallant George promised to mend his manners, and soon came to visit her so frequently that her husband, objecting to the intimacy, separated from her, and left her wholly to the Elector. The Countess Platten was the best loved of all the Elector's favourites, but like Kielmansegge, she was not faithful to him. Among the Englishmen who came to Hanover about this time, there was the younger Craggs, son of James Craggs, a Whig place-hunter of the baser sort. According to Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, the elder Craggs had been at one time footman to the Duchess of Norfolk, and was employed by her in an intrigue she had with King James II. He acquitted himself with so much secrecy and discretion that the Duchess recommended him to the Duke of Marlborough, who employed him for purposes of political and other intrigues. Thus, by trading on the secrets of the great and wealthy, Craggs at length acquired a fortune and entered Parliament. His son, James Craggs, was an exceedingly strong, good-looking youth, with great assurance and easy manners, and though Lady Mary declares that there was a coarseness in his face and shape that had more the air of a porter than a gentleman. But coarseness was no drawback at the Court of Hanover, and the Countess Platten soon became enamoured of the well-favoured young Englishman, and introduced him to the notice of the Elector, who, ignorant or careless of the intrigue, showed him a good deal of favour, and promised him a good appointment if ever he became King of England. George amply redeemed the promise later, and young Craggs was one of the few Englishmen admitted to his private circle. Since the passing of the Act of Succession in 1700 under King William, and Lord Macclesfield's mission to Hanover in 1701, when he presented a copy of the Act to the Electress Sophia, and since the recognition by Anne of the status quo on her accession in 1702, the English prospects of the electoral family had sensibly improved, and the Hanoverian succession had quitted the region of abstract theories to enter the realm of practical politics. The time-servers in England showed their sensible appreciation of this by turning their attention from Saint-Germain to Hanover. Marlborough, the arch-time-server of them all, was at Hanover at the end of 1704, and Prince Ernest Augustus, the youngest son of the Electress Sophia, had fought under him in one of his campaigns. Marlborough was said to at one time to have entertained the project of marrying his third daughter to the electoral prince, as a return for his powerful aid to the electoral family, but the scheme fell through, if it were ever seriously considered. It might have been, for Marlborough's support was very valuable. Party feeling ran very high in England, and there was a strong Jacobite faction, which heavily discounted the prospects of the Hanoverian succession. At the beginning of her reign, Anne, apprehensive that the Jacobites might become too powerful and shake her position on the throne, to which her title was none too sure, leant, or appeared to lean, in the direction of Hanover. The question was complicated too by the fact that the Scottish Parliament had rejected the bill for the Hanoverian succession with every mark of contempt, and passed a measure which seemed to settle the succession of the Scottish crown upon the Duke of Hamilton. At least it excluded the House of Hanover as aliens, and for a time there was the anomaly that though the Electress Sophia might have succeeded to the throne of England, she could not have won the crown of Scotland, and the kingdoms would again have become divided. It was largely to end these complications that the Act of Union between England and Scotland was brought forward, and one of its most important clauses was that the succession to the crown of Scotland, like that of England, should be vested in the Electress Sophia and her heirs being Protestant, a clause which was hotly debated. An act was also passed to naturalise the electoral family. Elated by these successes, the next move of the Whigs was to suggest to the Electress Sophia that she should come to England on a visit, in order that the people might see the heiress of Great Britain, and so strengthen their affection to her person. If she could not come, they suggested that her son or her grandson should take her place. The Electress Sophia would gladly have visited England with the Electoral Prince and the Electoral Princess, but she was far too shrewd to make the journey at the bidding of a faction, and while expressing her willingness, she stipulated that the invitation must come from the Queen herself. That invitation was never given, for Anne had a positive horror of seeing her Hanoverian successors in England during her lifetime. She declared that their presence would be like exposing her coffin to her view before she was dead. The electoral family were very well to use as pawns to check the moves of Jacobites, but to see them in London would be more unpleasant to her than the arrival of James himself. The Whigs, despite the Queen's opposition, were determined to bring them over if possible, and they talked of giving the old Electress, should she come, an escort into London of 50,000 men as a warning to the Queen, whose leanings towards her brother they suspected, not to play fast and loose with the Protestant succession. The Whig agent at Hanover was instructed to sound the Elector, but to his credit, be it said, George would have nothing whatever to do with the scheme. He hated intrigues of all kinds, and cared very little about the English succession, except as an influence to help his beloved electorate. He felt that he could never be sure of England, and he was too practical to miss the substance for the shadow. Hanover was certainly a substantial possession. It became the fashion later in England to deride it as an unimportant electorate, and George as a petty German prince. But for years before George I ascended the throne of England, Hanover had gradually increased in influence, and was a factor to be reckoned with in the great political issues of Western and Northern Europe. William of Orange recognised its importance, Louis XIV made frequent overtures to it, and the Emperor sought to conciliate it. By the death of his uncle, the Duke of Celle, George became the ruler of all the Brunswick-Luneburg dominions, and gained considerably in wealth and influence. He had not his mother's ambition, and he was loath to imperil his prosperous and loyal electorate, an assured position for an insecure title to a throne beset with dangers and difficulties. He shared with Europe the belief that the English were a fickle and revolutionary people. Within living memory, they had risen in rebellion, beheaded their king, and established a republic. Then they had forsaken the republic and restored the monarchy. In the following reign, they had had a revolution, driven their king into exile, bought over a Dutch prince to reign over them. Undoubtedly they were not to be trusted, and what they might do in the future no one could say. At the time of Caroline's marriage, the English prospects of the Electoral family were bright, though the visit to England was for the moment postponed, Anne was compelled to temporise, for the Whigs carried everything before them. Poley, the English envoy, was recalled, and Howe, who was in favour with the Whigs, was sent over to Hanover in his place. The electress was given to think that the invitations would shortly come, and Caroline thought the same. All things English were in high favour at Hanover at the time. Howe celebrated the Queen's birthday by a dance, which was honoured not only by George Augustus and Caroline, but by the Electress Sophia. Howe writes, "The Queen's birthday happening to be upon the Wednesday, I thought it proper to keep it the next day, and accordingly I invited 10 or 12 couples of young people to dance at night. The Electoral Prince and Princess, with the Margrave, her brother, and the young Princess of Hanover, hearing of it, told me the night before that they would come and dance. Half an hour before the ball begun, they brought me word that the Electress was also coming. The Electress gave the Queen's health at supper and stayed till 2 o'clock. The same year, the bells at Hanover rang out to celebrate the wedding of Princess Sophie Dorothea with her first cousin Frederick William, Crown Prince of Prussia. This marriage was one after the Electress Sophia's own heart, and it at once gratified her ambition and appealed to her affections. The young princess had a good deal of beauty, an equable temper, and a fair share of the family's obstinacy. She had something of her mother's charm, but not much of her grandmother's commanding intellect. The Electress Sophia had busied herself for some time with matrimonial schemes on Sophie Dorothea's part. There had been a project for marrying her to the King of Sweden, but it fell through, and though it had been known for a long time that Frederick William loved his pretty Hanoverian cousin, there were obstacles in the way, notably the opposition of the King of Prussia, who had no desire to draw the bonds between Prussia and Hanover any closer. He was angry at having been outwitted in the matter of the Electoral Prince's marriage to the Princess of Ansbach. After the Queen of Prussia's death, the king busied himself to find a suitable bride for his son, but Frederick William rejected one matrimonial project after another, and obstinately declared that he would wed his cousin, Sophie Dorothea, and none other. Knowing the violence of his temper, and the impossibility of reasoning with him, his father had to give way, which he did with the better grace as he was anxious to secure the future of the dynasty. The marriage was celebrated at Hanover in 1706. The King of Prussia seized the opportunity to gratify his love of pageantry, and festivities were prolonged for many days. They were graced too by the presence of a special embassy from England, with Lords Halifax and Dorset at its head. Queen Anne had been compelled by the Whig administration to send them over to Hanover to present the Electress Sophia a copy of the recent Act of Parliament naturalising the electoral family in England. The mission was a very welcome one to the old Electress. She gave the English lords a formal audience at Herrenhausen, when, after delivering his credentials, Lord Halifax proceeded to address her in a set speech. In the middle of the address, the Electress started up from her chair, and backing to the wall remained fixed against it until the ceremony ended. Lord Halifax was much mystified by this unusual proceeding, and eventually discovered that the Electress had in her room a portrait of her cousin, James, her rival to the throne. She suddenly remembered that it was there, and fearing the Whig lords, Halifax was a noted Whig leader, would suspect her of Jacobitism if they saw it, she adopted this means of hiding it. It was the fashion amongst the Whigs to call James the Pretender, and to pretend to doubt his legitimacy, but the Electress Sophia knew that he was truly the son of James II, as George was her own, and though she was eager to wear the crown of England, she would not stoop to such subterfuge to gain it, preferring to base her claim on her broader and surer ground of the will of the people and interests of the Protestant religion. Lord Halifax was accompanied on this mission by Sir John Vanbrugh, in his official capacity as Clarenceux King of Arms, who invested the Electoral Prince with the insignia of the Garter. Another and more famous Englishman, Joseph Addison, came with Halifax as secretary to the mission. It was on this occasion Addison first saw Caroline, his future benefactress, and he expressed himself enthusiastically concerning her beauty and talents. The presence of the English mission added in no small degree to the brilliance of the wedding festivities, which, after tedious ceremonial, at last came to an end, and the bride and bridegroom departed for Berlin. It was not a peaceful domestic outlook for Sophie Dorothea, nor did it prove so, but she and her husband were sincerely attached to one another, and despite many violent quarrels and much provocation on either side, they managed to live together until their union was broken by death. 7 years after his marriage, by the death of his father, Frederick William ascended the throne, and Sophie Dorothea became the second Queen of Prussia. But what will cause her name to be remembered throughout all generations is that she was the mother of Frederick the Great. End of Chapter 4. Read by Nick Johnson in Milwaukee on October the 12th, 2023.
Section 5 of Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1, by William Henry Wilkins. The Heiress of Great Britain, 1706 to 1713. Queen Anne's invitation to the electoral family still tarried in the coming. Meanwhile, the old Electress, despite her assurances to the Queen, was listening to the suggestions put forward by the English Whigs through their emissaries in Hanover. Her favorite plan was that though she herself, as heiress to the throne, could not visit England without an express invitation from the Queen, yet the Electoral Prince and Caroline might do so. She seems thus to have prompted her grandson to court popularity with the English at the expense of his father. The Elector placed little faith in Queen Anne, who he considered was merely playing him off against her brother James. he had soon an opportunity of showing his displeasure publicly. An important event took place in the Electoral family, which had a direct bearing upon the English succession. Caroline, on February 5, 1707, more than a year after her marriage, gave birth to the much-wished-for son and heir. Howe, the English envoy, writes, "This court having for some time past almost despaired of the Princess Electoral being brought to bed, and most people apprehensive that her bigness, which has continued for so long, was rather an effect of a distemper than that she was with child, her Highness was taken ill last Friday at dinner, and last night, about 7 o'clock, the Countess d'Eck, her lady of the bedchamber, sent me word that the princess was delivered of a son." Footnote: Howe's Despatch, Hanover, 5th February, 1707. The son now born was Frederick Lewis, later Prince of Wales, the father of George III. End footnote. Considering that, according to Act of Parliament, the infant now born was in the direct line of succession to the English crown, it was extraordinary that the English envoy should not have been present at the birth, or the event notified to him with proper ceremony. The more extraordinary when it is remembered that this was an age much given to inventing fables about the births of princes, and the lie that a surreptitious child had been introduced into the Queen Mary Beatrice's bedchamber in a warming pan was largely relied upon by the Whigs to upset the Stuart dynasty. This was not the only affront which the Elector put upon Queen Anne's representative. The infant prince was christened a few days later in the princess's bedchamber, and given the name of Frederick Lewis. The Electress Sophia was present at the ceremony, but no invitation was sent to the English envoy, nor was he allowed to see either the princess or the infant until 10 days later, and he writes home that he considers such proceedings unaccountable. After repeated representations, he was admitted to the princess's chamber, and writing home he mentions the fact, and says that he found the women all admiring the largeness and strength of the child. That these proceedings were directly due to the Elector may be gathered from the English envoy's next dispatch, which also shows that thus early there was bad feeling between the father and the son. "Being at court," he writes, "the other day the Prince Electoral took me away from the rest of the company, and making great professions of duty to the Queen, he desired me that I would represent all things favorably on his side, and he was not the cause that matters were arranged at the princess's lying in and the christening of the child with so little respect to the Queen, and so little regard to England. For my part, I have taken no notice of it to any of them, but I think the whole proceeding has been very extraordinary. Wherever the fault is, I won't pretend to judge." Footnote: Howe's Dispatch, Hanover, 25th February, 1707. End footnote. There is little doubt that the Elector George had learned of the Electress Sophia's and his son's intrigues, and had determined to show his independence and his indifference to the English succession in this manner. He might have been more polite without any sacrifice of principle, but Queen Anne had to swallow the affront, and after the birth of Prince Frederick she was forced to create Prince George Augustus, Baron Tewkesbury, Viscount Northallerton, Earl of Milford Haven, Marquis and Duke of Cambridge, and to give him precedence over the whole peerage. The patent of the dukedom was sent over to the English envoy at Hanover, with instructions that he was to deliver it with ceremony. The Whigs had, however, reckoned without the Elector, who was jealous of these English honors to his son, and regarded them as a proof of his mother's desire to oust him from the succession. When Howe notified to the Elector that the patent had arrived, and asked for an opportunity to deliver it in due form, the Elector did not condescend to reply, but sent his footman to bring it to the palace. The envoy very properly refused to deliver the Queen's patent to such a messenger, and explained with some indignation that it was the highest gift the Queen had to bestow. To this representation no answer was returned, and Howe writes home complaining of the delay and disrespect with which the Queen's gift was treated, and states that though he pressed repeatedly for a public audience, the ministers could not decide upon giving him one, and he adds, "They would have me think it is the elector's jealousy of the prince that would have it otherwise. The electress is much concerned." Footnote: Howe's Dispatch, Hanover, 11th March, 1707. End footnote. This difficulty continued for some time, but it was finally got over by the Electoral Prince receiving the patent privately from the English envoy, and the Prince, on the occasion of its presentation, made many expressions of duty and gratitude for the great honor and favor the Queen had been pleased to show him. He also made many excuses, and desired me to represent that it was not his fault the receiving of the patent was not performed in the most respectful manner. Footnote: Howe's Dispatch, Hanover, 11th March, 1707. End footnote. Anne again had to ignore the elector's affront, though she did not hesitate to quote it to the Whigs as an additional reason why she should not invite any member of the Hanoverian family to England, and, by way of marking her displeasure in a diplomatic manner, she recalled Howe and replaced him with d'Alais, who was in every way his predecessor's inferior. He could not speak or write the English language, and was the less likely to have any direct communication with the disaffected in England. Still, Anne was compelled to disguise her dislike, and when Caroline gave birth to a daughter, footnote: Anne, born in 1709, she was afterwards Princess Royal of England, and married in 1733 the Prince of Orange. End footnote. The Queen became godmother to the infant, who was named after her, though she contrived to distill a drop of bitterness into the cup by nominating the Duchess of Celle, who was hated by the Electress Sophia, to act as her proxy. Though the Queen was successful, now on one pretext, now on another, in preventing the arrival of any member of the electoral family in England, the fact remained that the Hanoverian succession was the law of the land, and the Queen's bad health made it likely that in all human probability that succession would not long be delayed. These considerations led many eminent Englishmen to cultivate good relations with the Court of Hanover, and caused many well-born adventurers, too, who had not been particularly successful at home, to journey to Herrenhausen with the object of ingratiating themselves with the electoral family against the time when they should come into their kingdom. Among these worldly pilgrims were the Howards, husband and wife. Henrietta Howard was the eldest daughter of a Norfolk baronet, Sir Henry Hobart, and had married, when quite young, Henry Howard, third son of the Earl of Suffolk, a spendthrift who possessed no patrimony, and probably married her because of her fortune of £6,000, a fair portion for a woman in that day. £4,000 of this sum was settled on Mrs. Howard, the rest her husband quickly got rid of. He was a good-looking young fellow, but dissipated and drunken, with no principles and a violent temper. It soon became evident that he and his wife could not afford to live in England as befitted their station, and Howard's character was so well known that he could not obtain any appointment at home. They therefore resolved to repair to Hanover, where living was much cheaper than in England, and throw in their fortunes with the electoral family. Mrs. Howard, at the time of her arrival in Hanover, had pretensions to beauty. She was of medium height and a good figure, with pretty features and a pleasing expression. Her greatest beauty was her abundant light brown hair, as fine as spun silk. This she is said to have sacrificed, either to pay the expenses of the journey or to defray the cost of a dinner the Howards gave to certain influential Hanoverians after their arrival. They were often in great straits for money, even at Hanover. They took lodgings in the town and duly paid their court to the heiress of Great Britain at Herrenhausen. The Electress Sophia was delighted with Mrs. Howard. She was English and well-born, which constituted a sure passport to her favor. She was pleasant and amiable, and though not the prodigy of intellect some of her admirers subsequently declared her to be, she was well informed and well read, much more so than the Hanoverian ladies. She soon became a welcome guest in the apartments of the Electress Sophia and the Electoral Princess, where she could even simulate an interest in the philosophy of Leibniz. Mrs. Howard possessed in a consummate degree the artfulness which goes to make a successful courtier, and she knew exactly how far flattery should go. Footnote: Vide Swift's character of Mrs. Howard, Suffolk Correspondence. End footnote. Caroline grew to like her, and appointed her one of her dames du palais. She found in Mrs. Howard a companion naturally refined in speech and conduct, and thus a welcome change to the coarseness of many of the Hanoverian ladies. But the Howards had not come all the way to Hanover to figure at the coteries of the Electress and the Electoral Princess. They sought more substantial rewards, and these they knew rested with the princes, rather than the princesses of the electoral house. George Augustus, whose vanity led him to desire a reputation for gallantry, which had mainly rested on hearsay, was early attracted to Mrs. Howard, and before long spent many hours in her society. The acquaintance soon ripened into intimacy, and the lady found herself not only the servant of the electoral princess, but also the friend of the electoral prince. If we bear in mind the laxity of the manners and morals of courts in general at this time, and the Hanoverian court in particular, it is puerile to regard this intimacy as platonic, as some have described it. George Augustus was not of a nature to appreciate intellectual friendship between man and woman, and such friendships were not understood at the Court of Hanover, where Mrs. Howard, though not occupying the position of accredited mistress to the electoral prince, as Schulenburg did to the elector, for she would probably have objected to such publicity, came to be universally so regarded. The fact that, despite her intimacy with George Augustus, she continued to be received by the Electress Sophia, and was still admitted to the society of the electoral princess, goes for nothing. Both princesses were women of the world, and both had been reared in courts not conspicuous for their morality. The Electress Sophia had for years tolerated, nay, more, had recognized and received the Countess Platen as the mistress of her husband, the late elector, and Schulenburg as the mistress of her son, the present elector. Her daughter, Sophie Charlotte, had followed the same policy towards the mistress of her husband, the King of Prussia, and Caroline, who had spent her childhood in the corrupt court of Dresden, her girlhood at Berlin, and had married into the family of Hanover, was not likely to take a different line. If she had been tempted to do so, she had the fate of her unhappy mother-in-law before her eyes, who, largely in consequence of her lack of complaisance, was now dragging out her life in dreary Alden. At Hanover, even the court chaplain would probably have found excuses for these irregularities. He would have pleaded that the princes were not like other men, and as they were obliged to make marriages of policy, they were not amenable to the laws that govern meaner mortals. Caroline's was not wholly a marriage of policy. There is abundant evidence to prove that she was attached to her husband, and he, so far as it was in his nature to be so, was devoted to her. But he must have been very tiresome sometimes, with his boasting and strutting, his silly vanity and absurd stories, his outbursts of temper, and his utter inability to understand or sympathize with the higher side of her nature, and she was doubtless glad when he transferred some of his society to Mrs. Howard, provided always that Mrs. Howard kept her place. To do Mrs. Howard justice, she showed no desire to vaunt herself or take advantage of the intimacy. She must indeed have been content with very small things, for the Electoral Prince, like his father, was mean. But had he been generous, he had at this time neither money to give nor patronage to bestow. The rewards were all in the future. The Electress Sophia was pleased rather than otherwise with her grandson's intimacy with Mrs. Howard. "It will improve his English," she is reported to have said. Regarding such affairs as inevitable, she thought he could not have chosen better than this lady, who had a complacent husband, and whose conduct to the world was a model of propriety verging on prudishness. Caroline, at any rate, accepted the situation with philosophy. She knew her husband's weaknesses and made allowance for them. She had greater things to occupy her mind than his domestic irregularities, for, though outwardly indifferent to the English succession, she was in reality keenly concerned about it. She did not dare to show her interest too prominently, for the Electoral Prince had his own views on the subservience of women generally, and wives in particular, and was jealous of his wife taking any public part in politics, lest it should be said that she governed him, as in fact she did. To better qualify herself for future position, Caroline took into her service a girl from England, but born in Hanover, named Brandschogen, who read and talked English with her daily. It is a pity that she did not engage a native-born Englishwoman while she was about it, as such a teacher might have corrected the future Queen's English, which was impaired by a marked German accent until the end of her life. Queen Anne showed her interest in Caroline, or at least her knowledge of her existence, by frequently sending her compliments through the English envoy, and, a little tardily, she sent over a present to Hanover for her godchild, the Princess Anne, and a letter full of good wishes. Within the next few years, Caroline gave birth to 2 more daughters, Amelia and Caroline. Footnote: Princess Amelia was born in 1710, Princess Caroline in 1713. They both died unmarried. End footnote. The Queen of England sent neither gifts nor letters on the occasion of their birth, nor took any notice of them, for the state of political parties had now changed in England, and with the change the need of conciliating the Hanoverian family had receded into the background. The popular feeling expressed at the time of Sacheverell's trial had shown the Queen that the nation was weary of the Whigs, and when the new Parliament met in November 1710, it was found that the Tory party largely predominated, and sweeping changes were made in the ministry. Harley, Earl of Oxford, became Lord Treasurer, and stood highest in the Queen's confidence. St. John, shortly afterwards created Viscount Bolingbroke, became Secretary of State, and the Duke of Ormond, a noted Jacobite, was appointed to the Lord Lieutenancy of Ireland. Anne had broken at last with the imperious Duchess of Marlborough, and had taken a new favourite, one Abigail Hill, afterwards Lady Masham, whose interest was all for the Tories. Marlborough still retained command of the army, but resigned all the places held by his duchess, and absented himself from court. It is difficult to follow Anne's mind at this time, or the tortuous policy of her ministers with regard to the Hanoverian succession, since one act contradicted another, and one utterance was at variance with the next. There must have been some hard lying on both sides, and there was certainly no standard of political honor, morality, or truth. The Queen's health was bad and her life uncertain, and the policy of most of her ministers was dictated by the wish to stand well with both claimants to the throne, so that they might be on the safe side whatever happened. Such, at least, was the policy of Oxford, who was personally in favor of the Hanoverian succession, yet corresponded with Marshal Berwick for the restoration of the Stuart dynasty, on condition of Anne retaining the crown for life, and due security being given for religious and political freedom. Marlborough, on the other hand, while corresponding with St. Germain's, did not scruple to approach the Electress Sophia with assurances of absolute devotion, and to denounce Oxford and Bolingbroke as traitors, desirous of placing James on the throne of England. Marlborough frequently visited Hanover, and in return for his support, and also because he favored the continuance of the war between the Allies and France, the Elector upheld Marlborough's command of the English army in Flanders. England, however, was weary of the war, which had been dragging on for years, and had cost her thousands of men and millions of money, without her having any direct interest in it, however advantageous its prosecution might be to the Elector of Hanover and others. The Tory ministry, upon reflection, determined to withdraw England from the Allies, and to make peace with France, partly, no doubt, because this policy would be the means of breaking the power of Marlborough. The death of the Emperor Joseph, which occurred in 1711, furnished an excuse for England to reconsider her position and to begin negotiations for peace. Queen Anne addressed a personal letter to the Electress Sophia and sent it by Lord Rivers, praying her to use her influence to promote the peace of Europe. But the Electress was much hurt by the Queen's behavior, and the fact that, after all these years of effort, neither she nor any member of her house had yet been invited to England, and she replied very coldly. The interests of Hanover were all in favor of the prosecution of the war, and of England continuing her share, or more than her share, of the burden. So the Elector departed from his usual policy of abstention in English affairs to oppose both the Queen and her ministers. He even went so far as to instruct his envoy, Bothmar, who had come over to London with Marlborough, to present a memorial against the peace. This was regarded as an unwarrantable interference on the part of a foreign prince with English affairs, and both the Queen and the House of Commons were extremely indignant. The House of Lords, which had a Whig majority, supported Marlborough and the Elector, but the Queen, to overcome their opposition, created 12 new peers, and, supported by popular feeling, triumphed all along the line. Bothmar was denounced by Bolingbroke as a most inveterate party man, and the Queen insisted on his recall. Marlborough was dismissed from all his employments and retired to Antwerp in disgrace. England withdrew from the Allies, and the Peace of Utrecht was signed after protracted negotiations on March 31st, 1713. There is no need to enter here into the question of its merits or demerits. It will suffice to say that the peace was undoubtedly popular in England, and when proclaimed, was hailed by the people with demonstrations of joy. The popular enthusiasm looked ominous for the Hanoverian succession. The Elector had departed for once from his wife's policy of abstention, and the result was disastrous. England left Hanover to shift for itself. Moreover, it emphatically resented Hanoverian interference. The act guaranteeing the succession to the Electress Sophia and her heirs still remained on the statute book, but in the present temper of the House of Commons and the nation it might be repealed any day. The gravity of the situation was fully realized at the Electoral Court. The coveted crown of England seemed to be receding into the distance. The Elector shrugged his shoulders and said nothing, but the Electress Sophia and the Electoral Prince were greatly exercised by the untoward turn of events, and put their heads together to see what could be done. Caroline was also very anxious. How much so is shown by the letters which passed between her and Leibnitz at this time. Leibnitz, who was at Vienna, wrote to Caroline to send her his good wishes for Christmas, and at the same time to condole with her on the outlook in England. His letter runs as follows: Vienna, December 16th, 1713. I have not troubled your Highness with letters since I left Hanover, as I had nothing of interest to tell you, but I must not neglect the opportunity which this season gives me of assuring your Highness of my perpetual devotion, and I pray God to grant you the same measure of years as the Electress enjoys, and the same good health. And I pray also that you may one day enjoy the title of Queen of England so well worn by Queen Elizabeth, which you so highly merit. Consequently, I wish the same good things to His Highness, your consort, since you can only occupy the throne of that great queen with him. Whenever the gazettes publish favorable rumors concerning you and affairs in England, I devoutly pray that they may become true. Sometimes it is rumored here that a fleet is about to escort you both to England, and a powerful alliance is being formed to support your claims. I have even read that the Tsar is only strengthening his navy in order to supply you with knights of the Round Table. It is time to translate all these rumors into action, as our enemies do not sleep. Count Gallus, who is leaving for Rome in a few days, tells me that well-informed people in England think that the first act of the present Tory ministry will be to put down the Whigs, the second to confirm the peace, and the third to change the law of succession. I hear that in Hanover there is strong opposition to all this. I hope it may be so, with all my heart. To this Caroline replied, Hanover, December 27th, 1713. I assure you that of all the letters which this season has brought me, yours has been the most welcome. You do well to send me your good wishes for the throne of England, which are sorely needed just now, for in spite of all the favorable rumors you mention, affairs there seem to be going from bad to worse. For my part, and I am a woman and like to delude myself, I cling to the hope that, however bad things may be now, they will ultimately turn to the advantage of our house. I accept the comparison which you draw, though all too flattering, between me and Queen Elizabeth as a good omen. Like Elizabeth, the Electress's rights are denied her by a jealous sister with a bad temper, Queen Anne, and she will never be sure of the English crown until her accession to the throne. God be praised that our Princess of Wales, the Electress Sophia, is better than ever, and by her good health confounds all the machinations of her enemies. End of section 5. Section 6 of Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1, by William Henry Wilkins. The Last Year at Hanover, 1714. The history of the last year of Queen Anne's reign, with its plots and counterplots, strife of statesmen and bitter party feuds, has often been written, so far as England is concerned. But comparatively little is known of how this eventful year, so important in fortunes of the dynasty, passed at Hanover. Everyone, both in England and Hanover, felt that a crisis was imminent, yet no one, on either side of the water, prepared for it. The Queen's death was likely to be accelerated by her own mental struggles with regard to the succession to her crown, and by the fierce quarrels and jealousies that raged among her advisers. The rival ministers could scarce forbear coming to blows in her presence. The rival claimants to her throne were eager to snatch the scepter from her failing hand almost before she was dead. James, flitting between Lorraine and St. Germain's, was in active correspondence with his friends in England, waiting for the psychological moment to take action. Over at Herrenhausen, the aged Electress watched with trembling eagerness every move at the English court, straining her ears for the summons which never came. Though she knew it not, in these last months she and Anne were running a race for life. The news that came to Sophia from England was bad as it could be. The Tories were in power, and what was worse, the Jacobite section of the Tories, headed by Bolingbroke and Ormond, were gaining swift ascendancy over Oxford, who still, outwardly at any rate, professed himself in favor of the Hanoverian succession, and so, for that matter, did Bolingbroke too. The Queen, it is true, continued to profess her friendship to the House of Hanover, but her professions were as nothing worth. As her health failed, her conscience reproached her with the part she had played toward her exiled brother. There was another consideration which weighed with her more than all the rest, one that does not seem to have been given due weight in the criticisms which have been passed on her vacillating conduct, either from the Hanoverian or the Jacobite point of view. Like her grandfather, Charles I, Anne was fervently attached to the Church of England. Her love for it was the one fixed point in her otherwise tortuous policy. Like Charles I, she saw the English Church through the medium of a highly colored light, as a reformed branch of the Church Catholic, and as the via media between Protestantism and Popery. Her love for the Church was a passionate conviction, and her zeal for its welfare was shown by many acts throughout her reign. The excuse urged by her friends for her conduct to her father was that she had been actuated by zeal for the Church, which was in danger at his hands. The question now presented itself again. How would the Church fare with a Roman Catholic as her successor? James, it was true, spoke fair, and declared his determination to maintain the Church of England in all its rights and privileges, as by law established. But the Queen remembered that King James II had promised the same, and had persecuted the Church beyond measure. The people had not forgotten the expulsion of the Fellows of Magdalen, or the committal of the 7 bishops to the Tower. Would not her brother also, in the same spirit of blind bigotry, seek to destroy one of the strongest bulwarks of the throne? "How can I serve him, my lord?" she once asked Buckingham. "You know well that a papist cannot enjoy this crown in peace. All would be easy," she continued, "if he would enter the pale of the Church of England." Footnote: Macpherson Stewart Papers, Volume 2. End footnote. But that was what James would not do. On the other hand, the Church would gain little, and probably suffer much, if its temporal head were the Electress Sophia, a German Calvinist with a strong bias towards rationalism, as was shown by her patronage of the skeptic Toland and others of the same way of thinking. In truth, some sympathy must be extended to Queen Anne, and those of her many subjects who thought with her. It is no wonder they were undecided how to act, for they were between the Scylla of Popery and the Charybdis of Calvinism. Yet the impassioned appeal which James had addressed to his sister, that she would prefer, quote, "your own brother, the last male of our name, to the Electress of Hanover, the remotest relation we have, whose friendship you have no reason to rely on or to be fond of, and who will leave the government to foreigners of another language and of another interest," end quote, could not fail to awaken a responsive echo in the Queen's heart. Footnote: Letter of James to Queen Anne, May 1711. In this letter he styles himself, quote, "the Chevalier St. George," end quote. It is to be noted that he does not speak of the Electress Sophia as a foreigner, but only of her descendants. End footnote. Other considerations weighed too. She was by temperament superstitious, and as her health failed, and she saw herself like to die, childless, friendless, and alone, she came to think that the restoration of the crown to her brother was the only atonement she could make for the wrong she, his best-loved child, had done her father. This sentiment of Queen Anne's was well understood, and for the most part approved, by the courts of Europe, with whom, almost without exception, the Hanoverian claims were unpopular, and considered to have little chance of success. The ambitions of the Electress Sophia met with no sympathy, and the idea of her becoming Queen of England was scouted as preposterous. Even her beloved niece and confidante, the Duchess of Orleans, gave her cold comfort. Queen Anne, she wrote to her, must be well aware in her heart of hearts that our young king is her brother. I feel certain that her conscience will wake up before her death, and she will do justice to her brother. Footnote. Letter of Elizabeth Charlotte, Duchess of Orleans, to the Electress Sophia, 12th January, 1714. End footnote. Neither the Electress Sophia nor the Duchess of Orleans realized that the crown of England was not in the Queen's gift, or that there was a power behind the throne greater than the throne. If this power had been vested in the people, there is little doubt that James would have come into his own. In 1714, the fickle tide to popular feeling seemed to be flowing in his favor. For the last year or two, the birthday of James had been celebrated as openly as if he had been de facto, and not de jure, the heir to the crown, and his adherents were to be found everywhere, in the army, in the navy, in the church, in both houses of Parliament, and even in the councils of the Queen herself. But as a result of the Revolution settlement of 1688, the balance of power rested not with the people, nor with the Queen, nor even with her chosen advisers, but with the Whig oligarchy. The Electress Sophia did not appreciate fully the extent of this power. Indeed, it was impossible for anyone who had not a close acquaintance with English politics to do so, but she was shrewd enough to see that, with the Whigs, was her only hope. The situation became so desperate that she determined to depart for once from her policy of outward abstention from English politics, and to take action independent of the Queen. The Whigs represented to her that the presence in England of some member of her family was imperatively necessary at this juncture. She agreed with them, and the Electoral Prince was most eager to go, and so was the Electoral Princess Caroline. A good deal has been written about the honorable conduct of the House of Hanover in refusing to embarrass Queen Anne, and certainly its conduct in this respect contrasted most favorably with that of William of Orange toward James II. But though this was true of the Elector George, who would do nothing behind the Queen's back, it could hardly be held to apply to the Electress Sophia and her grandson. The Elector, had he been consulted, would certainly have opposed the idea of the Electoral Prince going to England before himself, as he would have regarded it as another intrigue to supplant him in the favor of the English by his son, so it was decided not to consult him at all. The Electress Sophia, George Augustus, and Caroline put their heads together, and with the advice of certain Whig emissaries who were at Hanover, and of Prince Eugene of Savoy and Leibnitz, they resolved that the Electress should order Schutz, the Hanoverian envoy in England, to demand the writ for the Electoral Prince to take his seat in the House of Lords as Duke of Cambridge. As they knew that it would be useless to make such a request of the Queen, to whom it ought to have been made, Schutz was instructed to apply direct to the Lord Chancellor, in the hope that, when the knowledge of his demand got abroad, the Whig lords would take the matter up, and make such a point of it that the Queen would be forced to give way. They little knew the strength of her resistance, for her determination to reign alone amounted to a mania. She would infinitely have preferred James's coming to that of George Augustus, if she had to endure the presence of one claimant or the other. The demand was duly made. What followed is best told in the dispatch which Bromley, the Secretary of State, wrote to Harley, a relative of Lord Oxford, who had been sent to Hanover a few days previously. Rumors had reached the Queen's ears that intrigues were on foot there, and Harley had been dispatched to find out the state of feeling and temporize matters. But before he arrived at Hanover, the Electress's orders had been given to Schutz, and the move which Anne hoped to prevent had been made. Bromley wrote, quote, Baron Schutz went to the Lord Chancellor and said he was ordered by the Electress Sophia to demand a writ for the Duke of Cambridge to take his seat in Parliament, to which his lordship answered, that his writ was sealed with the writs of the rest of the peers, but he thought it his duty to acquaint the Queen before he delivered it. Her Majesty was very much surprised to hear that a writ should be demanded for a prince of her blood, and whom she had created a peer, to sit in Parliament without any notice taken of it to her, and her Majesty looks upon Mr. Schutz's manner of transacting this affair to be so disrespectful to her, and so different from any instructions he could possibly have received from the Electress, that she thinks fit you should immediately represent it to the Electress and to his Electoral Highness, and let them know it would be very acceptable to her Majesty to have this person recalled, who has affronted her in so high a degree." End quote. Footnote: Dispatch of Bromley to Harley, 16th April, 1714. End footnote. On receipt of this dispatch, Harley had an interview with the Elector, who assured him that he had given no instructions to Schutz, and he had acted without his knowledge or approval. The Electress Sophia took refuge in evasion. Quote, "It is said that Madame Lectrice wrote a letter to Schutz only to inquire whether the Duke of Cambridge might not have a writ as well as other peers." End quote. Footnote: Harley's letter, 11th May, 1714. End footnote. So writes Harley home. He was charged with the less ungrateful task of making the Queen's compliments to the Electress and her family, and of asking them to state what they wanted. The Electress Sophia's hopes were raised again by Harley's request, and she and the Elector jointly drew up a memorial to the Queen setting forth their wishes. The Elector was very angry with his mother and his son, but where his interests were concerned he sank family differences. The memorial, which did not err on the side of ambiguity, may be thus summarized. Footnote: Memorial of the Electress Dowager of Brunswick-Lüneburg and the Elector of Hanover to Queen Anne, 4th May, 1714. End footnote. First, that the Pretender be forced to retire to Italy, seeing the danger that existed to the Protestant succession by his being allowed to remain so long in Lorraine. Secondly, that the Queen should take measures to strengthen her army and fleet against an invasion of England in the interests of the Pretender, and for the better security of her royal person and the Protestant succession. Thirdly, that the Queen should grant to those Protestant princes of the Electoral House, who had not yet got them, the usual titles accorded to the princes of blood of Great Britain. Footnote: This would apply to the Elector, the Electoral Prince, Prince Ernest Augustus, brother of the Elector, and the young Prince Frederick, son of the Electoral Prince. It would exclude Prince Maximilian, brother of the Elector, who had become a Roman Catholic. End footnote. The Elector and Electress also expressed themselves strongly in favor of the establishment of some member of the electoral family in England. Harley promised to present the memorial to the Queen, and added that her answer to the several points would be sent by special envoy. He then departed from Hanover. Meantime, intrigue ran high in England. Bolingbroke had managed to persuade the Queen that Oxford had privily encouraged the demand of the writ for the Electoral Prince. The Queen, excited by this, began to have doubts whether Harley, his relative, was to be trusted, and whether he was not betraying her interests in the Hanoverian court. So, to make matters more explicit, she wrote a letter with her own hand to the Electress Sophia, reiterating in the strongest and most peremptory terms her objection to having any member of the electoral family in her dominions during her lifetime. Similar letters were also sent to the Elector and the Electoral Prince. The wording of them was generally ascribed to Bolingbroke. When Anne's letters arrived at Hanover, they created a feeling of consternation at Herrenhausen, at least in that wing of the palace which was occupied by the Electress Sophia. She, her grandson, and Caroline were depressed beyond measure at the failure of their scheme, and incensed that the Queen should address them in so unceremonious a manner. A few days previously, Leibnitz, who was then at Vienna, had written to Caroline, saying, "God grant that the Electoral Prince may go to London soon, and that all possible success may attend him. I trust that your Highness may either accompany him or follow him immediately. Well-informed people here are persuaded that, in the event of His Highness going to London, the corporation would not fail to make him a present, even if the Queen and Parliament did nothing. But if, against the expectation of the nation and the hopes of all well-affected people, the project comes to nothing, or if it be thought at Hanover that the prince's going would not yet be wise, it will be necessary to take great care to attribute the cause of the delay to the English minister's public and ill-founded resentment. In that case, the nation in the end will force them to consent to the prince's coming. But if the English court can make the nation believe that there is dislike of, or indifference to, England at the Court of Hanover, it will have a bad effect, and the last state will be worse than the first." Footnote: Letter of Leibnitz to the Electoral Princess Caroline, Vienna, 24th May, 1714. End footnote. To this communication Caroline now replied, and her letter shows how keenly the Queen's letters had been taken to heart. Quote, "Alas, it is not the Electoral Prince's fault that, as desired by all honest folk, he has not gone to London before now. He has moved heaven and earth in the matter, and I have spoken about it very strongly to the Elector. We were in a state of uncertainty here until yesterday, when a courier arrived from the Queen with letters for the Electress, the Elector, and the Electoral Prince, of which I can only say that they are of a violence worthy of my Lord Bolingbroke. The Electoral Prince is now in despair about going to take his seat in the English Parliament, as he had hoped. I do not know how the world will judge of the policy which keeps us still at Hanover. I do not so much regret the loss we personally may suffer, as that we may seem to have abandoned for the moment the cause of our religion, the liberty of Europe, and so many of our brave and honest friends in England. I have only the consolation of knowing that everything possible has been done by the Prince to obtain the Queen's permission. The Electress joined him in this, and they now both intend to send the letters they have received from the Queen to their friends in England. I can find no comfort anywhere beyond the belief that Providence orders all things for our good. In fact, I may say that never has any annoyance seemed to me so keen and insupportable as this. I fear for the health of the Electoral Prince, and perhaps even for his life." End quote. Footnote: The Electoral Princess Caroline to Leibnitz, Hanover, 17th June, 1714. End footnote. There was another life more valuable than that of the Electoral Prince trembling in the balance. The day after Caroline wrote this letter was a fatal day to the Electress Sophia. She, the heiress of Britain, had felt the Queen's rebuff far more than her grandson or Caroline. Her haughty spirit resented the manner in which she was addressed by her royal cousin of England, and her wounded pride and her thwarted ambition combined to throw her into an extraordinary state of agitation, which at her age she was unable to bear. Molyneux, an agent of the Duke of Marlborough, who was at Hanover at the time, declared later that the shock of, quote, "these vile letters has broken her heart and brought her in sorrow to the grave." End quote. The Queen of England's letter was delivered to the Electress on Wednesday evening about 7 o'clock, when she was playing cards. She got up from the card table, and when she had read the letter she became greatly agitated and went out and walked up and down the garden for about 3 hours. The next morning she was not very well, but though still very much annoyed, she recovered during the day, and on Friday she had apparently regained her composure. Meanwhile, she determined that the Queen's letter to herself and her grandson should be published, so that the world in general and her friends in England in particular might know the true state of affairs. The Elector refused to join them in this, and withheld the Queen's letter to himself. She dined in public with the Elector that day, as usual, and late in the afternoon went out for her walk in the garden of Herrenhausen with the Electoral Princess and her suite. She began to talk to Caroline about the letters, and gradually became more and more excited, walking very fast. The most trustworthy account of what followed is given in the following dispatch of D'Alais, the English envoy. Quote, "The Electress felt indisposed on Wednesday evening, but she was better on Friday morning, and even wrote to her niece, the Duchess Dowager of Orleans. The same evening, about 7 o'clock, whilst she was walking in the garden of Herrenhausen and going towards the orangery, those with her perceived that she suddenly became pale, and she fell forwards in a fainting fit. The Electoral Princess and the Countess von Pickenburg, who were with her, supported her on either side, and the Chamberlain of her Electoral Highness helped them to keep her from falling. The Elector, who was in the garden hard by, heard their cries and ran forward. He found her Electoral Highness unconscious, and he put some poudre d'or in her mouth. Servants were promptly called, and between them they carried the Electress to her room, where she was bled. But she was already dead, and only a few drops of blood came out. The Electress was in the 84th year of her age. The doctors say that she died of apoplexy. On the Saturday night they carried her body into the chapel of the chateau." End quote. Footnote: D'Alais' dispatch, translation, Hanover, 12th June, 1714. This has not before been published. End footnote. Thus died one of the greatest princesses and most remarkable women of her time. The Electress Sophia was a worthy ancestress of our good Queen Victoria, whom in some respects, notably her devotion to duty and her large and liberal way of looking at things, she closely resembled. No English historian has yet done justice to the eventful life of Sophia of Hanover, who missed, by a bare 2 months, becoming Queen of England. It was largely in consequence of her able policy, maintained throughout a critical period, no less than her Stuart descent, that her descendants came to occupy the English throne. The Electress Sophia's death was soon known in England, but no official notice was taken of it until Bothmar arrived to announce it formally in July. The choice of Bothmar for this mission shows that the Elector George, now heir presumptive, was manifesting more interest in the English succession. Bothmar had been in England before, and was by no means a favourite with Bolingbroke and the Tories. At the same time, through Bothmar, George caused a fresh instrument of regency to be drawn up in the event of the Queen's death, containing his nominations of the Lords of the Regency. This document was entrusted to Bothmar, and the seals were to be broken when the Queen died. On receiving the Elector's notification of his mother's death, Queen Anne commanded a general mourning, and very reluctantly inserted George's name in the prayer book, as the next heir to the throne in place of that of the late Electress Sophia. The death of the Electress came to the Queen as a relief. She regarded her as one embarrassment the less, for she had heard of her cousin George's indifference to the English succession, and she anticipated comparatively little trouble from him. Sophia's death also enabled her to ignore some awkward points in the memorial, which had now reached her by the hands of Harley, such as had reference to the Electress's English household and pension. But though Sophia was dead, the memorial had to be answered. A reply was drawn up in writing, and the Earl of Clarendon, the Queen's first cousin, of whose attachment to her person she had no manner of doubt, was dispatched as envoy extraordinary to Hanover, the second special mission within a few months. The Queen's answer to the Hanoverian memorial ran as follows. Quote, "That Her Majesty has used her instances to have the pretender removed out of Lorraine, and since the last addresses of Parliament has repeated them, and has writ herself to the Duke of Lorraine to press it in the strongest terms. This her Majesty hath done to get him removed, but it can't be imagined it is in her power to prescribe where the pretender shall go, or by whom he shall be received. His being removed out of France is more than was provided for by the Peace of Ryswick. Correspondence with the pretender is by law high treason, and it is her Majesty's interest and care to have this law strictly executed. The vain hopes entertained at Bar-le-Duc and the reports thence are not to be wondered at. Her Majesty thinks herself fully secured, as well by treaties as by the duty and affection of her people, against all attempt whatsoever. Besides these securities, her Majesty has settled militia and such other force as her Parliament, to whose consideration she has referred that matter, judged sufficient for the safety of her kingdom. And it cannot be unknown that a standing army in time of peace, without consent of Parliament, is contrary to the fundamental laws of this realm. Her Majesty is so far from being unfurnished with a fleet that she has at this time more ships at sea and ready to be put to sea than any other power in Europe. Her Majesty looks upon it to be very unnecessary that one of the electoral family should reside in Great Britain to take care of the security of her royal person, of her kingdom, and of the Protestant succession, as expressed in the memorial. This God and the laws have entrusted to her Majesty alone, and to admit any person into a share of these cares with her Majesty would be dangerous to the public tranquillity, as it is inconsistent with the constitution of the monarchy. When her Majesty considers the use that has been endeavored to be made of the titles she has already conferred, she has little encouragement to grant more. Granting titles of honor in the last reign to persons of foreign birth gave such dissatisfaction to the nation as produced a provision in the Act of Parliament whereby the succession is established in the Electoral House, that when the limitation in that Act shall take effect, no person born out of the kingdom of England, Scotland, and Ireland, or the dominions thereunto belonging, though naturalized or made a denizen, except such as are born of English parents, shall be capable to be of the Privy Council, or a member of either House of Parliament, or to enjoy any office or place of trust, or to have a grant of land, tenements or hereditaments from the crown to himself, or to any other in trust for him." Footnote: The Queen's answer to the memorial of their Elector Highnesses, the late Electress Dowager and the Elector of Hanover, June 1714. End footnote. Clarendon arrived at Hanover on July 26, 1714, imbued with a strong sense of the importance of his mission, and requested an audience at once. But he found, to his surprise, that the Elector was in no hurry to receive him, and could not see him for more than a week. At last he had audience. The account of that interview and what followed is best given in his own words. Quote, "On Saturday last I had my first audience of the Elector at noon at Herrenhausen. He received me in a room where he was alone. A gentleman of the court came to my lodgings here with 2 of the Elector's coaches, and carried me to Herrenhausen. I was met at my alighting out of the coach by Monsieur de Herrenberg, Marshal of the Court, and at the top of the stairs by the Chevalier Redon, second chamberlain, the Count de Platen, great chamberlain, being sick. He conducted me through 3 rooms to the room where the Elector was, who met me at the door, and being returned 3 or 4 steps into that room, he stopped, and the door was shut. I then delivered my credentials to him, and made him a compliment from the Queen, to which he answered that he had always had the greatest veneration imaginable for the Queen, that he was always ready to acknowledge the great obligations he and his family have to her Majesty, and that he desired nothing more earnestly than to entertain a good correspondence with her. I then delivered to him the Queen's answer to his memorial, and the other letter, and I spoke upon all the heads contained in my instructions, and in your letter of the 22nd of June, O.S., when I told him that, as the Queen had already done all that could be done to secure the succession to her crown to his family, so she expected that if he had any reason to suspect designs are carrying on to disappoint it, he should speak plainly on that subject. He interrupted me and said these words, quote, I have never believed that the Queen cherished any designs against the interests of my family, and I am not aware of having given Her Majesty any reason to suspect that I wished to do anything against her interests, or which might displease her in any way. I love not to do such things. The Queen did me the honor to write to me and ask me to let her know what I thought would be of advantage to the succession. We gave a written memorial to Mr. Harley, to which I have yet had no reply. End quote. I told him I had just then had the honor to deliver him an answer to the memorial, and that if, when he had perused that answer, he desired to have any part explained, I did believe I should be able to do it to his satisfaction. Then I proceeded to speak upon the other points, and when I came to mention Schutz's demanding the writ for the Duke of Cambridge, he said these words, quote, I hope that the Queen does not believe that it was done by my commands. I assure you it was done unknown to me. The late Electress wrote to Schutz, without my knowledge, to ask him to find out why the Prince had not received his writ, which she believed was sent to all peers, and instead of that he demanded the writ even without the Electress's commands. I would do nothing to annoy the Queen, to whom we owe so many obligations. End quote. My speaking to him and the answers he made took up something above an hour. Then I had audience of the Electoral Prince and of Duke Ernest, the Elector's brother, in the same room, and then of the Electoral Princess. After that I had the honor to dine with them all, and after dinner, here in the town, I had audience with the Electoral Princess's son and 3 daughters. At dinner the Elector seemed to be in very good humor, talked to me several times, asked many questions about England, and seemed very willing to be informed. It is very plain that he knows very little of our Constitution, and seems to be sensible that he has been imposed upon. The Electoral Prince told me he thought himself very happy that the Queen had him in her thoughts, that he should be very glad if it were in his power to convince the Queen how grateful a sense he had of all her favors. Duke Ernest said that the Queen did him a great deal of honor to remember him, that he most heartily wished the continuance of Her Majesty's health, and hoped no one of his family would ever be so ungrateful as to forget the very great obligations they all had to her. The Electoral Princess said she was very glad to hear the Queen was well. She hoped she would enjoy good health many years, that her kindness to this family was so very great that they could never make sufficient acknowledgments for it. Thus I have acquainted you with all that passed at the first audience. End quote. Footnote. Clarendon's Dispatch, Hanover, 7th August, 1714. The Elector's words were translated from the French. End footnote. We find Clarendon writing again a few days later. Quote, the Elector has said to some person here that I have spoken very plain, and he can understand me, and indeed I have spoken plain language on all occasions. I hope that will not be found a fault in England. End quote. Footnote. Clarendon's Dispatch, Hanover, 10th August, 1714. End footnote. Clarendon soon had reason to regret his speaking so very plain, for at the very hour when the English envoy was haranguing the Elector, Queen Anne was dead. The sword so long suspended had fallen at last. The Queen had frequently declared in the course of the last month that the perpetual contentions of her ministers would cause her death. She had striven to end the bitter strife between Oxford and Bolingbroke by compelling the former to give up the treasurer's staff, which he did on Tuesday, July 27th. Thus Oxford had fallen, Bolingbroke had triumphed, but his triumph was not to last long. The same night a council was called at 9 o'clock in the evening, over which the Queen presided, but the removal of Oxford seemed only to add fuel to the flames. The partisans of the displaced minister and those of Bolingbroke regardless of the presence of the Queen, her weakness, the consideration due to her as a woman, and the respect due to her office, violently raged at one another until 2 o'clock in the morning, and the scene was only closed by the tears and anguish of the Queen, who at last swooned and had to be carried out of the council chamber. Another council was called for the next day. The recriminations were as fierce as before. Nothing was settled, and the council was again suspended by the alarming illness of the Queen. A third council was summoned for the Friday. The Queen wept and said, "I shall never survive it." And so it proved, for when the hour appointed for the council drew nigh, the royal victim, worn out with sickness of mind and body, and dreading the strife, was seized with an apoplectic fit. She was carried to bed, and her state was soon seen to be hopeless. The news of the Queen's illness got known to Bolingbroke and his friends first, probably through Lady Masham, and they hurried to the palace. Lady Masham burst in upon them from the royal chamber in the utmost disorder, crying, "Alas, my lords, we are undone, entirely ruined. The Queen is a dead woman. All the world cannot save her." The suddenness of this blow stunned the Jacobites. They had been so eager to grasp at power that they had killed their best friend. All was confusion and distracted counsel. The Duke of Ormond declared that if the Queen were conscious and would name her brother her successor, he would answer for the soldiers. But the Queen was not conscious, and they hesitated to take a decisive step. Atterbury, Bishop of Rochester, was all for action, and then and there offered to go forth in full pontificals and proclaim King James at Charing Cross and the Royal Exchange. But the others resolved to temporize and call a formal council for the morrow to see what could be done. Meantime the Queen was sinking, and her only intelligible words were, "My brother, oh, my poor brother, what will become of you?" There is no doubt that Bolingbroke, Ormond, and Atterbury, had they been given time, would have tried to obtain from the Queen the nomination of James as her successor, and have acted accordingly, but time was not given them. The favorable moment passed, and the Whigs and those Tories who favored the Hanoverian succession were alert. Before the assembled council could get to business next morning, the door opened, and the Dukes of Argyll and Somerset entered the room. These two great peers, representing the Whigs of Scotland and England respectively, announced that though they had not been summoned to the council, yet, on hearing of the Queen's danger, they felt bound to hasten thither. While Bolingbroke and Ormond sat silent, fearing mischief, afraid to bid the intruding peers to retire, the Duke of Shrewsbury rose and welcomed them, and asked them to take seats at the council table. It was then clear to the Jacobites that the presence of Argyll and Somerset was part of a concerted plan with Shrewsbury. The plan rapidly developed. On the motion of Somerset, seconded by Argyll, Shrewsbury was nominated Lord Treasurer, but he declined the office unless the Queen herself appointed him. The council then sought audience with the dying Queen. She was sinking fast, but she retained enough consciousness to give the white wand into the hand of Shrewsbury, and bade him, with the sweet voice which was her greatest charm, to use it for the good of my people. Then indeed the Jacobites knew that all was over, for Shrewsbury was a firm adherent of the House of Hanover. Bolingbroke and Ormond withdrew in confusion, and the best cause in the world, as Atterbury said, was lost for want of spirit. The Whig statesmen were not slow to follow up their advantage. They concentrated several regiments around and in London. They ordered the recall of troops from Ostend. They sent a fleet to sea. They obtained possession of all the ports, and did everything necessary to check a rising or an invasion in favor of James. Craggs was dispatched to Hanover to tell the Elector that the Queen was dying, and the council determined to proclaim him king the moment the Queen's breath was out of her body. They had not long to wait. The Queen died early next morning, August 1st, and on the same day the seals of the document drawn up by George appointing the Council of Regency were broken in the presence of the Hanoverian representative, Bothmar. Without delay, the heralds proclaimed that, quote, the high and mighty prince, George, Elector of Brunswick and Limburg, is, by the death of Queen Anne, of blessed memory, become our lawful and rightful liege lord, King of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith. End quote. The people heard the proclamation without protest, and some even were found to cry, God save King George. The moment the Queen died, 2 more messengers were dispatched to Hanover, one a state messenger to Lord Clarendon, the other a special envoy, Lord Dorset, to do homage to the new king on behalf of the lords of the Regency, and to attend him on his journey to England. Hanover was in a state of great excitement. Craggs had arrived on August 5th, bringing the news of the Queen's serious illness. The messenger to Lord Clarendon arrived next day late at night, and found that the envoy was not at his lodgings, but supping with a charming lady. But the news brooked of no delay, and seeking out Clarendon, the messenger handed him his dispatches, which ordered him to acquaint George with the death of the Queen. There could be no more unwelcome tidings for Lord Clarendon. It is the only misfortune I had to fear in this world, he exclaimed. Anne was his first cousin, and all his hopes were bound up with Bolingbroke and the Jacobite Tories, whose day, he shrewdly guessed, was now over. He forthwith called his coach, and late though the hour was, drove off to Herrenhausen, which he reached at 2 o'clock in the morning. George was asleep when Clarendon arrived, but the envoy dared to penetrate into his chamber, and, falling on his knees by the bedside, quote, acquainted his majesty that so great a diadem had fallen to him, end quote, and asked his commands. Quote, he told me I had best stay till he goes, and then I was dismissed. End quote. Footnote. Clarendon's dispatch, 17th August 1714. End footnote. George's curtness is explained by the fact that he had heard the great news already. Eager though Clarendon was, another had been before him. On August 1st, Bothmar had dispatched his secretary, Godike, in hot haste to Hanover, who had reached Herrenhausen earlier the same evening, August 5th. Still, Clarendon could claim the honor of being the first Englishman to bend the knee to King George. It availed him little in the future, for George never forgave him his plain speaking, and Clarendon, finding all avenues of public advancement closed to him, retired into private life. Lord Dorset arrived at Hanover the next day, bringing the news of George I's proclamation and despatches from the lords of the Regency, informing the king that a fleet had been sent to escort him from Holland to England, where his loyal subjects were impatiently awaiting his arrival. Soon Hanover was thronged with English, all hastening to pay their homage to the risen son of Hanover, and to breathe assurances of loyalty and devotion. George received them and their homage with stolid indifference. He showed no exultation at his accession to the mighty throne of England, and was careful not to commit himself by word or deed. His policy at this time was guided, not by anything that the lords of the Regency might say or do, but by the secret dispatches which his trusted agent, Bothmar, was forwarding him from England. Had Bothmar informed him that his proclamation was other than peaceable, or that rebellion was imminent, it is probable that George would never have quitted Hanover. But as he was apparently proclaimed with acclamation, there was no help for it but to go. The late king, I am fully persuaded, writes Dean Lockyer soon after the death of George I, would never have stirred a step if there had been any strong opposition. George Augustus and Caroline had shown themselves eager to go to England, but when the great news came, they were careful to dissemble their eagerness, lest the king, mindful of their intrigues, should take it into his head to leave them behind at Hanover. Apparently he came to the conclusion that they would be less dangerous if he took them with him, so he commanded George Augustus to make ready to depart with him, and told Caroline to follow a month later with all her children, except the eldest, Prince Frederick Louis. Leibniz hurried back from Vienna on hearing of Anne's death, and prayed hard to go to England, but he was ordered to stay at Hanover and finish his history of the Brunswick princes. This was a bitter disappointment, and in vain Caroline pleaded for him. The king knew that she and the late electress had employed him in their intrigues, and he was determined to leave so dangerous an adherent behind. Leibniz had sore reason to regret the loss of the Electress Sophia. If his loyal subjects in England were impatient to receive him, the king was not equally impatient to make their acquaintance. He had a good deal to do at Hanover before leaving, and he refused to be hurried, however urgent English affairs might be. He conferred some parting favors on his beloved electorate, and vested its government in a council presided over by his brother, Ernest Augustus. George left Hanover with regret, comforting his bereaved subjects with assurances that he would come back as soon as he possibly could, and that he would always have their interest at heart. Both of these promises he kept, at the expense of England. A month after the Queen's death, the new king departed for The Hague, without any ceremony. He took with him a train of Hanoverians, including Bernstorff, his prime minister, and Robothon, a councillor, 2 Turks, Mustafa and Mahomet, and his 2 mistresses, Schulenburg and Kielmansegge. The former was even more reluctant than her master to quit Hanover, and feared for the king's safety, but George consoled her with the grim assurance that, in England all the king-killers are on my side, and like the others she came to regard England as a land of promise wherein she might enrich herself. Kielmansegge was eager to go to England, but she did not find it so easy, as she was detained at Hanover by her debts, which George would not pay. After some difficulty she managed to pacify her creditors by promises of the gold she would send them from His Majesty's new dominions. They let her go, and she caught up with the king at The Hague. The Countess Platen did not accompany him. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu says that this was due to the enmity of Bernstorff, who hated her because she had obtained the post of cofferer for her favourite, the younger Craggs. Quote, Bernstorff was afraid that she might meddle in the disposition of places that he was willing to keep in his own hands, and he represented to the king that the Roman Catholic religion that she professed was an insuperable bar to her appearance in the court of England, at least so early, but he gave her private hopes that things might be so managed as to make her admittance easy when the king was settled in his new dominions. End quote. George was warmly welcomed at The Hague, where he stayed a fortnight, transacting business, receiving ministers and ambassadors, and waiting for the remainder of his Hanoverian suite to join him. At The Hague he determined that Bolingbroke should be dismissed from all his offices, and appointed Lord Townshend Secretary of State in his place. On September 16th, George embarked at Orangey Polder in the yacht Peregrine, and accompanied by a squadron of 20 ships, set sail for England. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1, by William Henry Wilkins. Book 2, Princess of Wales. Chapter 1, The Coming of the King, 1714. George I landed at Greenwich on Saturday, September the 18th, 1714, at 6 o'clock in the evening. The arrival of the royal yacht was celebrated by the booming of guns, the ringing of bells, the flying of flags, and the cheers of a vast crowd of people who had assembled along the riverside. A great number of privy councillors and lords, spiritual and temporal, hurried down to Greenwich, eager to kneel in the mud, if need be, and kiss the hand of the new sovereign. This was not the first visit of George to England. He had come here 34 years before, as a suitor for the hand of Queen Anne, then Princess Anne of York, whose throne he was now to fill. On that occasion his bark was left stranded all night at Greenwich, and no one was sent from Charles II's court to meet him or bid him welcome. If he had any sense of the irony of events, he must have been struck by the contrast between then and now, when he landed on the same spot and gazed at the servile crowd of place hunters who elbowed and jostled their way into the royal presence. Tories and Whigs were there, and Jacobites too, all fervent in their expressions of loyalty, which George knew how to value for what they were worth. He wished them and their lip service far away, for he was both tired and cross. He had had a rough voyage, and the yacht had been detained some hours off Gravesend by a thick fog. He dismissed them all with scant ceremony and went to bed. The next day, Sunday, King George held his first levee, at which he particularly noticed Marlborough and the Whig lords, but ignored Ormond and Lord Chancellor Harcourt altogether, and barely noticed Oxford, "of whom your Majesty has heard me speak," said Dorset in presenting him. Bolingbroke was not received at all. The Whigs were jubilant. It was evident that the king had no intention of conciliating the Tories. As it was Sunday, a great many citizens came down from London by road and water to catch a glimpse of the new king, and in the afternoon a large crowd assembled outside the Palace of Greenwich and cheered for hours. To quote one of the journals of the day, "His Majesty and the Prince were graciously pleased to expose themselves some time at the windows of their palace to satisfy the impatient curiosity of the king's loving subjects." On the morrow, Monday, George I made his public entry into London, and his loving subjects had ample opportunity of seeing their sovereign from Hanover, whose princely virtues, in the words of the address of the loyal Commons, gave them a certain prospect of future happiness. It was king's weather. The September sun was shining brightly when at 2:00 in the afternoon the procession set out from Greenwich Park. It was not a military procession after the manner of royal pageants in more recent years, though a certain number of soldiers took part in it, but it was an imposing procession and more representative of the nation than any military display that could have been devised. In it, the order of precedence set forth by the herald's office was strictly followed. The coaches of esquires came first, but as no esquire was permitted to take part in the procession who could not afford a coach drawn by 6 horses and emblazoned with his arms, it could not fully represent the untitled aristocracy of England. Then followed the knights bachelors in their coaches, with panels painted yellow in compliment to the king, though in truth he was of a very different calibre to the last foreign monarch who affected that colour, William of Orange. Then came the Solicitor General and the Attorney General, and after them the baronets and younger sons of barons and viscounts. Then followed the Majesty of the Law, as represented by the barons of the Exchequer, His Majesty's judges, the Lord Chief Justice, and the Master of the Rolls. The Privy Councillors, such as were not noble, came next, and then the eldest sons of barons, the younger sons of earls, the eldest sons of viscounts, and all by himself, the Speaker of the House of Commons, in wig and gown. The barons and the bishops came next, fully robed, followed by the younger sons of dukes, the eldest sons of marquesses, the earls, the Lord Steward, the 2 lords who jointly held the office of Earl Marshal, the eldest sons of dukes, the marquesses, the Lord Great Chamberlain, the dukes, the Lord Chamberlain, the Lord President of the Council, the Lord High Treasurer, the Archbishop of York, and the Lord Chancellor. From some unexplained cause, the Archbishop of Canterbury was absent. Then, the climax and focus of all this splendour, came King George himself and Prince George Augustus in an enormous glass coach decorated with gold, emblazoned with the royal arms, and drawn by 8 horses with postilions. The Duke of Northumberland, the Gold Staff, and Lord Dorset, who had now been made a gentleman of the bedchamber, were on the front seat. The king leaned forward and bowed to the cheering crowds from time to time, with his hand upon his heart, but his countenance showed never a smile. The prince, on the other hand, was all smiles, but having been commanded by his royal sire not to bow, he had perforce to sit upright and content himself with smiling. Immediately after the royal coach came other coaches bearing the king's suite of faithful Hanoverians, including his 2 mistresses en titre, Schulenburg and Kielmansegge, whose quaint appearance was the signal of some ribald remarks from the mob, which, fortunately for the German ladies, they did not understand. The whole of the way was lined with cheering crowds, and men and boys climbed up the trees along the route to wave flags and shout, "God save the King!" As the procession entered London, cannon roared from the Tower. There was a temporary halt in Southwark, where the Lord Mayor and City Fathers, in brave array, were drawn up to meet the King. The Recorder stepped up to the royal coach and read a long speech, in which he assured His Majesty of the impatience with which the citizens of London, and his subjects generally, awaited his royal presence amongst them to secure those invaluable blessings which they promised themselves from a prince of the most illustrious merit. The king listened stolidly and bowed his head from time to time, or gave utterance to a grunt, which presumably was intended to convey the royal approval. But as George understood barely a word of English, the royal address could hardly have been intelligible to him. The procession then moved slowly over London Bridge, through the city, by St. Paul's, where 4,000 children sang God Save the King, and so wended its way to St. James's. The roadway was lined with troops, and people looked down from windows and balconies, shouted and threw flowers. Flags waved and draperies hung down from nearly every house. Triumphal arches crossed the streets. The bells of the churches were ringing, and the fountains ran with wine. But the king throughout the day remained stolid and unmoved. The English crowd might shout for King George as loud as they pleased, but he knew full well in his heart that, given the same show and a general holiday, they would have shouted as loud for King James. It was 8 o'clock in the evening before the procession broke up at St. James's Palace, and even then the festivities were not over, for bonfires were lighted in the streets and squares, oxen roasted whole, and barrels of beer broached for the people, who enjoyed themselves in high good humour until the small hours of the morning. The day was not to end without some blood being spilled. A dispute took place that night at St. James's between one Aldworth, the Tory Member of Parliament for Windsor, and Colonel Chudley, a truculent Whig. The colonel called Aldworth, who had been in the royal procession, a Jacobite. Aldworth resented this as an insult, and, both being the worse for wine, the quarrel grew. Nothing would settle it but to fight a duel with swords, and the pair set off at once with seconds to Marylebone Fields. Aldworth was killed, which is no great wonder, writes an eyewitness, for he had such a weakness in both his arms that he could not stretch them, and this from being a child it is supposed not to be a secret to Chudley. The king and prince slept that night in St. James's Palace. Did the ghosts of their Stuart ancestors mock their slumbers? The next day King George held a levee, which was largely attended, and the day after he presided over a meeting of the Privy Council, when George Augustus was created Prince of Wales. In the patent, the king declared that his most dear son is a prince, whose eminent filial piety hath always endeared him to us. Yet, though the prince was nominally a member of the Privy Council, the king was careful not to allow him the slightest influence in political affairs, or to admit him to his confidence, or to that of his ministers. We get glimpses of the king during the first few weeks of his reign in contemporary letters of the period. We find him and the prince supping with the Duke of Marlborough, whose levees were more largely attended than ever, and whose popularity was far greater than that of his royal guests. The Duke improved the occasion by offering to sell the Prince of Wales Marlborough House, and showed him how easily it might be joined to St. James's Palace by a gallery. The king would not hear of it. We also find the king supping at Madame Kilmansegger's with Lady Cowper, for whom he evinced undisguised, if not altogether proper, admiration, and the lovely Duchess of Shrewsbury, whose conversation, if we may believe Lady Cowper, though she has a wonderful art of entertaining and diverting people, would sometimes exceed the bounds of decency. On this occasion she entertained His Majesty by mocking the way the King of France ate, telling him that he ate 20 things at a meal and ticking them off on her fingers. Whereupon the astute Lady Cowper said, "Sire, the Duchess forgets that he eats a good deal more than that." "What does he eat, then?" said the king. "Sire," Lady Cowper answered, "he devours his people, and if Providence had not led your Majesty to the throne, he would be devouring us also." Whereupon the king turned to the Duchess and said, "Did you hear what she said?" And he did Lady Cowper the honour of repeating her words to many people, which made the Duchess of Shrewsbury very jealous. The Duchess of Shrewsbury was by birth an Italian, the Marchesa Pagliotti, and scandal said that she had been the Duke's mistress before she became his wife. The Duchess of Marlborough made many slighting remarks about her when she first appeared at Queen Anne's court, where she was coldly received. But after the Hanoverian accession she came to the front and stood high in the favour of King George, who loved a lady who was at once lively and broad in her conversation. Lady Wentworth declared that "the Duchess of Shrewsbury will devour the king, for she will not let any one speak to him but herself, and she says she rivals Madame Kilmansegger." Be that as it may, the king found great pleasure in her society, and often went to her little supper parties to play sixpenny ombre. She had a great advantage over the English ladies in that she could speak admirable French. The king later obtained for her a post in the household of the Princess of Wales, not without some reluctance on the part of the princess. The king lost no time in forming his government. All the members, with the possible exception of Lord Nottingham, the president of the council, who, despite his leaning to high church principles, had long been identified with the Whigs, were of the Whig party. Lord Townshend was confirmed in Bolingbroke's place as Chief Secretary of State, and must henceforth be regarded as Prime Minister. He was not a statesman of first-rate ability, but he was a just man and free from the prevailing taint of corruption. His considerable position among the Whigs had been strengthened by his marriage with Robert Walpole's sister. Robert Walpole was given the minor appointment of Paymaster General to the Forces, but he was promoted the following year to the post of First Lord of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer. The second Secretary of State, James Stanhope, afterwards Earl Stanhope, was a much stronger personality than Townshend. He had shown himself a dashing soldier, and he was an accomplished scholar. These three men were the dominant ministers in the government. The Duke of Shrewsbury, who had been more instrumental than any man in England in bringing George over from Hanover, resigned the Treasurer's staff, and the Treasury was placed in commission, with Lord Halifax at its head. Shrewsbury was appointed Lord Chamberlain, Lord Cowper became Lord Chancellor, and the Duke of Argyll commander of the forces in Scotland. Marlborough was again entrusted with the offices of Commander-in-Chief and Master of the Ordnance. The king was afraid to overlook him, but it was evident that he did not trust him, and so gave him only the shadow of power. Events showed that his instinct was right, for even now, while holding high office under the Hanoverian dynasty, Marlborough lent a large sum of money to James, which must materially have helped forward the Jacobite rising a year later. Like most English politicians of that day, he was uncertain whether Stuart or Guelph would ultimately triumph, and having no fixed principles, he determined to be well with both sides. Perhaps the most important of the king's actions at this time was his selection of 7 great officers of state to form the Cabinet Council of the Sovereign. It created a precedent which has lasted to this day, though now the Cabinet, swollen in numbers, has lost much of its former collective authority. Another and equally important precedent was set by George I. At his first council, he frankly told his ministers that he knew very little about the English constitution, and he should therefore place himself entirely in their hands and govern through them. Then, he added, you will become completely answerable for everything I do. In pursuance of this policy, and also because he could speak no English, the king determined not to preside over the meetings of his council, as all previous English monarchs had done, and from the beginning of his reign until now, cabinet councils have been held without the presence of the sovereign. Of course, the king retained some influence in the councils of the realm, especially with regard to foreign policy, but this power was exercised by George I largely by indirect methods, on which we shall presently have occasion to dwell. The king, however, showed himself by no means a man to be ignored. He was a shrewd if cynical judge of character, and though by no means clever, he avoided many pitfalls into which a more brilliant man might have fallen. He had always to be reckoned with. He kept the appointments in his own hands, and his care to exclude the great Whig lords from his government in favour of younger men with less influence showed that he was determined not to be dictated to. But his policy of forming his first administration entirely of Whigs made him of necessity the king, not of the whole nation, but of a faction. George I was not a great statesman, and his little knowledge of English affairs made it difficult for him to include in his first government some of the more moderate among the Tories. Coalition governments had failed under William III and Anne, and were hardly likely to succeed under George I. But the total exclusion of the Tories from office undoubtedly had a bad effect upon the nation at large. There were many Tories who were loyal to the Hanoverian succession. There were others who were determined to uphold the monarchy and the church, even though the monarch was a German prince with, to them, scarce a shadow of title to the throne. These men, who represented a large and influential class of the community, were now left without any voice in the councils of the nation. The immediate result was to drive many waverers over to Jacobitism and to render others apathetic in upholding the new dynasty. Many office seekers at first paid their court to the Prince of Wales, but they soon perceived that the king allowed him no voice in appointments except the purely personal ones of his own household. The prince thus early found interested friends among the English nobility who were willing to urge his claims to a larger share in the regality, for a consideration. His love of intrigue induced him to lend a ready ear, and he soon had a trustworthy ally in the person of his consort, Caroline, who had now set out from Hanover. The princess, consort to His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, writes a Hanoverian Gazette, having received letters from the prince whereby he desires her to follow him immediately to England, has resolved to send her baggage forward next Saturday for Holland, and on Monday following, 2 of the princesses, her daughters, will set out at The Hague, and she herself will depart Thursday following in order to go to England. The Duchess of Celle is expected at Herrenhausen tomorrow night, and the Duchess of Wolfenbüttel the next day, to take their leave of Her Royal Highness. Caroline arrived at The Hague a few days later and was formally received by the Earls of Strafford and Albemarle and their countesses, and by the deputies who were appointed by the States of Holland to welcome her and attend her during her stay. She was accompanied by 2 of her children, the Princesses Anne and Amelia. The youngest, Princess Caroline, had been left behind on account of indisposition, and her eldest child, Prince Frederick, by command of the King, remained at Hanover. Caroline was in the highest spirits at the realization of her hopes, and began with zest to play her new role of Princess of Wales. That night, tired from her long journey, she supped in private, but the next morning she received a deputation from the States General, and in the afternoon, the weather being fine, she drove in the Voorhout, or fashionable promenade, attended by a numerous train of coaches. In the evening, the princess held a drawing room, which was largely attended by all the persons of distinction at The Hague. On the morrow, she gave audience to the French ambassador and other foreign ministers, and to many lords and ladies who, we are told, could not enough applaud the agreeable reception they found and the admirable presence of mind of Her Royal Highness. The 2 princesses, her daughters, were not less the subject of admiration for the excellent behaviour they showed, much above what their age could promise, one being but 3½ and the other but 5 years old. The Princess of Wales stayed at The Hague 3 days and then set out for Rotterdam, Lord Strafford, the English envoy at The Hague, attending her part of the way. At Rotterdam, the princess embarked on the royal yacht Mairi and, escorted by a squadron of English men-of-war, set sail for England. Her coming was eagerly awaited in London. To quote again, "By the favourable wind since the embarkation of Madam the Princess of Wales, it is not doubted that Her Royal Highness, with the princesses, her daughters, will soon safely arrive. The whole conversation of the town turns upon the charms, sweetness, and good manner of this excellent princess, whose generous treatment of everybody who has had the honour to approach her is such that none have come from her without being obliged by some particular expression of her favour." The Princess of Wales landed at Margate at 4 o'clock on the morning of October the 15th, and was met there by the Prince, who, accompanied by the Duke of Somerset and the Duke of Argyll, had travelled by coach from London to welcome her. The Prince and Princess slept that night at Rochester, and on Wednesday, in the afternoon, they made a progress through the City of London to St. James's. The Tower guns were fired as they came over London Bridge, and those in the park when they arrived at St. James's Palace. At night there were illuminations and bonfires, and other demonstrations of joy. It was at once made manifest that the policy of the Prince and Princess of Wales was to please everybody. They were ready of access and courteous to all with whom they came into contact. "I find all backward in speaking to the King, but ready enough to speak to the Prince," writes Peter Wentworth. The night after her arrival, the Princess made her first appearance at the English court. Wentworth writes, "The Princess came into the drawing-room at 7 o'clock and stayed until 10. There was a basset table and ombre tables, but the Princess sitting down to piquet, all the company flocked about to that table, and the others were not used. She charmed all who were presented to her by her grace and affability. The next morning the Prince and Princess took a walk round St. James's Park, with the Duchess of Bolton, the Duchess of Shrewsbury, and Lady Nottingham in attendance. The Mall was then the fashionable promenade, and they were followed by a large concourse of people. It was jealously noted that the princess talked much to Lady Nottingham, whose high church views were well known, and it was rumoured that she would make her the governess of her children, a post for which Lady Nottingham must surely have been qualified by experience, as she had given birth to no less than 30 children of her own. For the next few days the Princess of Wales appeared at the drawing rooms every evening, and received in her own apartments as well. Indeed, she complained that she was so beset that she had scarcely time to get her clothes together for the coronation. The coronation of George I took place on October the 20th, 1714, and was largely attended, it being remarked that no such a gathering of lords, spiritual and temporal, had been seen since the Conquest. As the ceremony marked the inauguration of a new line of kings, it was determined to celebrate it with unusual splendour. The Jacobites prayed for rain, but the day broke fine and cloudless. The king drove down to Westminster in a state coach early in the morning, and retired to the Court of Wards until the peers and court officials were put in order by the heralds. They then came in long procession to Westminster Hall, where George I received them, seated under a canopy of state. The sword and spurs were presented to the king, the crown and other regalia, the Bible, chalice, and paten, and were then delivered to the lords and bishops appointed to carry them. The procession to the Abbey was formed in order of precedence. The Prince of Wales followed the Lord Great Chamberlain, wearing his robes of crimson velvet, furred with ermine. His coronet and cap were borne before him on a crimson velvet cushion. No place was found in the procession for the Princess of Wales, but a chair was placed for her in the Abbey, under a canopy near the sacrarium. The king walked immediately after the officials bearing the regalia, in his royal robes of crimson velvet, lined with ermine, and bordered with gold lace, wearing the collar of St. George, and on his head the cup of estate of crimson velvet, turned up with ermine, and adorned with a circle of gold enriched with diamonds. He was supported on either side by the bishops of Durham and Bath and Wells, and walked under a canopy borne by the barons of the Cinque Ports. He was not a majestic figure, despite the bravery of his attire. When the king arrived at the Abbey, the Archbishop of Canterbury began the coronation service with the recognition. The king stood up in his chair and showed himself to the people on every 4 sides, and the Archbishop went round the chair, calling out at each corner, "Sirs, I here present to you King George, the undoubted king of these realms. Wherefore all you who are come this day to do your homage, are you willing to do the same?" The people shouted, "God save King George!" and the trumpets sounded. Then His Majesty made his first oblation, and the lords who bore the regalia presented them at the altar. The litany was sung, and the communion service proceeded with as far as the Nicene Creed, when the Bishop of Oxford preached what can only be described as a fulsome sermon from the text, "This is the day which the Lord hath made, we will rejoice and be glad in it." After the sermon, the ceremonial proceeded. The king repeated and signed the declaration against Roman Catholicism, also made at their coronation by William and Mary and by Anne, which was the reason of his presence there that day. He took the coronation oath, in which he swore to the utmost of his power to maintain the laws of God, the true profession of the gospel, and the Protestant Reformed religion established by law. This done, he seated himself in King Edward's chair, which was placed facing the altar. He was anointed, presented with the spurs, girt with the sword, vested with his purple robes, and having received the ring, the orb, and the sceptres, was crowned about 2 o'clock, amid loud and repeated acclamations, the drums beating, the trumpets sounding, and the cannon blaring. The Prince of Wales and the other peers then put on their coronets. The Bible was presented to the king by the Archbishop of Canterbury, and His Majesty sat on his throne and received the homage of the Prince of Wales and the Lords, spiritual and temporal. The second oblation was made, the king received the Holy Communion, and at the close of the office retired to King Edward's chapel. He was there revested in his robes of velvet, but now wore his crown. The procession was reformed, and he returned to Westminster Hall. The coronation banquet followed, the king having on his left the Prince of Wales. It was all over by 7 o'clock, when the king returned to St. James's. Several amusing incidents occurred at the coronation of George I. It was attended by men of all parties. Tories, Whigs, and even Jacobites were present, and their emotions varied according to their views. George was crowned King of France, and in proof of this nominal right, 2 hirelings, a couple of players in fact, attended to represent the Dukes of Picardy and Normandy. They wore robes of crimson velvet and ermine, and each held in his hand a cap of cloth of gold. They did homage to the king with the other peers, and when the nobles put their coronets on their heads, the sham dukes clapped their caps on too. This part of the performance afforded much amusement to the Jacobites, who remarked derisively that the sham peers were worthy of the sham king. On the other hand, Lady Cowper, who was a thoroughgoing Whig, writes, "I never was so affected with joy in all my life. It brought tears into my eyes, and I hope I shall never forget the blessing of seeing our holy religion preserved, as well as our liberties and properties." But her pious joy did not prevent her commenting on the ill behaviour of her rival, Lady Nottingham, who, not content with pushing Lady Cowper aside, taking her place, and forcing her to mount the pulpit stairs in order to see, when the litany was to be sung, broke from behind the rest of the company where she was placed, and knelt down before them all, though none of the rest did, facing the king and repeating the litany. Everybody stared at her, and I could read in their countenances that they thought she overdid her high church part. Bolingbroke was present and did homage to the king, who, not having seen him before, asked the Lord Chamberlain who he was, whereupon Bolingbroke turned round, faced the throne, and made 3 very low obeisances. He was more complacent than many of the Jacobite peers and peeresses, who, though they were present, could hardly conceal their feelings. For instance, when the Archbishop went round the throne demanding the consent of the people, Lady Dorchester, who was an ardent Jacobite, for she had been mistress of James II and raised to the peerage as the price of her dishonour, asked the lady next to her, "Does the old fool think anybody here will say no to his question, when there are so many drawn swords?" Owing to the king's ignorance of English, and to the high officials standing him knowing neither German nor French, the ceremonies incident upon his coronation had to be explained to him through the medium of such Latin as they could muster. This circumstance gave rise to the jest that much bad language passed between the king and his ministers on the day of his coronation. The king's repetition of the anti-Catholic declaration was so impaired by his German accent as to be unintelligible, and he might have been protesting against something quite different for all that loyal Protestants could know. But if George did not understand the English language, he understood who were his enemies, and when Bishop Atterbury came forward, as in duty bound, to stand by the canopy, the king roughly repulsed him. The king had hitherto shown stolid indifference to everything prepared in his honour, determined not to be surprised into any expression of admiration. But when the peers shouted and put on their coronets, even his German phlegm was moved, and he declared that it reminded him of the Day of Judgment. It is probable that the newborn interest in the House of Hanover reached its height at George I's coronation, but even on that day all was not quite harmony. There were Jacobite riots in Bristol, Birmingham, and Norwich. In London, though all passed off quietly, the loyalty of the mob showed signs of change. Affronts were offered to the king, and shouts were heard of "Damn King George." If we may believe Baron Pollnitz, there was one present at Westminster Hall who openly refused to acknowledge George I as king on the very day of his coronation. When the champion, armed from head to foot in mail, rode into the banqueting hall and in a loud voice challenged any person who did not acknowledge George as King of England, a woman threw down her glove and cried that His Majesty King James III was the only lawful owner of the crown, and the Elector of Hanover was a usurper. But this story is unsupported by any other authority. Everything goes to show that for the first few months, until the English people came to know more of their Hanoverian king, there was little open opposition. The Jacobites were for the moment dumbfounded by the ease and smoothness of the change, while the Tories, divided amongst themselves, were in hopeless confusion. Even Louis XIV, that bulwark of Jacobite hopes, acknowledged George as King of England. The great mass of the nation acquiesced in the new regime, but without enthusiasm, and were willing to give it a fair trial. But the Whigs made amends for the lack of general enthusiasm, and were jubilant at the turn of events, which had exceeded their most sanguine hopes. A month or two later, the government appointed a day of public thanksgiving for His Majesty's happy and peaceable accession to the crown, and the King, with the Prince and Princess of Wales and all the great officers of state, attended a special service in St. Paul's Cathedral, where a Te Deum was sung and a sermon preached by the Bishop of Gloucester. Everything passed off harmoniously, and the royal procession was loudly acclaimed on its way to and from St. Paul's. Truly, the stars in their courses were fighting for the House of Hanover. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nick Johnson. Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1. By William Henry Wilkins. Section 8. The Court of the First George, 1714 to 1715. Caroline's duties as Princess of Wales began almost from the first hour of her arrival in England. The court of George I lacked a queen, and all that the presence of a queen implies. The king's unhappy consort, Sophie Dorothea, whose grace, beauty, and incomparable charm might have lent lustre to the court of St. James, and whose innate refinement would have toned down some of the grossness of the early Hanoverian era, was locked up in Alden. Caroline had to fill her place as best she could. She laboured under obvious disadvantages, for no Princess of Wales, however beautiful and gifted, and Caroline was both, could quite take the place of Queen, and in Caroline's case her difficulties were increased by the jealousy of the King, who viewed with suspicion every act of the Prince and Princess of Wales to win popularity as directed against himself. Caroline at first managed by tact and diplomacy to avoid the royal displeasure, and she would probably have continued to do so had it not been for the inept blundering of the Prince of Wales, who, in his efforts to gain the popular favour, was apt to overdo his part. But at first the Princess kept him in check, and gave the King no tangible excuse for manifesting his disapproval. "The Princess of Wales hath the genius," quoth Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, who hated her, "to fit for the government of a fool," forgetting that she was really paying tribute to Caroline's powers, for fools are proverbially difficult to govern, especially so vain and choleric a fool as little George Augustus. The Princess of Wales possessed that consummate art which enabled her to govern without the least appearing to do so, and effectually did she hoodwink even those admitted to the inner circle of the court, that many were disposed at first to treat her as a mere cipher, knowing that she had no influence with the king, and thinking she had none with her husband. But others, more shrewd, paid her their court, recognising her abilities, and realising that in the future she might become the dominant factor in the situation. Even now, she was the first lady of the land, and whatever brilliancy George I's court possessed during the first 2 or 3 years of his reign was due to her. From the beginning, she was the only popular member of the royal family. Her early training at the court of Berlin stood her in good stead at St. James's, and she was well fitted by nature to maintain the position to which she had been called. She still retained her beauty. She was more than common tall, of majestic presence. She had an exquisitely modelled neck and bust, and her hand was the delight of the sculptor. Her smile was distinguished by its sweetness, and her voice rich and low. Her lofty brow and clear thoughtful gaze showed that she was a woman of no ordinary mould. She had the royal memory, and what must have been a very useful attribute to her, the power of self-command. She was an adept in the art of concealing her feelings, of suiting herself to her company, and of occasionally appearing to be what she was not. Her love of art, letters, and science, her lively spirits, quick apprehension of character, and affability were all points in her favour. She had, too, a love of state, and appeared magnificently arrayed at court ceremonials, evidently delighting in her exalted position and fully alive to its dignity. The Prince and Princess of Wales had a great advantage over the king in that they were able to speak English. Not very well, it is true, but they could make their meaning plain, and understood everything that was said to them. In her immediate circle, Caroline talked French, though she spoke English when occasion served. When she was excited, she would pour forth a volley of polyglot sentences in which English, French, and German were commingled. The Prince and Princess of Wales loudly expressed their liking for England and things English. "I have not a drop of blood in my vein that is not English," exclaimed the Prince, and Lady Cowper relates how she went to dinner at Mrs. Clayton's, and found her hostess in raptures over all the pleasant things that the Prince had been saying about the English. That he thought them the best, handsomest, the best shaped, best natured, and lovingest people in the world, and that if anyone would make their court to him, it must be by telling him that he was like an Englishman. And she adds, "This did not please the foreigners at our table. They could not contain themselves, but fell into the violentest, silliest, ill-mannered invective against the English that was ever heard." Caroline, too, was full of England's praises, and on one occasion forcibly declared that she would as soon live on a dunghill as return to Hanover. All these kind expressions were duly repeated, and greatly pleased the people, and the popularity in the Prince and Princess of Wales grew daily. Places in the household of the Princess of Wales were greatly sought, and as there was no Queen Consort, they assumed unusual importance. Among the earliest appointments to the Princess's household were those of the Duchesses of Bolton, St. Albans, and Montague to different positions. The Countesses of Berkeley, Dorset, and Cowper as ladies of the bedchamber, and Mrs. Selwyn, Mrs. Pollexfen, Mrs. Howard, and Mrs. Clayton as bedchamber women. Some of these names call for more than passing comment. The Duchess of Bolton was the natural daughter of the unfortunate Duke of Monmouth, by Eleanor, daughter of Sir Richard Needham, and all of Monmouth's blood had good reason to hate James II and his descendants. The Duchess of St. Albans was an heiress in her own right, and the Duchess of the Protestant Whig Duke, who was a natural son of Charles II, by Eleanor Gwynn. He had also suffered many affronts from James II. The Duchess of Montague was a daughter of the Duke of Marlborough. The Countesses of Berkeley and Dorset were both the ladies of great Whig lords. Lady Cowper was the wife of the new Lord Chancellor. She came from a good Durham family, the Claverings, and had married Lord Cowper with a suddenness and secrecy that had never been satisfactorily explained. Rumour said that as Molly Clavering, her reputation had not been unblemished, and she was spoken of familiarly by the rakish parts of the town. We find her denying this gossip with a vigour which tempts us to believe that there must have been something in it. But it is certain that after her marriage to Lord Cowper, she was a virtuous matron of highly correct principles, and devotedly attached to her husband and children. Like her lord, she had fixed her hopes upon the Hanoverian succession. She tells us how, for 4 years past, I had kept a constant correspondence with the princess, now my mistress. I had received many, and those the kindest letters from her, which shows not only the interest which Caroline, while yet Electoral princess, took in English affairs, but also the astuteness of some of the Whig ladies, who were anxious to take time by the forelock, and pay their court to the powers that might be. Very soon after the princess's arrival, Lady Cowper was rewarded by being given this post in her household, and for some years she stood high in Caroline's favour. If we may believe her, she also enjoyed the favour of Bernstoff and of the king, for she tells us how she rejected Bernstoff's addresses, and of her flirtatious discouragement of the king's overtures. In addition to these ladies, Caroline surrounded herself with a bevy of maids of honour, most of them still in their teens, all well-born, witty, and beautiful, who lent great brightness to her court. Of these beautiful girls, Mary Bellenden came first. She was the daughter of John, 2nd Lord Bellenden, and was one of the most attractive women of her day. She was celebrated for her beauty, and especially for her wit and high spirits, which nothing could damp. She was the delight and ornament of the court. The palm, Horace Walpole tells us, was given, above all for universal admiration, to Miss Bellenden. Her face and person were charming, lively she was to etudery, and so agreeable that she was never afterwards mentioned by her contemporaries but as the most perfect creature they had ever seen. With Mary Bellenden was her sister or cousin, Mary Bellenden, who was only a little less lovely, but of a more pensive type of beauty. Another maid of honour was Mary Lepel, daughter of General Lepel, and if we may believe not only courtiers like Chesterfield and Bath, but independent critics like Gay, Pope, and Voltaire, she was one of the most charming of women. She was of a more stately style of beauty than Mary Bellenden. Her spirits were not so irrepressible, but she had vivacity and great good sense, which, together with her rare power of pleasing, won for her the admiration of all. Chesterfield writes of her, "She has been bred all her life at courts, of which she has acquired an easy good breeding and politeness without the frivolousness. She has all the reading that a woman should have, and more than any woman need have, for she understands Latin perfectly well, though she wisely conceals it. No woman ever had more than she has le ton de la parfaitement bien compagnie, les manières engagement, et le ne sais quoi faire." Pretty Bridget Carteret, petite and fair, a niece of Lord Carteret, was another maid of honour. Prim, pale Margaret Meadows was the oldest of them all, and did her best to keep her younger colleagues in order. She had a difficult task with one of them, giddy Sophia Howe. This young lady was the daughter of John Howe by Ruperta, a natural daughter of Prince Rupert, brother of the old Electress Sophia. Perhaps it was this relationship which led the Princess of Wales to appoint Sophia as one of her maids of honour. She was exceedingly gay and flighty, very fond of admiration, and so sprightly that she was laughing all the time, even in church. Once the Duchess of St. Albans chid her severely for giggling in the Chapel Royal, and told her she could not do a worse thing, to which she saucily answered, "I beg your Grace's pardon. I can do great many worse things." In these early days, the Hanoverian family were especially anxious to show their conformity to the Church of England, and the King and the Prince and Princess of Wales made a point of regularly attending the Sunday morning service at the Chapel Royal, St. James's, attended by the numerous following. The Princess of Wales brought in her train a whole bevy of beauties, who were not so attentive to their devotions as they ought to have been, for the Chapel Royal soon became the fashionable resort of all the beaux of the town, and a great deal of ogling and smiling and tittering went on, especially during the sermon. At last Bishop Burnet complained to the Princess of the ill behaviour of her maids of honour. He dared not complain to the King, as His Majesty was the most irreverent of all, habitually going to sleep through the sermon, or carrying on a brisk conversation in an audible voice. In justification, he could have pleaded that Burnet's prosy homilies were exceptionally long, and he did not understand a word of them. The Princess expressed her contrition to the Bishop, and rebuked her ladies, but as the gallants still continued to come and to gaze, she at last consented to Burnet's suggestion that the pew of the maids of honour should be boarded up so high that they could not see over the top. This excited great indignation on the part of the imprisoned fair and their admirers. In revenge, one of the noblemen about the court, it was said Lord Peterborough, wrote the following lines. Bishop Burnet perceived that the beautiful dames, who flocked to the chapel of hilly St. James, on their lovers alone their kind looks did bestow, and smiled not on him while he bellowed below. To the princess he went with pious intent, this dangerous ill to the church to prevent. O madam, he said, our religion is lost, if the ladies thus ogle the knights of the tost. These practices, madam, my preaching disgrace. Shall laymen enjoy the first rites of my place? Then all may lament my condition so hard, who thrash in the pulpit without a reward. Then pray consent such disorders to end, and to the right vineyard the labourers send, to build up the seats that the beauties may see the face of no bawling pretender, but me. The princess by rude importunity pressed, though she laughed at his reason, allowed his request. And now Britain's nymphs in a Protestant reign are boxed up at prayers like the virgins of Spain. Rhyming was in vogue in those days, and all the fair ladies had poems composed in our honour. Of course, King George and the Prince and Princess of Wales were not forgotten by the bards. The poet Leung hailed the king on his arrival as follows. Welcome, great stranger, to Britannia's throne, and let thy country think thee all her own. Of thy delay how oft we did complain, our hope reached out and met thee on the main. With much more in the same strain, the Prince of Wales was celebrated by Congreve in his song on the Battle of Oudenarde. Not so did behave young Hanover brave on this bloody field, I assure ye. When his war-horse was shot, he valued it not, but fought still on foot like a fury. It was unfortunate that the prince, on having this effusion quoted to him, asked, "And who might Mr. Congreve be?" This ignorance gives us the measure of the House of Hanover respecting everything English, for Congreve was the most celebrated dramatist of his day. Addison summoned his muse to extol the Princess of Wales. He assured her that she was born to strengthen and grace our isle, and speaks of her, with graceful ease and native majesty is formed to please. The royal family were very much in evidence at first. They were anxious, no doubt, to impress their personalities upon the English people, and they lost no opportunity of showing themselves in public. In pursuance of this policy, soon after the coronation, the King and the Prince and Princess of Wales, together with the young Princesses Anne and Amelia, went to see the Lord Mayor's show, attended by the great officers of state, many of the nobility and judges, and a retinue of Hanoverians, including, no doubt, though they were not specified in the official lists, Schulenburg and Kilmansegge. The royal family took up their position in a balcony over against Bow Church, with a canopy of crimson velvet above them. The Prince of Wales sat on the King's right hand, the Princess on his left, and the two young princesses were placed in front. The royal party and their Hanoverian suite were highly delighted with the show, which far exceeded anything of the kind they had seen before, and when it was over, the King offered to knight the owner of the house, from whose balcony he had looked down upon the procession. But the worthy citizen was a Quaker, and refused the honour, much to the astonishment of his Majesty. After the procession, the sheriffs and aldermen came to escort the royal family to the Guildhall, where a magnificent feast was prepared. The Lord Mayor, Sir William Humphreys, knelt at the entrance of the Guildhall and presented the city sword to the King, who touched it and gave it back to his good keeping. The Lady Mayoress, arrayed in a black velvet with a train many yards long, came forward to make obeisance to the Princess of Wales. It was a moot point, and one which had occasioned much discussion between the Princess and her ladies-in-waiting, whether she should kiss the Lady Mayoress or not. But someone remembered that Queen Anne had not done so, and so the Princess determined to be guided by this recent precedent. The Lady Mayoress, however, fully expected to be saluted by the Princess, and advanced towards her with this intent, but finding the kiss withheld, she, to quote Lady Cowper, did make the most violent bawling to her page to hold up her train before the Princess, being loath to lose the privilege of her mayoralty. But the greatest jest was that the King and the Princess both had been told that the Lord Mayor had borrowed her for the day only, so I had much ado to convince them of the contrary, though she was by marriage a sort of relation of my lord's first wife. At last they did agree that if he had borrowed a wife, it would have been of another sort than she was. The King soothed the Lady Mayoress's wounded feelings by declaring that she should sit at the same table with him, and harmony being restored, the royal party proceeded to the banqueting hall, which was hung with tapestry and decked with green boughs. The Lord Mayor, on bended knee, presented to the King his first glass of wine, which, it was noted with satisfaction, his Majesty drank at one gulp, and then asked if there were any one for him to knight. Apparently, knighthoods were not in the programme, but the King showed his appreciation of the civic hospitality by making the Lord Mayor a baronet, an honour that dignitary had striven hard to obtain, for he had been zealous in suppressing Jacobite libels, and sending hawkers of ribald verse and seditious ballad singers to prison. The King was also very gracious to Cbteddy, the recorder, and told him to acquaint the citizens of London with these my principles. I never forsake a friend, and I will endeavour to do justice to everybody. When the banquet was ended, there was a concert, and late in the evening the royal party departed, expressing themselves much pleased with the reception. The Prince and Princess of Wales showed themselves continually in the West End, and in places where the quality of the town did most congregate. At first they walked in St. James's Park every day, attended by a numerous suite, and followed by a fashionable and would-be fashionable crowd. But after a time the Princess, who was fond of outdoor exercise and fresh air as the old Electress Sophia, declared that St. James's Park stank of people, and she migrated to Kensington, driving thither by coach and then walking in the gardens. Kensington was at that time in the country, separated from the town by Hyde Park and open fields. The palace, a favourite residence of William and Mary and Queen Anne, was the plainest and least pretending of the royal palaces, though Wren was supposed to have built the south front. But the air was reckoned very salubrious, and the grounds were the finest near London. The gardens were intersected by long straight gravel walks, and hedges of box and yew, many of them clipped and twisted into quaint shapes. Pope made fun of them, and gave an imaginary catalogue of the horticultural fashions of the day, such as Adam and Eve in yew, Adam a little shattered by the fall of the tree of knowledge in a great storm, Eve and the serpent very flourishing. St. George in box, his arm scarce long enough, but will be in condition to stick the dragon by next April. An old maid of honour in wormwood, and a topping Ben Jonson in laurel, and so forth. As soon as the Princess of Wales took to walking at Kensington, the gardens became a fashionable promenade. The general public was not admitted except by ticket, but persons of fashion came in great throng. The poets now began to sing of Kensington and its beauties. Tickell gives a picture of these promenades in the following lines. Where Kensington high over the neighbouring lands, midst green and sweets, a regal fabric stands, and sees each spring luxuriant in her bowers a snow of blossoms and of wild flowers. The dames of Britain oft in crowds repair to groves and lands and unpolluted air. Here, while the town in damp and darkness lies, they breathe in sunshine and see azure skies. Each walk, with robes of various dyes bespread, seems from afar a moving tulip bed, where rich brocades and glossy damasks glow, and chintz, the rival of the showery bow. Here England's daughter, darling of the land, sometimes surrounded with her virgin band, gleams through the shades, she towering over the rest, stands fairest of the fairer kind confessed, formed to gain hearts that Brunswick cause denied, and a charm a people to her father's side. The Kensington promenades were only a small part of the busy court life of the day. Almost every evening drawing-rooms were held at St. James's Palace, at which were music and cards. The latter became the rage in season and out of season, and high play was the pastime of everyone at court. On one occasion, at the Princess's court, the prince was ill of a surfeit, and obliged to keep to his bed, so that the ordinary levee could not be held. But he was not to be cheated out of his game, and the ladies in waiting were summoned. Tables were placed, and they were all set to play at ombre with the lords of the prince's bedchamber. And on another occasion, Lady Cowper writes of the king's drawing-room at St. James's. There was such a court I never saw in my life. My mistress and the Duchess of Montague went halves at hazard, and won £600. Mr. Archer came in great form to offer me a place at the table, but I laughed and said he did not know me if he thought I was capable of venturing 200 guineas at play, for none sat down at the table with less. Deep drinking went with the high play. One George Mayo was one night turned out of the royal presence for being drunk and saucy. He fell out with Sir James Baker, and in the fray pulled him by the nose. The court was no longer exclusive, as in the days of Queen Anne. Almost everyone of any station came who would, and in the crowded rooms there was a good deal of pushing and hustling to get within sight of the royal family. The Venetian ambassadress, Madame Tron, a very lively lady, who was so hustled one night that she kept crying, "Do not touch my face," and she cried so loud that the king heard her, and turning to a courtier behind him, said, "Don't you hear the ambassadress? She offers you all the rest of her body, provided you don't touch her face." A pleasantly, truly Georgian. These crowded drawing-rooms were a great change to what St. James's was in Queen Anne's time, where, according to Dean Swift, who gives us an account of one of her receptions, the Queen looked at us with a fan in her mouth, and once a minute said about 3 words to someone who was near her. Then she was told dinner was ready and went out. Now every event in the royal family was made the pretext for further gaiety. This day, 30th of October, 1714, writes Lady Cowper, was the prince's birthday. I never saw the court so splendidly fine. The evening concluded with a ball, which the prince and princess began. She danced in slippers very well, and the prince better than anybody. The king and the prince and princess of Wales were very fond of theatres. In the gazettes of the time, frequent mention is made of their being present at the opera to hear Nicolina sing, or witnessing a play at Drury Lane. We find the royal family, together with a great concourse of nobility, at a masquerade and ball at the Haymarket, which was attended by all the town, and the company was numerous rather than select. It was the pleasure of royal personages to don mask and domino, and go down from their box and freely mingle with the company. It was on this occasion, probably, that a fair Jacobite accosted the king. "Here, sirrah, a bumper to King James! I drink with all my heart to the health of any unfortunate prince," said his Majesty, and emptied his glass without disclosing his identity. Caroline said she liked to go to the play to improve her English, and her taste was very Catholic, ranging from Shakespeare to the broadest farce. She rather scandalized the more sober part of her court by witnessing a comedy called The Wanton Wife, which was considered both improper and immoral. It had been recommended to her by the chaste and prudish Lady Cowper of all the matrons in the world. The Duchess of Bolton often recommended plays to the king. She was very lively and free in her conversation, and making many droll slips of the tongue when she talked French, either designedly or by accident. At one of the king's parties, she was telling him how much she enjoyed the play at Drury Lane the night before. It was Colley Cibber's Love's Last Shift. The king did not understand the title, so he said, "Put it into French." "La dernière chemise de l'amour," she answered quite gravely, whereat the king burst out laughing. The royal family were also assiduous in honouring with their presence the entertainment of the great nobility, provided they were Whig in politics. We hear of there being a ball at the Duchess of Somerset's, a dinner at the Duchess of Shrewsbury's, a supper at my Lady Bristol's, and so on. At Lady Bristol's the king was never in better humour, and said a world of sprightly things. Among the rest, the Duchess of Shrewsbury said to him, "Sir, we have a grievance against your Majesty, because you will not have your portrait painted. And lo, here is your medal, which will hand your effigy down to posterity, with a nose as long as your arm." "So much the better," said the king. "C'est une tête de l'antique." But the virtuous Lady Cowper adds, "Though I was greatly diverted, and there was a good deal of music, yet I could not avoid being uneasy at the repetition of some words in French, which the Duchess of Bolton said by mistake, which convinced me that the 2 foreign ladies, presumably Schulenburg and Kielsmansager, were no better than they should be. A good many ladies, who were no better than they should be, attended the drawing-rooms of George I, and their conversation was very free. Old Lady Dorchester, the mistress of James II, came one night, and meeting the Duchess of Portsmouth, mistress of Charles II, and Lady Orkney, mistress of William III, exclaimed, "Who would have thought that we 3 whores should have met here?" It was certainly an interesting meeting. The Princess of Wales was in great request as godmother at the christenings of children of the high nobility. Apparently, this form of royal condescension was somewhat expensive, for there was a lively dispute among the princess's ladies as to the sum she ought to give the nurses at christening. When she stood godmother to the Duchess of Ancaster's child, she and the prince sent 30 guineas, which was thought too little, though on inquiry into precedent, it was found that Charles II never gave more on such occasions than 5 guineas to an esquire's nurse, 10 to a baron's, 20 to an earl's, and then raised 5 guineas for every degree in the peerage. Sometimes the royal family acted as sponsors to the children of humbler personages. On one occasion the king stood as godfather, and the Princess of Wales as godmother, to the infant daughter of Madame d'Astulli, chief singer at the opera. Though they frequently attended christenings, there is not a single record in the Gazette of any of the royal family having honoured a wedding, or having been present at a funeral, even of the most distinguished personages of the realm. Christenings and funerals were then the great occasions in a family life. If my lord died, it was usual for his bereaved lady to receive her friends sitting upright in the matrimonial bed under a canopy. The widow, the bed, and the bedchamber, which was lighted by a single taper, were draped with crape, and the children of the deceased, clad in the same sable garments, were ranged at the foot of the bed. The ceremony passed in solemn silence, and after sitting for a while, the guests retired without having uttered a word. The London to which Caroline came was very different London to the vast metropolis we know today. Its population could not have exceeded 700,000, and between the City of London proper and Westminster were wide spaces, planted here and there with trees, but for the most part wastelands. The city was then, as now, the heart of London, and the centre of business lay between St. Paul's and the Exchange, while Westminster had a life apart, arising out of the Houses of Parliament. The political and fashionable life of London collected around St. James and the Mall. St. James's Park was the fashionable promenade. It was lined with avenues of trees and ornamented with a long canal and a duck pond. St. James's Palace was much as it is now. An old Marlborough House occupied the site of the present one, but on the site of Buckingham Palace stood Buckingham House, the seat of the powerful Duke of Buckingham, a stately mansion which the Duke had built in a little wilderness full of blackbirds and nightingales. In St. James's Street were the most frequented and fashionable coffee and chocolate houses, and also a few select mug houses. Quaint signs, elaborately painted, carved and gilded, overhung the streets, and largely took the place of numbers. Houses were known as the Blue Boar, the Pig and Whistle, the Merry Maidens, the Red Bodice, and so forth. It was easy in those days to walk out from London into the open country on all sides. Marylebone was a village, Stepney a distant hamlet, and London south of the river had hardly begun. Piccadilly was almost a rural road, lined with shady trees, and here and there broken by large houses with gardens. It terminated in Hyde Park, then a wild heath, with fields to the north and Kensington to the west. Bloomsbury, Soho, and Seven Dials were fashionable districts. Many old mansions in Bloomsbury are relics of the Queen Anne and early Georgian era, though the tide of fashion was already beginning to move westward. Grosvenor Square was not begun until 1716, and Mayfair was chiefly known from the 6 weeks' fair which had given it its name. One feature of the London of the early Georges might well be revived in these days of crowded streets and increasing traffic. The Thames was then a fashionable waterway, and a convenient means of getting from one part of London to another. Boats and ferries on the Thames were as numerous and as fashionable as gondolas at Venice, and the King, the Prince and Princess of Wales, and many of the nobility had their barges in the same way they had their coaches and sedan chairs, and often took the air on the water. London, though quainter and more interesting than now, had its drawbacks. Fogs had scarcely made their appearance, but in the ill-paved streets, except for a few lamps which flickered here and there, were in darkness, and link-boys were largely employed. After dark, the streets were dangerous for law-abiding citizens. The Mohocks, who were the aristocratic prototypes of the hooligans of our day, had been to some extent put down, but many wild young bloods still made it their business at night to prowl about the streets molesting peaceable citizens, insulting women and defying the watch, who, drunken and corrupt, often played into their hands. Conveyances were difficult to procure, and the old and dirty hackney carriages were few and dear to hire. There were sedan chairs, but they had not yet come into general use, and were the privilege of the few rather than the many. The town must have been very noisy in those days. A babble of cries went up from the itinerant musicians, ballad singers, orange girls, flower girls, beggars, itinerant vendors, rat-catchers, chair-menders, knife-grinders, and so forth. Idle and disreputable persons stood in the gutters, and shook dice-boxes at the passers-by, and pestered them to gamble. Drunkenness was common, and accounted for the many fights and brawls that took place in the streets. In the fashionable world, dinner was taken in the middle of the day, or from 2 to 4 o'clock, and supper was the pleasanter and more informal meal. Card parties and supper parties generally went together. They were lighter hospitalities also, and among the less wealthy many pleasant little gatherings were held in the evenings around coffee and oranges. Ladies of quality passed most of their afternoons going from house to house drinking tea, which, at the high prices then asked, was a luxury. Men of fashion idled away many hours in the coffee and chocolate houses, of which some of the most famous were White's Chocolate House, now the well-known club, the Coffee Tree, also in St. James's Street, Squire's, near Gray's Inn Gate, Garraway's in Change Alley, and Lloyd's in Lombard Street. Clubs were in their infancy when George I was king. A few had come into being, but they were chiefly literary or political societies, such as the brief-lived Kit-Cat Club, which was devoted to the House of Hanover and flourished in Queen Anne's reign, or the October Club, chiefly formed of Jacobite squires. There was also the Hellfire Club, a wild association of young men under the Duke of Wharton, which did its best to justify the name. London lived more out of doors at the beginning of the 18th century than it does now. We read of fêtes in the gardens and parks, the ever-popular fairs, pleasure parties on the Thames in the summer, and bonfires in the squares and on the ice in winter, and many street shows. Any picture of the social life of the period would lack colour which did not give some idea of the quaint dress of the day. Men thought as much about dress as women, and though it is impossible to follow all the vagaries of fashion, as shown in the waxing and waning of wigs, the variation of cocked hats, coats, gold laces, and sword hilts, yet we may note that men of fashion began to wear the full-bottomed peruke in the reign of George I, and their ordinary attire consisted of ample-skirted coats, long and richly embroidered waistcoats, breeches, stockings, and shoes with buckles, and 3-cornered hats. The beaux, or pretty fellows, of the day blazed out into silks and velvets, reds and greens, and a profusion of gold lace. They were distinguished not only by the many-coloured splendour of their attire, but by their scents of orange flower and civet, their jewelled snuff-boxes, their gold or tortoise-shell-rimmed perspective glasses, and especially for their canes, which were often of amber, mounted with gold, the art of carrying which bespoke the latest mode. The ladies, naturally, were no whit behind the men in the variety and novelty of their attire. They bedecked themselves with the brightest hues, and their hair piling up or flowing, with headdresses high or low, as fashion decreed, arranged in ringlets or worn plain or powdered, went through as many fluctuations as their lords' bigwigs, periwigs, and perukes. The fan played a large part in conversation and flirtation, and patches and powder were arranged with due regard to effect. Muffs were of prodigious size. It's impossible for the mere man to give a particular description of the silks, velvets, jewels, laces, ribbons, and feathers which formed part of the equipment of a lady of quality, or to follow the mysteries of commodes, sacques, negligées, bedgowns, and mob-caps. But the walking dresses, if we may judge from the fashion plates, seem to have left an extraordinary amount of bosom exposed, to have been very tight in the waist, and to have carried an enormous number of flounces. The hoop, which gradually developed through the Georgian era, was the most monstrous enormity that ever appeared in the world of fashion. The lady who wore a hoop really stood in a cage, and when she moved she did not seem to walk, for her steps were not visible, but she was rather wafted along. So stepped fair ladies from their sedan chairs, or floated down the avenues of Kensington and Hampton Court. Servants wore clothes almost as fine as their masters and mistresses, and aped the manners and their vices. All great mansions supported throngs of idle servants in gorgeous liveries, and my lady often had her boy who waited on her, clad in scarlet and gold, with a silver collar around his neck. Society, in the early Georgian era, though marred by excess in eating and drinking, and by coarseness in conversation, which the example of the king had made fashionable, was characterized by a spirit of robust enjoyment. Judging from the letters, journals, plays, poems, and caricatures of the period, social life was exceedingly lively and varied, though too often disfigured by bitter party animosities, scurrilous personal attacks, and brutal practical jokes. The tone was not high. The beaux and exquisites were given to drunkenness, vice, and gambling, the belles and ladies of quality to scandal, spite, and extravagance, to a degree unusual even amongst the rich and idle, and the marriage vows seemed generally to be held in light estimation. But we should not be too hasty in assuming that the early Georgian era was necessarily much worse than the present day. If there was more grossness, there were fewer shams. Its sins were very much on the surface. It indulged in greater freedom of manners and license of speech, and many leaders of society, from the king downwards, led lives which were notoriously immoral. But there were plenty of honest men and virtuous women in those days as now, probably more in proportion, only we do not hear so much about them as the others. In many respects, life was purer, simpler, and more honest than it is today. Beliefs were more vital, and the struggle for existence far less keen. Such was the London to which Caroline came, and such was the society which she, as the first lady in the land, might influence for good or evil. Let it be recorded that in her own life and conduct she did what she could to set a good example. She was a good wife and a good mother. No word of scandal was ever whispered against her, and in her own circle she strove to encourage the higher and intellectual life, and to purify and refine some of the grosser elements around her. More than that she could not do, for it must be remembered that the duty of moral responsibility was not greatly accounted for in the days of the early Georges. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nick Johnson. Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1, by William Henry Wilkins. Section 9. The Reaction, 1715. As the tide of popular feeling seemed flowing in favour of the new king, the government took advantage of it to dissolve Parliament, which had now sat for nearly 6 months since the death of Queen Anne. this Parliament behaved with dignity and circumspection at a crisis of English history. The majority of the members of the House of Commons were Tory, but despite a certain element of Jacobitism, they had shown their loyal acquiescence in the Hanoverian succession in a variety of ways. They had voted to George I a civil list of £700,000 per annum, of which £100,000 was for the Prince of Wales. They had even agreed, though with wry faces, to pay £65,000, which the king claimed as arrears due to his Hanoverian troops. The Tories had certainly earned more consideration from the king than they received, but the fiat had gone forth that there was to be no commerce with them, and ministers were determined to obtain a Whig majority. To this end, they not only employed all the resources of bribery and corruption by lavish expenditure of Secret Service money, but were so unconstitutional as to drag the king into the arena of party politics. In the royal proclamation summoning the new Parliament, the king was made to call upon the electors to baffle the designs of disaffected persons, and to have a particular regard to such as showed a fondness to the Protestant succession when it was in danger. This was perhaps to some extent justified by a manifesto which James had issued the previous August from Lorraine, in which he spoke of George as a foreigner ignorant of the language, laws, and customs of England, and said he had been waiting to claim his rights on the death of the princess our sister, of whose good intentions towards us we could not for some time past well doubt. The manifesto compromised the late Queen's ministers, and the government determined to challenge the verdict of the country upon it. The Jacobites were quite willing to meet the issue. Riots broke out at Birmingham, Bristol, Chippenham, Norwich, and other considerable towns in the kingdom. In the words of the old Cavalier song, it was declared that times would not mend until the king enjoyed his own again, and James's health was drunk at public and private dinners by passing the wine-glass over the water bottle, thus transforming the toast of the king into the king over the water. The hawkers of pamphlets and ballads openly vended and shouted Jacobite songs in the streets, and many of them were prosecuted with great severity. Two forces, opposite enough in other ways, the church and the stage, were found to be united against the government, and a royal proclamation was issued commanding the clergy not to touch upon politics in their sermons, and forbidding farces and plays which held Protestant dissenters up to ridicule. The violence of the Jacobites played into the hands of the government, and considerably embarrassed the moderate section of the Tory party, who, under the leadership of Sir Thomas Hanmer, were opposed to the restoration of a Roman Catholic prince, and were willing to support the monarchy as represented by the House of Hanover, provided that they had some voice in the government of the country. But the Whigs pressed home their advantage, and raised the cry of "No Popery," with which they knew the nation as a whole thoroughly agreed. The Tories could only fall back on their own cry, "The Church in Danger," declaring that George I was not a bona fide member of the Church of England, but a Protestant Lutheran, and pointing to the fact that he had brought with him his Lutheran chaplain. But this was clearly inconsistent, for though the king was not a sound churchman, he was not a man to make difficulties about religious matters, and he had unhesitatingly conformed to the Church of England, and had attended services in the Chapel Royal, and received the sacrament, together with the Prince and Princess of Wales. The Church would be obviously in far greater danger from a Roman Catholic prince who refused to acknowledge the validity of Anglican sacraments or orders, and who regarded the Church of England as heretical. The result of the general election was a foregone conclusion, and for though only a year or two before the people in many parts of England had showed themselves well disposed towards a Stuart restoration, they were easily led by those in authority. The mob is always ready to shout with the stranger, and in this instance the Whigs and the Hanoverians had clearly shown themselves the stronger. There had been an improvement in trade and a good harvest, and this told in favour of the new regime. In short, the great mass of people were utterly weary of political strife and revolutions. All they wanted was to be left to their lives and to do their work in peace. And provided they were not overtaxed or their liberties and religion menaced, they were quite indifferent whether a Stuart or a Guelph reigned over them. Outside London and the great cities, politics did not affect the people one way or another, but prejudice goes for something, and there is no doubt that the people of England, by an overwhelming majority, were prejudiced against the Roman Catholic religion. And a Roman Catholic claimant to the throne, after their experience of James II, was naturally regarded with suspicion. The English people knew little as yet about George from Hanover, and cared less. The only thing they knew was that he was not a Roman Catholic, and that was in his favour. They sighed, too, for a settled form of government, and this the Hanoverian succession seemed to promise them. When the new Parliament met in March, the Whigs had an overwhelming majority in the House of Commons. The King opened Parliament in person, but as he was unable to speak English, his speech was read by Lord Chancellor Cowper. In it, George I was made to declare that he was called to the throne of his ancestors, and he would uphold the established constitution of church and state. It was soon evident that the Whigs meant to follow up their victory at the polls by persecuting their opponents. In the House of Lords, the address contained the words, "To recover the reputation of this kingdom." And Bolingbroke made his last speech in Parliament in moving an amendment to substitute the word maintain for the word recover, which he eloquently objected would cast a slur upon the reign of the late Queen. Of course the amendment was lost. The temper of the new Parliament was soon made manifest, and threats of impeachment were the order of the day. At one time it seemed likely that Atterbury, Bishop of Rochester, would be impeached. But Walpole declared in the House of Commons that evident proofs will appear of a meeting having been held by some considerable personages, one of whom is not far off, wherein it was proposed to proclaim the Pretender at the Royal Exchange. This, of course, was an allusion to the hurried meeting which had been held in Lady Masham's apartments when the Queen lay dying, and Atterbury's offer to go forth and proclaim James. But all the ministers were not so zealous as Walpole, and more moderate counsels prevailed. They were afraid of arousing the old cry of the Church in danger, and Atterbury was left alone. But Bolingbroke, in the House of Lords, sat and heard that he and some of his late colleagues were to be impeached of high treason. Bolingbroke affected to treat the threat with contempt, and for some days he went about in public, as usual, saying that he was glad to be quit of the cares of office, and to be able to devote his leisure to literature. On the evening of March the 26th, 1715, he ostentatiously showed himself in a box at Drury Lane, and discussed plans for the morrow, and laughed and talked with his friends. When the performance was over, he went back to his house, disguised himself as a serving-man in a large coat and a black wig, and stole off under cover of darkness to Dover, whence he crossed in a small vessel to France. It was said that Bolingbroke's flight, a grave mistake, was largely determined by Marlborough, who, being anxious to get him out of the way, pretended he had certain knowledge that it was agreed between the English ministers and the Dutch government that he was to be beheaded. A committee of secrecy was now formed to examine into the conduct of the last ministry of Queen Anne with regard to the Treaty of Utrecht and James's restoration. This committee consisted of 21 members, all Whigs, and when at a safe distance he saw the list, Bolingbroke must have known that he had little chance of a fair trial, for the chairman of the committee was his bitter enemy, Robert Walpole. The Tories in Parliament still believed, or pretended to believe, that matters would not be carried to extremities, and talked much of the clemency of the king, but they were mistaken. When the committee reported, it was found that Oxford, Ormond, and Bolingbroke were to be impeached of high treason, and Strafford, who was one of the plenipotentiaries at Utrecht, was accused of high crimes and misdemeanours. Ormond was living at Richmond in great state, and since his dismissal had ostentatiously ignored the House of Hanover. He was very popular with the people, and had powerful friends in both Houses of Parliament, many of whom urged him to seek an audience of the king at once, and throw himself on the royal clemency. Others wished him to go to the west of England and stir up an insurrection in favour of James. Ormond did neither. Like Bolingbroke, he was seized with panic and determined to fly to France. Before he went, he visited Oxford, and besought him to escape also. Oxford refused, and Ormond took leave of him with the words, "Farewell, Oxford, without a head," and to which the latter replied, "Farewell, Duke, without a duchy." Of the threatened lords, Oxford was now the only one who remained. He was in the House of Lords to hear his impeachment, and when it was moved that he should be committed to the Tower, he made a short and dignified speech in his defence. He was escorted to the Tower by an enormous crowd, who cheered loudly for him and the principles he represented. The cheers were ominous to the government, and showed that the Whigs, in their lust for revenge, had shot their bolt too far. These impeachments were in fact merely the result of party animosity, and could not be justified on broad grounds. The Treaty of Utrecht, whether bad or good, had been approved by 2 parliaments, and the responsibility for it, therefore, rested not upon the ex-ministers, but upon the nation, which had sufficiently punished those ministers when it drove them from power. From the report of the committee, it seemed that the impeached lords had contemplated the restoration of James as a political possibility, but they had left no evidence to show that they had determined to restore him. On the contrary, both before and after the proclamation of the new king, they had made professions of loyalty to the House of Hanover. It is impossible to say what George I thought of these impeachments. Probably he understood the principles of political freedom better than his ministers. But the people had not yet divested themselves of the idea of the political responsibility of the king, and the persecuting spirit of the ministers provoked a reaction not only against the government but against the monarch. The cheers which at first greeted the king's appearance in public now gave way to hoots and seditious cries. For this unpopularity, the king himself was largely responsible. The result of the election made him feel surer of his position on the throne, and he no longer troubled to conceal his natural ungraciousness. Unlike the Prince and Princess of Wales, he made no effort to court popularity or to feign sentiments he did not feel, and he openly expressed his dislike of England and all things English. He disliked the climate and the language, and did not trust the people. His dissatisfaction expressed itself even in the most trivial things. Nothing English was any good. Even the oysters were without flavour. The royal household were at their wits' end to know what could be the matter with them, until at last someone remembered that Hanover was a long way from the sea, and that the king had probably never eaten a fresh oyster before he came to England. Orders were given that they should be kept until they were stale, and the difficulty was solved. The king expressed himself satisfied and enjoyed them. But his other peculiarities were not so easily overcome. Notwithstanding that Parliament had been so liberal with the civil list, George showed himself extremely penurious in everything that related to his English subjects. "This is a strange country," he grumbled once. "The first morning after my arrival at St. James's, I looked out of the window and saw a park with walks and a canal, which they told me was mine. The next day, Lord Chetwynd, the ranger of my park, sent me a brace of my carp out of my canal, and I was told I must give 5 guineas to Lord Chetwynd's man for bringing my own carp out of my own canal in my own park." A reasonable complaint, it must be admitted, but his niggardliness had not always the same excuse. For example, it had been the custom of English sovereigns on their birthdays to give new clothes to their regiment of guards, and George I grudgingly had to follow precedent, but he determined to do it as cheaply as possible, and the shirts that were sent to the soldiers were so coarse that the men cried out against them. Some even went so far as to throw them down in the courtyard of St. James's Palace, and soon after, when a detachment was marching through the city to relieve guard at the Tower, the soldiers evinced their mutinous disposition by pulling out their undergarments and showing them to the crowd, shouting derisively, "Look at our Hanoverian shirts!" The king's miserliness did not extend to his Hanoverians. When his Hanoverian cook came to him and declared that he must go back home, as he could not control the waste and thefts that went on in the royal kitchen, the king laughed outright and said, "Never mind, my revenue nows will bear the expense. You rob like the English, and mind you take your share." The king also wished to shut up St. James's Park for his private benefit, and when he asked Townshend how much it would cost to do so, the minister replied, "Only 3 crowns, sire." Whereat the king remarked, it was a pity, as it would have made a fine field for turnips. George I had nothing of majesty in his demeanour or appearance. He disliked uniforms, and generally appeared in a shabby suit of brown cloth, liberally besprinkled with snuff. He was a gluttonous eater, and frequently drank too much. When he came to England, his habits were set, and he was too old to change them even if he had the will to do so, which he had not. The English people might take him or leave him just as they pleased. He had never made any advances to them, and was not going to begin now. George's abrupt manner and coarse habits must have been a severe test to the loyalty of his courtiers, who had been accustomed to the grace and dignity of the Stuarts. Certainly not his most fervent supporters could pretend that he ruled by right divine, nor was it possible to revive for him the old feeling of romantic loyalty which had hitherto circled around the persons of the English kings. Yet in fairness, it must be said that behind his rude exterior he had some good qualities, but they were not those which made for popularity. His great error as King of England was that he wantonly added to his unpopularity by the horde of hungry Hanoverians, pimps, whelps, and reptiles, as they were called in contemporary print, whom he brought over with him, and who at once set to work to make themselves as unpleasant as possible. Much of the king's regal authority was exercised through what has been called the Hanoverian junta. 3 ministers who came in his suite, Bothmar, Bernstorff, and Roberthon. Bothmar's position in England immediately before Queen Anne's death had been difficult and delicate, and he was hated by Bolingbroke and the Tories, a hatred which, when his royal master came into power, he was able to repay 4-fold. His knowledge of English affairs was unrivalled by any other Hanoverian. As George became more acquainted with his new subjects, Bothmar ceased to be so useful, but at first his influence was paramount, and he amassed a large fortune from the bribes given him by aspirants to the royal favour. Bernstorff had been Prime Minister in Hanover since the death of Count Platen, and for many years previously had held the position of chief adviser to the Duke of Celle. He had earned George's goodwill by prejudicing the Duke of Celle against his daughter, Sophie Dorothea. Indeed, Bernstorff may be said to have contributed to the princess's ruin, and he was even now largely responsible for her strict and continued imprisonment. In foreign affairs, Bernstorff gained considerable influence, and worked for the aggrandizement of Hanover at the expense of England, with the full consent and approval of the king. He found his schemes, however, thwarted by Townshend on many occasions, and so he too directed his surplus energies to the sale of places. Roberthon was a Frenchman of low birth. He had been at one time private secretary to William of Orange, and had been employed by the Elector of Hanover in carrying on a confidential correspondence with England, a prying, impertinent, venomous creature, Mon calls him, for ever crawling in some slimy intrigue. He, too, was most venal, and seized every opportunity of enriching himself. These three men brought with them two women, who were familiar figures at the court of George I. One was a Mademoiselle Schutz, a niece of Bernstorff, and probably a relative of the envoy who had been recalled by order of Queen Anne. She was of pleasing appearance, and made herself exceedingly offensive to the English ladies by giving herself great airs, and wishing to take precedence even of countesses. She was also a bird of prey, but as she had little influence, her opportunities of plunder were limited, and she seems mainly to have occupied herself with borrowing jewels from English peeresses, wherewith to bedeck her person, and forgetting to return them. By the time she went back to Hanover, it was computed that she carried off with her a large box of treasure obtained in this way. The other woman was Madame Roberthon, wife of the secretary aforesaid, who, being of mean birth, squat figure, and harsh croaking voice, was generally known in court circles as La Grenouille, or the Frog. But the avarice of all these was as nothing compared to that of the mistresses Schulenburg and Kielmansegger, who were now nicknamed the Maypole and the Elephant, respectively. These ladies were sumptuously lodged in St. James's Palace, but their suites of rooms were situated far apart, with King George between them, a wise precaution, as they hated each other with an intense and jealous hatred. Of the two, Schulenburg had immeasurably more influence, and consequently far greater opportunities of amassing a fortune. She was brazen and shameless in her greed for gold. When, as a protest against the arrest of his son-in-law, Sir William Wyndham, in 1715, the Duke of Somerset, the proudest nobleman in England and the premier Protestant duke, resigned the mastership of the horse, Schulenburg had the impudence to propose that the office should be left vacant and the revenues given to her. To everyone's disgust, the king consented, and handed over to her the profits of this appointment, amounting to £7,500 a year. Schulenburg was a veritable daughter of the horse-leech, always crying, "Give, give!" And it says very little for English morals or honesty to find that, much as she was despised, her apartments at St. James's Palace were crowded by some of the first of the Whig nobility, and not only they, but their wives and daughters paid the mistress their court. The Princess of Wales always treated Schulenburg with politeness, and recognised the peculiar relationship which existed between her and the king. Towards Kielmansegger she was not so complacent, and when shortly after her arrival in England that lady prayed to be received by the princess, Caroline sent word to say that, In these matters things go by age, and she must therefore receive the oldest first, namely Schulenburg. Caroline had a strong dislike to Kilmansegger, whom she regarded as the most mischievous woman, and declared that she never even stuck a pin in her gown without some object. Kilmansegger did not get nearly so many perquisites as her companion in iniquity. Incidentally, she secured a prize, such as a sum of £500 from one Chetwynd, for obtaining for him an appointment in the Board of Trade, with the additional sum of £200 per annum as long as he held it. This was rather a heavy tax upon his salary, but as the appointment was a sinecure, and Chetwynd quite incompetent to fill it, even if he had not been, he was content to get it on any terms. The indignation of the people was especially directed against these two women. The English people had been accustomed by the Stuarts to royal mistresses. They could forgive the Hanoverian women their want of morals, and even their avarice, had they kept it within bounds. But they could not forget their lack of beauty, and when they set out in the king's coaches to take the air, they were often greeted with jeers and yells. On one of these occasions, when the crowd was more than usually offensive, Schulenburg, who had picked up a little English by this time, thrust her painted face out of the window of the coach and cried, "Good people, what for you abuse us? We come for your goods." "Yes, damn ye," shouted a fellow in the crowd, "and for our chattels too." There were two more members of this strange household who incurred their share of odium, the king's Turks, Mustafa and Mahmet, who alone were admitted into the royal bedchamber to dress and undress the monarch, duties which until this reign had been performed by English officers of the household appointed by the king. These Turks, although occupying so humble a position, were paid much court to, and were able to acquire a considerable sum of money by doing a trade in minor appointments about the royal household, such as places for pages, cooks, grooms, and so forth. The king, who disliked state and ceremonial, after the first year of his reign, appeared at the drawing-rooms at St. James's only for a brief time, leaving the honours to be done by the Princess of Wales. He liked best to spend his evenings quietly in the apartment of one of his mistresses, smoking a pipe and drinking German beer, or playing ombre or quadrille for small sums. To these parties few English were ever invited. The King of England, says the Comte de Broglie, has no predilection for the English nation, and never receives in private any English of either sex. But to this rule there were two notable exceptions. One was the younger Craggs, and the other Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, whose beauty and vivacity and free and easy manners and conversation made her peculiarly acceptable to Schulenburg and the king. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, who was the eldest daughter of the wealthy and profligate Duke of Kingston, was one of the most remarkable women of her time. Her upbringing had given an impetus to her natural originality. She had lost her mother when she was a child, and had grown up under the care of her father, who made much of her, but who was far from a judicious guardian. As a girl, Lady Mary was allowed to run wild amongst the stables and kennels, but her sense and thirst for knowledge prevented her from abusing her freedom. She read widely anything and everything, taught herself Latin, and acquired a thorough knowledge of Greek and French. Her father was very proud of her, and proposed her at a toast to the famous Kit Kat Club at one of their festive gatherings at a tavern in the Strand. The members demurred on the grounds that they had never seen her. "Then you shall," said the Duke with an oath, and he forthwith sent his man home to say that Lady Mary was to be dressed in her best and brought to him at once. The child, for she was then only 8 years old, was received with acclamations by the assembled company, whom she delighted with her ready answers. Her health was drunk with enthusiasm, and her name engraved upon the glasses. Lady Mary afterwards declared that this was the proudest moment of her life. She was passed from the knee of a poet to the arms of a statesman, and toasted by some of the most eminent men in England. While she was still quite young, Lady Mary fell in love with Edward Wortley Montagu, who was a young man of good presence, good family, and well-mannered and well-educated. She was never much in love with him, and showed herself quite alive to his defects, but clung to him with a curious persistency. The old Duke peremptorily forbade the marriage, but after many difficulties, Wortley Montagu persuaded Lady Mary to elope with him, and they were privately married by special licence. When George I came to the throne, Wortley Montagu, who was a Whig, obtained through the patronage of his powerful friends a lordship of the Treasury. The duties of his office brought him to London, and his wife came with him. Her wit, beauty, and originality made a sensation at the early drawing-rooms of George I. With all her charms, there was in Lady Mary a vein of coarseness, the result, no doubt, of her upbringing, which made her particularly sympathetic to the coarse and sensual king. He talked with her, admired her French, and admitted her into his special intimacy, though there is nothing to show that he entertained any feelings for her beyond that of paternal friendship for a young and beautiful girl, for she was then little more. But the Prince of Wales, who fancied himself a great gallant, soon began to pay her marked attention. His admiration was open and confessed, and one evening, when she appeared at court radiant in her beauty and splendidly attired, he was so struck with admiration that he called to the princess, who was playing cards in the next room, to come and see how beautifully Lady Mary was dressed. The princess, though the most complacent of wives, objected to being interrupted in her game to look at the beauty of another woman, and so, with a shrug of her shoulders, she merely answered, "Lady Mary always dresses well," and went on with her cards. It was soon found impossible by the courtiers at St. James's to maintain the favour of both the king and the prince. They had to choose between one and the other, and Lady Mary was no exception to the rule. The favour shown her by the king soon earned her the dislike of the Prince of Wales, a matter about which she was indifferent, as she had no liking for him. She distrusted him, and declared that he looked on all men and women he saw as creatures he might kick or kiss for his diversion. Of the two, she preferred his sire, whom she credited with being passively good-natured. She, alone among English ladies, enjoyed the card parties and beer drinking in the king's private apartments, with Schulenburg and Kielmansegger. She and the younger Craggs, who could talk French and German well, and who was rather a favourite of Schulenburg's, often went to make a four at cards with Schulenburg and the king, and passed many a pleasant evening, according to their tastes, in this wise. Lady Mary relates an amusing incident which happened at one of these royal parties. She was commanded to appear one evening, and went in as duty-bound. But she explained to Schulenburg that she had a particular reason for wishing to leave early, and prayed her to ask the king's leave. George, who disliked to have his parties broken up, remonstrated, but finding the lady anxious to go, gave her leave to depart. But when she rose, he returned to the point, saying many other complimentary things, which she answered in a fitting manner, and finally managed to leave the room. The rest may be quoted. At the foot of the great stairs she ran against Secretary Craggs just coming in, who stopped her to inquire what was the matter. Was the company put off? She told him why she went away, and how urgently the king had pressed her to stay longer, possibly dwelling on that head with some small complacency. Mr. Craggs made no remark, but when he had heard it all, snatching her up in his arms as a nurse carries a child, he ran full speed with her upstairs, deposited her within the antechamber, kissed both her hands respectfully, still not saying a word, and vanished. The pages, seeing her returned, they knew not how, hastily threw open the inner doors, and before she had recovered her breath, she found herself again in the king's presence. "Ah, la revoilà!" cried he, extremely pleased, and began thanking her for her obliging change of mind. The motto on all palace gates is "Hush," as Lady Mary well knew. She had not to learn that mystery and caution ever spread their wings over the precincts of a court, where nobody knows what dire mischief may ensue from one unlucky syllable babbled about anything or about nothing at a wrong time. But she was bewildered, fluttered, and entirely off her guard, so began giddily with, "Oh Lord, sir, I have been so frightened." She told his Majesty the whole story exactly as she would have told it to anyone else. He had not done exclaiming, nor his Germans wondering, when again the door flew open, and the attendants announced Mr. Secretary Craggs, who, but that moment arrived, it should seem, entered with the usual obeisance, and as composed an air as if nothing had happened. "Mais comment donc, Monsieur Craggs?" said the king, going up to him. "Est-ce que c'est l'usage de ce pays de porter des belles dames comme un sac de froment? Is it the custom of this country to carry about fair ladies like a sack of wheat?" The minister, struck dumb by this unexpected attack, stood a minute or two, not knowing which way to look. Then, recovering his self-possession, answered with a low bow, "There is nothing I would not do for your Majesty's satisfaction." This was coming off tolerably well, but he did not forgive the telltale culprit in whose ear, watching his opportunity when the king turned from them, he muttered a bitter reproach, with a round oath to enforce it, "which I durst not resent," continued she, "for I had drawn it upon myself, and indeed I was heartily vexed at my own imprudence." It was a peculiarity of George I that he had no friends in the world, not even his Hanoverian minions and mistresses, who followed him here from interested motives, with the exception of Schulenburg. The English, even those who were admitted to his intimacy, like Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, had little good to say of him. In private life he would have been called an honest blockhead, she writes, and fortune, which makes him a king, adds nothing to his happiness, only prejudiced his honesty and shortened his days. If this were the case with people who were near him and benefited by his favours, how can it be wondered that he was unpopular with his subjects at large? There was nothing to be spread abroad in his favour, not one gracious act, not one gracious word or kindly speech. The more his subjects knew of him, the more they disliked him, and their reaction was soon getting in full flood. The foreign policy of the government, which was directly influenced by the king and Bernstorff, tended to increase George's unpopularity. The quarrel with Sweden on the purely Hanoverian question of Bremen and Verden, and the dispatch of an English fleet to the Baltic, brought home to the nation the fact that it would be liable to be constantly embroiled in continental quarrels for the sake of Hanover. The king, like his Hanoverians, considered his tenure of the English throne a precarious one. He rather considers England as a temporary possession to be made the most of while it lasts, than as a perpetual inheritance to himself and his family, wrote the French ambassador. And, says Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, the natural honesty of his temper, joined with the narrow motives of a low education, made him look upon his acceptance of the crown as an act of usurpation, which was always uneasy to him. At any rate, George was too honest to feign a belief in James being a pretended son of James II, and he knew, but for the accident of his Protestantism, that he had no claim on the English throne. To benefit Hanover at the expense of England was the keynote of his policy, and when the nation began to be aware of it, the tide of discontent ran higher and higher, and Jacobite plots were reported in all directions. There were riots on the King's birthday. The crowds wore turnips in their hats in derision of George's wish to turn St. James's Park into a turnip field. Effigies of dissenting ministers were burned, and their chapels wrecked. James's health was publicly drunk on Ludgate Hill and in other places. The mob loudly shouted Ormond and No George, and the following doggerel was sung in the streets. If Queen Anne had done justice, George had still over slaves and German boobies reigned. On leeks and garlic still regaled his feast, in dirty dowlas shirts and fustians dressed. Disaffection spread everywhere, and recruiting for James went on even among the King's guards. In many quarters there was something like a panic, but the King went about as usual, indifferent to danger. England, he frankly owned, had disappointed him, and perhaps he did not greatly care whether he was sent back to Hanover or not. So things continued through the summer and autumn, until in November they came to a crisis, and mounted messengers galloped south with the news that James's standard had been unfurled in the Highlands. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kate Freeland. Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1, by William Henry Wilkins. Chapter 4, The White Rose, 1715 to 1716. James Francis Edward Stuart, known to the Jacobites as King James III of England and Ireland, and the Eighth of Scotland, to the Tories as the Chevalier de St. George, a title he had himself assumed when Anne was living, and to the Whigs as the Old Pretender, was now 27 years of age, having been born in June 1688 at St. James's Palace. The birth of this son, so long desired, was the immediate cause of his father's ruin. James II was well advanced in years, and no children had been born to him by his second wife, Mary of Modena, except such as had died in infancy. His persecuting zeal in favor of Roman Catholicism had given great offense to his subjects, even to those who were most loyal to his throne in person, but they had made up their minds to bear with him, in the confident hope that, when he died, his crown would devolve on his daughter Mary, wife of William of Orange, and then on his daughter Anne, both of whom were devoted members of the Church of England. These hopes were ruined by the birth of this son, who would be educated in his father's faith, and brought up under the narrow and tyrannical influences which already menaced the laws and liberties of the realm. It was this feeling of bitter disappointment which led to the absurd legend that the king and queen had leagued with the Jesuits to impose a supposititious child upon the nation, and so ensure the maintenance of the Roman Catholic faith. It was gravely stated, and even credited by many who should have known better, that the infant prince had been introduced into the royal bedchamber in a warming pan, and for nearly a century later, little tin warming pans were sometimes worn by the Whigs in their buttonholes to show their contempt for Jacobite pretensions. More care should have been taken by the king to secure the attendance of the great officers of state at the birth of the prince, but there was abundant evidence to prove that the child was really and truly the king's son. The young prince's sojourn in the land of his birth was of brief duration, for a few months after he was born, the greater part of the nation rose against the king, and in December of the same year, after the landing of William of Orange, the queen fled from England to France, taking with her her infant son. She was followed a week or two later by the king. The royal fugitives were received with every mark of honor by Louis XIV. The magnificent palace of Saint-Germain was placed at their disposal, and a handsome pension was given them wherewith to maintain a numerous court. Prince James grew up surrounded by Jesuit priests and fugitive Jacobites. The influences of Saint-Germain were bigoted and reactionary, and profound melancholy brooded over all. An atmosphere more likely to produce a seminarist than a man of action. Otherwise, unlike George I, James received an English education. He could speak and read English fluently, and he was taught to love the land of his birth, and to believe himself the heir to its throne, by right divine. William III made overtures to the old king to adopt the prince and educate him in England, but as this involved not only the recognition of the usurper, but also that the prince should be brought up in the faith of the Church of England, William's offer was contemptuously refused. If Prince James had become a member of the Church of England, and many attempts were made to win him over on the part of those attached to his cause, he would have succeeded to the throne of England almost without protest, and the Hanoverian family would never have stood in his way. But the old king flatly refused to listen to such a thing, and after his father's death, when James had come to man's estate, he, to his honor, refused to forsake his religion even to gain the crown of England. Being of a contrary opinion to the Protestant Henry of Navarre, who was easily converted to Roman Catholicism, holding that Paris was well worth a mass. Prince James had certain natural advantages in his favor. He was every inch a Stuart. He was tall and well-made, with graceful, dignified manners, and his face wore the expression of haunting Stuart melancholy, with which Van Dyck has made us familiar. But for a certain vacuity of countenance, and a lack of fire and animation, he would have been counted handsome. But his character was colorless. He lacked ambition and determination. He had no initiative, and not feeling enthusiasm himself, he could not inspire it in others. He was something of a fatalist, and early made up his mind that misfortune was his portion. Much of this was due to temperament, but training was responsible for more. On the death of his father, James was proclaimed King of England by Louis XIV with all ceremony at Saint-Germain, and the French king helped to fit out for him the abortive expedition of 1706, when he took leave of him with these words, "The best thing I can wish you is that I may never see your face again." He saw it very quickly, for the expedition came to naught, and soon after, Louis was so involved in his own affairs that he was unable to render further material assistance to the Stuart cause. James fought with the French army in Flanders, where he served with the household troops of Louis, distinguishing himself with bravery at Oudenarde and Malcapet. He thus took arms against the English. Not a wise thing for a prince to do, who one day hoped to wear the English crown, but gratitude no doubt led him to place his sword at Louis's disposal. By a coincidence, the Electoral Prince George Augustus fought at Oudenarde too, but on the side of the English, and thus the two claimants to the throne had opposed one another in battle. The Treaty of Utrecht, which contained a clause providing for the removal of James from French dominions, was a blow to him, but before the treaty was signed he had anticipated the inevitable by removing to the neutral territory of Lorraine, where he was well received by the Duke. In Lorraine he remained during the critical period immediately before and after the death of Queen Anne, trying in vain to induce the French king to help him. But Louis XIV refused to give active assistance, holding that the initiative ought rather to come from his friends in England. James had therefore to content himself with the manifesto and correspondence with his English supporters, who, unable to agree among themselves upon a plan of action, looked to him in vain to give them a lead. This was the position of affairs when Bolingbroke arrived in France. He was prostrated on a bed of sickness for the first few weeks, and while in this condition received a visit from an emissary of James, who was then holding his small court at Bar. Bolingbroke hesitated. If his enemies had shown any sign of relenting, or if there had been any hope that he might at some future time be taken into the service of King George, he would not have committed himself to the Stuart cause, for he had absolutely no sympathy with Roman Catholicism or absolutism, and he despised not only many of the principles but the personal character of James. But while he hesitated, news came that he had been attainted, his property confiscated, and his name erased from the roll of the House of Lords. It was then, as he afterwards expressed it, with the smart of a bill of attainder tingling in every vein, that he hastened to James, and, full of revenge, accepted the seals of office from his hand. Bolingbroke began to repent of this step almost at once. Speaking of the first interview he had with his new master, he said, "He talked to me like a man who expected every moment to set out for England or Scotland, but who did not very well know for which." James's little court afforded ample field for Bolingbroke's satire. Like his rival, George I, James had his mistresses, but unlike George, he allowed them a voice in political affairs, and told them all his secrets. Bolingbroke soon found that their influence was much greater than his. Advices received from England told James of the discontent and disaffection which were rapidly ripening there, and Louis XIV seemed more inclined to lend active aid to an expedition. Bolingbroke counseled judicious delay. He knew, none better, that the golden chance of a Stuart restoration passed when he hesitated to act upon Atterbury's advice to proclaim James when Queen Anne lay dying. But that chance had gone, and the only thing that remained was to wait for the inevitable reaction in favor of the Stuarts, which George's ungracious personality was fast helping to bring about. But James and his advisers were eager for action. Ormond, it was understood, would head the rising in the west, Mar would raise the flag in Scotland, and at the same time James was to make his appearance in Scotland and himself take the field. Such was the plan for the expedition of 15. Like all other plans, it read very well on paper, but scarcely was it set afoot than the misfortunes which dogged the steps of the Stuarts came thick and fast. The first blow was the death of Louis XIV, the most powerful friend the Jacobite cause ever had. "When I engaged," said Bolingbroke later, "in this business, my principal dependence was on his personal character. My hopes sank as he declined, and died when he expired." The Duke of Orleans, who succeeded him as regent, leaned rather to the dynasty now established in England, and thought that the interests of France would be best served by keeping friends with it. He refused to help James in any way, and even acted against him by preventing the sailing of certain vessels which were intended for an expedition to England. The second blow was the arrival of Ormond, a fugitive from England, he the powerful and popular leader who, according to the paper plan, was to raise the standard in the West. His appearance in France showed Bolingbroke that the attempt was hopeless, and the expedition must be postponed. He had great difficulty in persuading James to this, for, as he was ignorant of English affairs, he desired to set off at once. Bolingbroke succeeded in stopping him, and sent a messenger to Scotland imploring Mar to wait a while. The messenger arrived too late. Mar, acting on his own initiative, had already set up James's standard in the Highlands, and the heather was afire. The Highland clans were flocking in daily, and under these circumstances it was impossible that either James or Ormond could remain inactive. To do James justice, he was only too eager to be gone. Ormond left Bar and sailed from the coast of Normandy for Devonshire. On October 28th, James himself set out from Lorraine, with the intention of making his way to Scotland as quickly as possible. But his unfortunate habit of admitting women into his confidence betrayed his secret, and every move he made was known. Almost before he made it, to Lord Stair, the English ambassador in Paris, and he was thwarted at every turn. While hiding in Brittany, the first news of ill success was brought to him by Ormond, who now returned to France after an abortive attempt to land at Plymouth. He found nothing prepared, and no signs of a rising in the west. This, however, did not daunt James, who after many delays at last embarked at Dunkirk on a small vessel and sailed for the coast of Scotland. We must now go back a few weeks and see what had been passing on the other side of the Channel. John Erskine, 11th Earl of Mar, who had raised the standard of James in Scotland, was a man of great courage and some ability, but he acted too much upon impulse, and as a general he was unskillful, and lacking in decision and command. Like many other public men during the reign of Anne, he vacillated between Whig and Tory, and on the accession of George I he professed his devotion to the House of Hanover. But George refused to listen, and Mar threw in his fortunes with James. On August 1st, 1715, Mar attended one of the levees at St. James's to disarm suspicion, and the next day he set off in disguise for the Highlands. On August 27th, he summoned a great hunting match to which all the principal Jacobites were invited. The Marquises of Huntly and Tullibardine, eldest sons of the Dukes of Gordon and Athol, the Earls of Southesk, Marischal, Seaforth, Errol, Traquair, Linlithgow, the chief of Glengarry, and several other Highland chieftains assembled. Mar addressed them in a long and eloquent speech, in which he lamented his own past error in having helped forward that accursed treaty, the Union, and declared that the time was now ripe for Scotland to regain her ancient independence under her rightful sovereign, King James. All present pledged themselves to the Stuart cause, and then the assembly broke up, each member returning to his home to raise men and supplies. On September 6th, at Kirkmichael, a village near Braemar, Mar formally raised the standard of James. As the pole was planted in the ground, the gilt ball fell from the top of the flagstaff, and the superstitious Highlanders regarded this as an ill omen, though the flag was consecrated by prayer. Mar's little band at that time numbered only 60 men, but the news of his action was noised abroad, and the rising spread like wildfire. The white cockade, the Stuart emblem, was assumed by clan after clan. James was proclaimed at Brecon, Aberdeen, Inverness, and Dundee, and many of the leading noblemen of Scotland flocked to his standard. In a very short space of time the whole country north of the Tay was in the hands of the Jacobites, and by the time Mar marched into Perth on September 16th, his army had swollen to 5,000 men. In another part of Scotland, a plot had been made to capture Edinburgh Castle, and if it had been successful, the whole of Scotland would probably have submitted to James. Lord Drummond, with some 80 Highlanders, had bribed 3 soldiers of the garrison, and it was determined to scale the castle rock at a point where one of their friends would be sentinel on September 9th, at 9 o'clock at night. When they had obtained possession of the castle, cannon was to be fired, and in response to this signal, fires were to be kindled on the heights on the opposite coast of Fife. And these beacons, spreading northward from mountain to mountain, would inform Mar at Perth that Edinburgh had fallen, and be the signal for him immediately to push southward. Unfortunately, one of the conspirators told his brother, who told his wife, and the secret being entrusted to a woman soon ceased to exist. The woman sent an anonymous letter to the Lord Justice, telling him of the plot. The letter did not reach him until 10 o'clock of the very night the castle was to be taken, so that had the conspirators been punctual and begun operations at 9 o'clock as they had planned, they would probably have succeeded. But they were drinking at a tavern, and did not bring the ladders to the castle rock until nearly 2 hours later. The delay proved ruinous, for scarcely had the soldiers begun to draw up the ladders than the officers of the garrison were aroused by an express telling them of the plot. The garrison was at once alarmed, and the Jacobite sentinel, seeing that all was over, fired his piece and called down to those below. The conspirators immediately made off, and most of them escaped, only 4 being taken. Thus, women and wine, always the 2 most baleful influences in Jacobite plans, defeated this scheme. There was great alarm in England when the news of Mar's action travelled south. The persecuting policy of the Whigs had driven many moderate men over to the Jacobite cause, and the personal unpopularity of the king had taken the heart out of his adherents. So far as could be judged on the surface, popular feeling all over England was in favor of James. Mysterious toasts were proposed at dinners, like Job, whose name formed the initial letters of James, Ormond, and Bolingbroke, or Kit, because in the same way it stood for King James III, or the Three Bs, which was a synonym for the best-born Briton, James, who had the advantage over George the German in having been born in England. The University of Oxford was especially disaffected and burst forth into white roses, though owing to the time of the year they had mostly to be made of paper. The friends of the Hanoverian succession felt something like panic, which penetrated to the royal palaces and even went to the immediate entourage of the king and the Prince and Princess of Wales. The Hanoverian ministers and mistresses were in great alarm, and Schulenburg renewed her former fears and urged the king to pack up without ado and make haste to Hanover, for, as she had always said, the English were a false and fickle people who chopped off their kings' heads on the least pretext. And this was the view generally taken in Europe. "The English are so false," wrote the Duchess of Orleans, "that I would not trust them a single hair, and I do not believe that they will long put up with a king who cannot speak their language." She expressed herself in favor of an amicable settlement of the dispute by allowing James to keep Scotland, and George England, and her views probably represented those of the court of France. But George I remained unmoved, and scorned the idea of flight or compromise. Perhaps he knew that the worst that would happen to him was that he would be sent back to Hanover under safe escort by his Stuart cousin. And he would not have been wholly sorry. The Prince and Princess of Wales also showed courage, and went about everywhere as usual, unattended by any but the ordinary escort. The government were in a tight place. They had only 8,000 soldiers in Great Britain, and with this slender force they had to grapple with conspiracies, open disaffection, and threatened landings in many places. Moreover, they had to keep the peace, which was in hourly danger of being broken. Disturbances in London were so many and so great that it was thought advisable to form a camp in Hyde Park, and a large body of troops were established there, and many pieces of cannon. These troops were reviewed by the King, the Prince of Wales, and the Duke of Marlborough, and the establishment of the camp certainly had effect, for it not only quelled the rising spirit of disaffection, but frightened those lawless spirits who found in a time of national disquiet an opportunity to rob, murder, and outrage. The government, advised in military matters by Marlborough, acted promptly and vigorously. The Habeas Corpus Act was suspended, and the Riot Act was frequently read. 6,000 Dutch troops were sent for, 21 new regiments were raised, and a reward of £100,000 was offered for seizing James, alive or dead. The principal Jacobites, and even those Tories who, without any suspicion of Jacobitism, opposed the government, were arrested. Lords Lansdowne and Duplin and other noblemen were sent to the Tower, and 6 members of the House of Commons, including Sir William Wyndham, were also imprisoned. Wyndham had great influence in the western counties, and his arrest was followed up by troops being marched into that quarter of the kingdom, and Bristol and Plymouth were garrisoned. Thus Ormond's attempt, as we have seen, was forestalled. The University of Oxford also felt the iron hand of power. Several suspected persons were seized, and a troop of horse was quartered there. On the other hand, the University of Cambridge testified its loyalty to the House of Hanover, which the king rewarded later by a valuable gift of books to the university library. This gave rise to Dr. Trapp's Oxford epigram. Our royal master saw, with heedful eyes, the wants of his 2 universities. Troops he to Oxford sent, as knowing why that learned body wanted loyalty, but books to Cambridge gave, as well discerning how that right loyal body wanted learning. Sir William Browne smartly retorted for Cambridge. The king to Oxford sent a troop of horse, for Tories no argument but force. With equal care to Cambridge books he sent, for Whigs admit no force, but argument. The Duke of Argyll, commander-in-chief of the royal forces in Scotland, was dispatched thither with all speed. He arrived at Stirling in the middle of September, and a camp was formed. At the beginning, he had only about 1,500 men under his command, including the famous Scots Greys, and his prospect of getting more was not bright. He could not therefore attempt at first any forward movement. If Mar had then marched from Perth and surrounded Argyll at Stirling, the result might have been very different. But the whole of the history of the Stuart cause is a record of ifs and might-have-beens. The vigorous action of the government crushed the rising in the bud in the greater part of England. However disaffected the Jacobites might be, and however numerous, they had no concerted plan of action, and their efforts to communicate with one another were checked by the vigilance of the government. This was certainly the case in the south, but the mailed arm of the government took longer to reach the north, and Lancashire and Northumberland contained many Roman Catholics who were Jacobites to a man, besides others who were lukewarm in the Hanoverian succession. When Forster, a wealthy Northumberland squire and a member of the Church of England, and Lord Derwentwater, a young nobleman of great influence and a zealous Roman Catholic, heard that the government had issued orders for their arrest, they both determined to rise in arms rather than surrender, and on October 7th they proclaimed King James at Warkworth. They were soon joined by a number of Roman Catholic noblemen across the border, including Lord Kenmure and the Earls of Nithsdale, Winton, and Carnwath. These reinforcements from the southwest of Scotland found that the Northumbrian Jacobites were more imposing in names than in numbers, and the combined forces did not amount to much more than 500 horse. Forster was placed in command, and by Mar's orders, he marched to Kelso, where he was joined by Brigadier Mackintosh with a large company of foot soldiers. Mackintosh urged an advance upon Edinburgh, which, as it lay between the forces of Forster and Mackintosh and those of Mar, would probably have capitulated. But Forster, a fox-hunting squire who had no military knowledge and little courage or ability, overruled him and determined upon an invasion of Lancashire. After a good deal of discussion between the Scots and the English, a senseless march began along the Cheviots. The Jacobite forces received no assistance from the Roman Catholics of Cumberland and Westmoreland, and many of the Scots deserted. But on arriving in Lancashire, Forster picked up a number of ill-armed and undisciplined recruits, who were more a hindrance than a help. He entered Lancaster without resistance and proceeded to Preston. At Preston he was soon surrounded by the royal forces, according to Berwick, not exceeding 1,000 men, but small or great. They were sufficient to frighten Forster, who retired to bed instead of to battle. When presently routed out by his officers, he was so disheartened that he sent to propose a capitulation. When the news of this cowardly surrender became known, many of the Jacobite soldiers were filled with the fiercest indignation. "Had Mr. Forster," said an eyewitness, "appeared in the street, he would have been slain, though he had had 100 lives." The Scots threatened to rush on the royal troops with drawn swords, but the leaders saw that it was now too late and prevailed on their followers to lay down their arms. Among those who surrendered were Lords Derwentwater, Widrington, Nithsdale, Winton, Carnwath, Kenmure, and Nairn, also Forster and the representatives of many ancient families in the north of England. While all this had been taking place south of the Tweed, Mar still persevered in his policy of inaction in Scotland. Every day's delay meant that Argyll was getting stronger, and every day's delay also tended to exasperate and discourage Mar's followers. If Mar had only been a general of moderate capacity, or even a stout-hearted man, he could have become master of Scotland while he was lingering in Perth. As Sir Walter Scott has put it, "With a far less force than Mar had at his disposal, Montrose gained 8 victories and overran Scotland. With fewer numbers of Highlanders, Dundee gained the Battle of Killiecrankie, and with about half the troops assembled at Perth, Charles Edward in 1745 marched as far as Derby and gained 2 victories over regular troops. But in 1715, by one of those misfortunes which dogged the House of Stuart since the days of Robert II, they wanted a man of military talent, just at the time when they possessed an unusual quantity of military means. On November 10th, Mar, goaded into action by the expostulations of his followers, marched from Perth. The next day he was joined by Gordon and some of the western clans, and his combined force amounted to upwards of 10,000 men. Argyll, hearing of Mar's approach, advanced from Stirling, and the two forces met in battle on Sunday, November 13th, at Sheriffmuir. The Highlanders fought with great gallantry and courage. After a prolonged fight, the result of the battle was uncertain. Neither army could claim a victory, for each had defeated the left wing of the other. The Duke of Argyll lost more men, but on the other hand he captured more guns. The bolder spirits among the Highland leaders urged Mar to renew the conflict, but timid counsels prevailed. Mar retired to Perth and resumed his former inactivity. Dispatches were sent to James, who was then waiting in Brittany, describing Sheriffmuir as a great victory, and so it was reported in Paris. It was at this juncture that James came to Scotland. He sailed from Dunkirk in a small vessel of 8 guns, accompanied by 6 adherents disguised as French naval officers. He landed at Peterhead on December 22nd, 1715. He passed through Aberdeen incognito and went to Fetteresso, the seat of the Earl Marischal. Here Mar hastened to meet him and do him homage. The first act of James was to create Mar a duke. His next was to constitute a privy council and issue proclamations under the style and title of James VIII of Scotland and the III of England, and his coronation was appointed to take place on January 23, 1716, at Scone. The magistrates of Aberdeenshire and the clergy of the Episcopal Church of Scotland presented James with enthusiastic addresses of welcome. Thus returned the grandson of Charles I to the land of his birth. On January 2, 1715, James began his journey southwards. He made a state entry into Dundee, and was received with acclamation. He then went to Scone Palace, where he established his court with all the ceremony and etiquette appertaining to royalty. Active preparations were made for his coronation, and ladies stripped themselves of their jewels and ornaments, that a crown might be made for the occasion. But the Stuart cause was not to be redeemed by the empty parade of royalty, but by vigor and action in the field, and that, alas, was lacking. Mar's delay and inaction had been fatal, and before James landed in Scotland, his cause was almost lost. Time had been given Argyll to call up reinforcements, and the 6,000 Dutch troops summoned by the government had arrived, and were in full march to Scotland. James could hardly be blind to the fact that his cause was desperate, but if it had not been, his was not a personality to inspirit his followers. His speech to his council, which was circulated about this time, contained a characteristic note of fatalism, though it did not lack dignity. "Whatsoever shall ensue," he said, "I shall leave my faithful subjects no room for complaint that I have not done the utmost they could expect from me. Let those who forget their duty, and are negligent for their own good, be answerable for the worst that may happen. For me, it will be no new thing if I am unfortunate. My whole life, even from my cradle, has shown a constant series of misfortunes, and I am prepared, if so it please God, to suffer the threats of my enemies and yours." Mar spoke of James as the first gentleman I ever knew, but when their long-expected king came among his nobles and chieftains at Perth, he frankly disappointed them. "I must not conceal," wrote one of his followers later, "that when we saw the man whom they called our king, we found ourselves not at all animated by his presence, and if he was disappointed in us, we were tenfold more so in him. We saw nothing in him that looked like spirit. He never appeared with cheerfulness and vigor to animate us. Our men began to despise him. Some asked if he could speak. His countenance looked extremely heavy. He cared not to go abroad amongst us soldiers, or to see us handle our arms, or do our exercise. If James had acted with spirit, if he had shown belief in himself and his cause, and had taken measures promptly and decisively, there was a chance that, even at the 11th hour, he might have redeemed his fortunes. His Highlanders were more than willing to fight, and only wanted a man to lead them. When it was rumored that Argyll was advancing, James's council sat in deliberation the whole night, but came to no resolution. "What would you have us do?" said a member of it next day to a tumultuous crowd that had gathered in the street. "Do?" cried a Highlander. "What did you call us to arms for? Was it to run away? What did the king come hither for? Was it to see his people butchered by hangmen, and not strike one stroke for their lives? Let us die like men, and not like dogs." Another added that if James were willing to die like a prince, he would find that there were 10,000 men in Scotland who were not afraid to die with him. There was another factor in the situation which might have been worked in favor of the Stuart cause, had James but known it, and that was the lukewarmness of Argyll. If Mar delayed, Argyll wavered and procrastinated too, and sent excuse after excuse to the government in London for not advancing. Sentiment goes for something, and the spectacle of the true heir of Scotland's ancient monarchs striving to regain the throne of his hereditary kingdom may well have influenced a Scottish nobleman like Argyll, who at one time in his career had shown himself not disinclined to espouse the interest of James. The government certainly suspected him, for they sent him peremptory orders to advance, and later showed their opinion more clearly by depriving him of the command in Scotland. When Argyll found that the government were determined, the Dutch troops were marching, and Mar remained inactive, he made virtue of necessity and ordered an advance. He had given James's cause every chance, but it was impossible to help those who would not help themselves. Directly Argyll's advance became known, James's council determined on a retreat from Perth. The Highlanders obeyed in sullen silence, or with muttered mutiny, which would have broken into active rebellion if they had not been told that the army was only retreating to the Highlands in order that it might better attack Argyll. The retreat was by way of the Carsagowry and Dundee to Montrose. During the march, Mar told James that all hope was lost and urged him to fly to France. James resisted this proposal, and only consented to it when told that his presence would help no one, and increase his adherents' danger. At Montrose a French vessel was lying in the harbour, and on the evening of February 4th, James secretly left his lodging. Accompanied by Mar, he went to the waterside, pushed off in a small boat, and embarked on the vessel for France. James left behind him a letter addressed to Argyll, enclosing a sum of money, all that he had left, desiring that it might be given to the poor people whose villages he had been obliged to burn on his retreat, so that I may at least have the satisfaction of having been the destruction of none at a time when I came to free all. The Highlanders were indignant and discouraged at the flight of their king, but as Argyll's advancing army was close on their heels, they marched to Aberdeen, their numbers getting fewer and fewer as they went along, and from Aberdeen they retired into their Highland fastnesses, dispersing as they went. Very few were taken prisoners, partly because of Argyll's lack of vigilance, and partly because of the inaccessible nature of the country. The men, safe in their obscurity, went back to their homes. The chiefs hid for a time until the storm blew over, or made good their escape to the continent. Thus ended the rising of 1715, and putting aside sentiment, and it must be admitted that sentiment was all on the side of James, it probably ended for the best. From the personal point of view, England would have gained little by a change of king. James was a more attractive personality than George, but he had his failings and his vices too. His mistresses would have been French instead of German, and more beautiful, but little less rapacious. His advisers, instead of being hungry Hanoverians, would have been French and Italian Jesuits, quite as objectionable and far more dangerous. From the national point of view, the cause of civil and religious liberty would have sustained a severe check. But when all this is admitted, the fact remains that James was the heir of our ancient kings. It is impossible to withhold sympathy from those who, so long as he and his sons lived, refused allegiance to the House of Hanover, or to the many more whose sentiments, though they acquiesced in the established order of things, were expressed in the epigram of John Byrom. God bless the King, God bless our faith's defender, God bless, no harm in blessing, the pretender. But who pretender is, and who is king, God bless us all. That's quite another thing. By the death of James's younger son, Henry Benedict, Cardinal York, at Rome in 1807, these dynastic disputes came to an end. By the accession of Queen Victoria in 1837, the reigning dynasty gained a lustre before denied it, and became consecrated in the hearts and affection of the English people. And this holds equally good of his present gracious majesty, King Edward VII, who is a lineal descendant of King James I, and has inherited many of the generous and lovable characteristics of the Stuarts. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nick Johnson. Caroline the Illustrious, Volume 1, by William Henry Wilkins. Section 2, Chapter 5. After the Rising, 1716. When James landed in France, he proceeded to Saint-Germain, but the regent declined to receive him. Hang on. Chapter 5. After the Rising, 1716. When James landed in France, he proceeded to Saint-Germain, but the regent declined to receive him, and desired him to withdraw to Lorraine. Instead of doing so, he went for a time to Versailles, to a little house, according to Bolingbroke, where his female ministers resided. Here James gave Bolingbroke audience, and received him graciously. No Italian ever embraced the man he was going to stab with a greater show of affection and confidence. No Italian ever embraced the man he was going to stab with a greater show of affection and confidence, wrote Bolingbroke after. The next morning Bolingbroke received a visit from Ormond, who handed him a paper in James's writing, which curtly intimated that he had no further occasion for his services, and desiring him to give up the papers of the secretary's office. These papers, Bolingbroke said contemptuously, might have been contained in a small letter case. The reason for James's extraordinary conduct to the man who was his ablest adherent has The reason of James's extraordinary conduct to the man who was his ablest Sit down. The reason of James's extraordinary conduct to the man who was his ablest adherent has always remained a mystery. Some of it was because of Bolingbroke's not raising supplies, and others that James had Some said it was because of Bolingbroke's not raising supplies, others that James had never trusted him, and in some way blamed him for the failure of his enterprise. Some said it was because of Bolingbroke's not raising supplies, others that James had never trusted him, and in some way blamed him for the failure of his enterprise. Others that it was due to the influence of James's Others that it was due to the influence of James's woman advisers and the jealousy of Mar. It was probably a combination of all of these. Lord Stair has another reason. They use poor Harry, Bolingbroke, most unmercifully. They use poor Harry, Bolingbroke, most unmercifully, and call him knave and traitor and God knows what. I believe all poor Harry's fault was that he could not play his part with a grave enough face. He could not help laughing now and then at such kings and queens. Be the reason what it may, Bolingbroke never forgave the insult, and when the Queen Mother, Mary Beatrice, sent him a letter later saying that his dismissal was against her advice and without her approval, and expressing the wish that he would continue to work for her son's cause, he returned an answer saying that he hoped his arms would rot off and his brain fail if he ever again devoted a... He returned an answer saying that he hoped his arm would rot off and his brain fail if he ever again devoted either to the restoration of the Stuarts. Henceforth he concentrated his energies on getting his attainder reversed and returning to England. The Jacobite Rising had a painful sequel in England in the punishment of its leaders. In Scotland no men of note were taken, but in England many fell into the hands of the government at the surrender of Preston. These were treated with great severity. Some of the inferior officers were tried by court-martial and shot forthwith. The leaders were sent to London, where they met with every possible ignominy. They came into London with their arms tied behind their backs, seated on horses whose bridles had been taken off, each led by a soldier. The mob insulted them terribly, says Lady Cowper, carrying a warming pan before them and saying 1,000 barbarous things, which some of the prisoners returned with the spirit. The chief of my father's family was among them. He was about 70 years old. Desperate fortune drove him from home. Desperate fortune drove him from home in hopes to have repaired it. What? Desperate fortune drove him from home in hopes to have repaired it. I did not see them come into town, nor let any of my children do so. I thought it would be an insulting of my relations. I thought it would be an insulting of my relations I had there. Oh, God. I thought it would be an insulting of my relations I had there, though almost everybody went to see them. Lords Derwentwater, Kenmure, Nithisdale, Widdrington, Nairn, Carmworth, and Wintoun were all impeached. All these, except Wintoun, who was sent to trial, pleaded guilty and threw themselves on the king's mercy, and sentence of death was pronounced on them. The peers were all confined to the Tower, but Forster and Mackintosh were thrust into Newgate. Both of them eventually managed to make their escape. Great interest was felt in the fate of the 6 Jacobite peers. In the interval which passed between their being found guilty and the date fixed for their execution, every effort was made by their friends to obtain the pardon. Every effort was made by their friends to obtain their pardon. ladies of the highest rank used their influence, either directly with the king or indirectly with his ministers. Lord Derwentwater's case especially excited compassion. He was little more than a boy, greatly beloved for his virtues and private life, his open-hearted liberality, and his high standard of honour. His young countess, dressed in the deepest mourning, and supported by the Duchesses of Bolton and Cleveland, and a long train of peeresses, all clad in black, sought an audience of the king, and prayed him on her knees to have mercy. The young wife pleaded with justice that her lord had taken no action, and the young wife pleaded with justice. The young wife pleaded with justice that her lord had taken no action in the rising until forced to do so by the news that a writ was issued for his arrest. But neither her tears nor her prayers, nor those of her ladies who knelt before him, availed anything with the king. He returned an evasive answer, and said the matter was in the hands of his ministers. Lady Nairn also pleaded for her husband to the king, without moving him. But the most intrepid of all those devoted wives was Lady Nithisdale, who determined to save her lord, though she should die for it. The king refused to see her, but she found a way into his presence. The manner in which she effected this, and the brutal way in which he repulsed her, is best told in her own words. My lord, she says, was very anxious that a petition might be presented, hoping that it would at least be serviceable to me. I was in my own mind convinced that it would answer no purpose, but as I was wished to please my lord, I desired him to have it drawn up, and I understood to make it come to the king's hand, notwithstanding all the precautions the king had taken to avoid it. So, the first day I heard that the king was to go to the drawing-room, I dressed myself in black, as if I had been in mourning, and sent for Mrs. Morgan, the same who had accompanied me to the Tower, because as I did not know his Majesty personally, I might have mistaken him for some other person for him. Because, as I did not know his Majesty personally, I might have mistaken some other person for him. She stayed by me, and told me when he was coming. I also had another lady with me, and we three remained in a room between the king's apartments and the drawing-room, so that he was obliged to go through it, and as there were 3 windows in it, we sat in the middle one, that I might have enough time to meet him before he could pass. I threw myself at his feet, and told him in French that I was the unfortunate Countess of Nithisdale, that he might not pretend to be ignorant of my person. But perceiving that he wanted to go on without receiving my petition, I caught hold of the skirt of his jacket, that he might stop and hear me. He endeavoured to escape out of my hands, but I kept such a strong hold that he dragged me upon my knees But I kept such a strong hold that he dragged me upon my knees from the middle of the room to the very door of the drawing-room. At last, one of the blue ribbons who attended his Majesty took me around the waist, whilst another wrested the coat out of my hands. The petition, which I had endeavoured to thrust into his pocket, fell down in the scuffle, and I almost fainted away through grief and disappointment. The Archbishop of Canterbury, many of the bishops, and the whole of the Tory party were in favour of mercy, and some of the Whigs urged it too. The Princess of Wales did everything in her power to obtain pardon for the condemned lords, especially for Lord Carnwath. The Princess has a great mind to save Lord Carnwath, writes Lady Cowper. She has desired me to get Sir David Hamilton to speak to him to lay some foundation with the king to save him. but he will persist in saying he knows nothing. And again, Sir David Hamilton followed me with a letter for the Princess from Lord Carnworth. I told her of it, and said if she had not mind to receive it, I would take the fault upon myself. She took the letter, and was much moved in reading it, and wept, and said, he must say more to save himself, and bade Sir David Hamilton to go to him again and beg of him, for God's sake, to save himself by confessing. There is no other way, and I will give him my honour to save him if he will confess. But he must not think to impose upon people by professing to know nothing. When his mother goes about talking as violently for Jacobitism as ever, and says that her son falls in a glorious cause. Lord Carnworth confessed, and he was reprieved as the Princess promised. Caroline pleaded hard for the others, though her interests were all in the other camp. She had much sympathy for the Jacobites, and a large pity for the exiled James. And a great pity for the exiled James. She was able to effect little either with the king or his ministers. Lord Nairn was saved by the friendship of Stanhope, who had been at Eton with him. Stanhope threatened to resign office unless Nairn were reprieved, and the other ministers had to give way. Walpole took the lead against Mercy, and declared in the House of Commons that he was moved with indignation to see that there should be such unworthy members of this great body who can, without blushing, open their mouths in favour of the rebels and parasites. To stifle further remonstrance, he moved the adjournment of the House until March the 1st, it being understood that the condemned peers would be executed in the interval. He only carried his resolution by a narrow majority of 7, but it sufficed. Lord Nottingham, in the House of Lords, although a member of the government, carried an address to the king pleading for the reprieve of the condemned lords. This gave great offence at court, for the king strongly objected to being brought into the matter, and wished to throw all the responsibility of the executions upon his ministers. Nottingham was compelled to resign office, but his interposition had some effect. The king sent an answer to the address, in which he merely stated that, on this and on other occasions, he would do what he thought most consistent with the dignity of his crown and the safety of his people. But ministers were so far moved that they called a council that night and announced not only the reprieve of Carnworth and Nairn, which had already been decided upon, but also of Widdrington. Then, to cut short further agitation, they decreed that the execution of Derwentwater, Nithisdale, and Kenmore should take place at once. The news of Nottingham's action in the House of Lords, though not the meeting of the Cabinet, was quickly known to the condemned lords in the Tower, but it gave them little hope. Lady Nithisdale, who had no hope of the king's clemency, determined, if possible, to effect her lord's escape. That same night, accompanied by a woman who was in her confidence, she went to the Tower. The guards were lenient with regards to the visitors of those condemned to death, and she had free access to her husband's room. Lady Nithisdale represented that her companion was a friend who wished to take a last farewell of the condemned man. She and her companion were left alone with him, and then divested themselves of sundry female garments which they had concealed about their persons. Presently the other woman left. Lady Nithisdale dressed her lord up in woman's clothes, painted his cheeks, and put on him a false front of hair. She then opened the door and, accompanied by her husband, who had his handkerchief before his face as though overcome with grief, walked past the guards. It was dusk, and Lord Nithsdale's disguise was so complete that he got safely out of the tower and hid with his wife that night in a small lodging hard by. Nithsdale's escape became known within an hour or two after he left the tower, and the news ran like wildfire around the town. In the apartments of the Princess of Wales there was the liveliest satisfaction, but as to the way the king received it, testimony is divided. Some say that George laughed good-humouredly. And even said he was glad, but Lady Nithsdale has a different tale to tell. According to her, Her Grace of Montrose said she would go to court to see how the news of my lord's escape was received. When the news was brought to the king, he flew into an excessive passion, and said he was betrayed, for it could not have been done without some confederacy. He instantly dispatched 2 persons to the tower to see that there were other prisoners. He instantly dispatched 2 persons to the tower to see that the other persons were well secured. On the other hand, no very vigilant efforts were made to recapture Nithsdale. The fugitives remained in their hiding for 2 days, and then Nithsdale went to the Venetian ambassadors. One of the servants had been bribed to help him, and of course unknown to the ambassador. There Nithsdale put on the Venetian livery and travelled down to Dover. At Dover he made his escape across the Channel, and his wife soon joined him. They eventually went to Rome, where they lived until a ripe old age. Derwentwater and Kenmure were not so fortunate. They were led out to execution on Tower Hill early on the morning of February the 24th, the morning after Nithsdale's escape. An immense concourse of people had assembled, and the scaffold was covered in black. The young and gallant Derwentwater died first. As he was a Roman Catholic, he was refused even a priest to attend his last moments, and he ascended the scaffold alone. When he had knelt some minutes in prayer, he rose and read a paper in a clear voice, in which he declared that he deeply repented having pleaded guilty, and he acknowledged no king but James the Third as his lawful sovereign. He concluded, "I intended to wrong nobody, but to serve my king and country, and that without self-interest, hoping, by the example I gave, to induce others to do their duty, and God, who knows the secrets of my heart, knows that I speak the truth." And as he laid his head down on the block, he noticed a rough place, and he bade the executioner chip it off, lest it should hurt his neck. Then he exclaimed, "Lord Jesus, receive my soul," the appointed signal, and the executioner severed his head with one blow. Kenmure was executed immediately after. His demeanour was firm, like that of Derwentwater, and he also said that he repented of his plea of guilty and died a loyal subject of King James. As Kenmure was a Protestant, he was attended by 2 clergymen, in his last moments, as well as by his son and some friends. Of the impeached peers, there remained now only Lord Wintoun, who had refused to plead guilty, and his trial did not come off until March 1716. He was said to be of unsound mind, and a plea for mercy was put forward by his friends on the ground. He was said to be of unsound mind. He was said to be of unsound mind, and a plea for mercy was put forward by his friends on that ground, but he showed great cunning at his trial. He was condemned and sent back to the Tower, but he found a means of making escape some time afterwards, and there is little doubt that his flight was winked at by the government. The reprieves of Carnworth and Nairn were followed by their pardon. Forster also escaped from Newgate, walking out in daylight. The executions of Derwentwater and Kenmure had shocked the public conscience. The Tories were loud in their condemnation of the violence and severity of the government. "They have dyed the royal ermines in blood," wrote Bolingbroke. Nor did the king escape odium, but rather drew it upon himself by having the bad taste to appear at the theatre on the evening of the very day of the execution of the condemned lords. It is difficult to say whether he endeavoured to exert his royal prerogative of mercy, or how far he was able to do so when the most powerful of his ministers were crying for blood. On a subsequent occasion, when urged by Walpole to extreme measures against the Jacobites, he stoutly refused, saying, I will have no more blood or forfeitures. He would have strengthened his position if he had refused before. The penalty of treason in those days was death, but it could hardly be maintained that Derwentwater and Kenmure had been guilty of ordinary treason, since it was founded on a loyal attachment to the undoubted heir of the ancient kings of Scotland and England. The government had put down the rising with an iron hand. They had driven James from the country. They had imprisoned, shot, and beheaded his adherents. And now the time was drawing nigh when, according to the Constitution, they would have to appeal to the country and obtain the country's verdict upon their work. In accordance with the Triennial Bill of 1694, Parliament had sat for almost 3 years. In accordance with the Triennial Bill of 1694, Parliament, having sat for almost 3 years, would have soon to be dissolved, and the judgment of the nation passed upon the rival claims of James and the Hanoverian dynasty. The omens were not propitious. The country was seething with discontent, and eager to revenge the severities of the government. On the anniversary of Charles II's restoration, green boughs were brought everywhere to be seen. White roses were worn openly in the streets, and Jacobite demonstrations were held, more or less openly, all over the country. The Princess of Wales was the only member of the royal family who kept her popularity. She had won goodwill by having been on the side of mercy, and she maintained it by many little acts of grace. The winter that had passed was the coldest known for years. The Thames was frozen over from December the 3rd to January the 21st. And oxen were roasted and fairs held upon the ice. The long-continued frost occasioned much distress among the watermen and owners of ferries and wheels. The long-continued frost occasioned much distress amongst the ferry... God's sake. The long-continued frost occasioned much distress amongst the watermen and owners of the ferries and boats. The princess, who often used the Thames as a waterway, ordered a sum of money to be distributed among them, and got up a subscription. Her birthday was made the occasion of some rejoicing. We read that the Society of Ancient Britons was established in her honour, and the stewards of the society and many Welshmen met at St. Paul's, Covent Garden, where a service was held in the Welsh tongue. My Lord Lumley, also one of the young beaux attached to the court, had a lot of faggots burnt before his father's, Lord Scarborough's, door in Gerrard Street, and gave 3 barrels of ale and beer and a guinea to his servants to drink the health of the princess. The prince shared his consort's popularity in a lesser degree, chiefly because he was known to be hated by the king. But one night at Drury Lane he was shot at by a half-witted man. The bullet missed the prince, but hit one of the guards, who, in those days, used to stand sentinel at the back of the royal box. There was great confusion and uproar. Someone shouted, "Fire!" The ladies shrieked and climbed over the boxes. The actors came down from the stage, and there was an ugly rush in the pit. Only the prince remained unmoved and kept his seat. His example had the effect of reassuring the audience. The man was arrested, and the play proceeded. The prince and princess did not allow this unpleasant incident to make any difference to them, and they went about as freely among the people as before, though they might well have been afraid in the excited state of public feeling. Indignation was especially directed against the king and his mistresses, and the flood of scurrilous pamphlets and Indignation was especially directed against the king and his mistresses, and the flood of scurrilous pamphlets and abusive ballads grew greater and greater. So hostile became the crowd that a society called Ye Guild of Ye Loyal Mughouses was formed to protect the king from personal violence and insult. It was composed mostly of young bloods from the coffee houses, who used to fight the Jacobites when they used expressions detrimental to the royal family, and as both sides were spoiling for a fight, street rows were frequent. Even women were not safe from violence, and it is noteworthy that nearly all the women who took part in politics were on the side of the exiled James. Addison was hired to write against the she-Jacobites, as he called them in the Freeholder. Poor stuff most of it was, too, and justified Swift's sneer about Addison fair-sexing it. A man, writes Addison, is startled when he sees a pretty bosom heaving with such party rage as is disagreeable even in that sex which is of a more coarse and rugged make. And yet, such is our misfortune, that we sometimes see a pair of stays ready to burst with sedition, and hear the most masculine passions expressed in their sweetest voices. It will hardly be believed that these effusions were highly inflammatory. Yet on one occasion, while the Freeholder was running its brief-lived course, a Whig, seeing a young lady walking down St. James's Street with a bunch of white roses on her bosom, sprang out of his coach, tore off the roses and trampled them in the mud, and lashed the young lady with his whip. She was rescued by the timely appearance of some Jacobite gentry, who carried her home in safety, but a street fight, assuming almost the proportions of a riot, was the consequence. These things, it may be urged, were merely straws, yet straws show the way the wind blows, and ministers saw enough to be sure that it was not blowing in their favour. They were afraid to face the country. They therefore brought forward the Septennial Act, which repealed the Triennial Act, and enacted that Parliament should sit, if the government thought fit, for the space of 7 years. The bill was carried through both houses and became the law of the land. The action of the government, in thus shirking an appeal to the country, certainly lent colour to the Jacobite contention that the nation, as a whole, was in favour of the return of the Stuarts, and that it desired nothing so much as to send George and the Hanoverian family back to Hanover at the earliest opportunity. Allowing for Jacobite exaggeration, it seems probable that the people who, less than 3 years before, had voted in favour of the Hanoverian succession, would now, had an opportunity been given them, have voted against it. These violent vacillations of public opinion may be used as an argument against popular government, but the Whigs posed as the party of popular government, and if it be admitted, as they declared, that the people had a right to choose their king, it is difficult to see how the Whigs could logically have been justified in maintaining upon the throne a prince who was not supported by the suffrages of the people. But such speculation is merely academic. For good or evil, the Septennial Act was passed, and its passing, far more than the failure of James's expedition, fixed the House of Hanover upon the throne. That was one result, and perhaps the most important. Another was that it gave an impetus to the bribery and corruption by which Walpole, and those who succeeded him, were able to buy majorities in the House of Commons and the constituencies, and thus, for more than a century, prevented the voice of the nation making itself effectively heard. It led to the establishment not of governments by the people, for the people, but of a Whig oligarchy, who were able to hold place and power in spite of the people. The immediate result of the Septennial Act was one which ministers had hardly reckoned with. The rising being quelled, and this act, which seemed to make his occupation of the throne certain for the next few years, safely passed, the king announced his intention of revisiting his beloved Hanover, from which he had now been exiled long. It was in vain that ministers pointed out to George the unpopularity which would attend such a step, and the dangers that might ensue. The king's impatience was not to be stemmed, and he told them frankly that whether they could get on... The king's impatience was not to be stemmed, and he told them frankly that whether they could get on without him or not, to Hanover he would go. To enable him to go, therefore, the restraining clause of the Act of Settlement had to be repealed, and a regent or a council of regency appointed. The first was easily managed by the docile House of Commons. The second was more difficult. It was naturally assumed that the Prince of Wales would be appointed to be the king. It was naturally assumed that the Prince of Wales would be appointed by the king to act as regent in his absence. But to this the king objected. It was already an open secret about the court that the king and the prince hated one another thoroughly, and the king was especially jealous of the efforts of the Prince and Princess of Wales were making to gain popularity. The prince looked forward with eagerness to the regency, and he and the princess already reckoned on the increased importance it would give them. The king, who did not trust his son, refused to entrust him with the nominal government of the kingdom unless other persons, whom he could trust, were associated with him in the regency, and limited his power by a number of petty restrictions. The Prime Minister, Townshend, however, declared that he could find no instance of persons being joined in commissions with the Prince of Wales, or of any restrictions on the regency, and that the constant tenor of ancient practice could not conveniently be receded from. The king therefore had grudgingly to yield his son the king therefore had grudgingly to yield his son the first place in his absence, but instead of giving him the title of regent, he named him Guardian of the Realm and Lieutenant, an office unknown in England since the days of the Black Prince. He also insisted that the Duke of Argyll, the Prince of Wales' trusted friend and adviser, whom he suspected of aiding and abetting him in his opposition to the royal will, should be dismissed from all his appointments about the prince. The prince bitterly resented this, and Townshend supported the prince, therefore incurring the disfavour of the king. The Princess of Wales also threw herself into the quarrel, and the bitterness became intensified. "The princess is all aflame, and the prince is in agony," writes Lady Cowper, and she adds, "I wish to give them advice. They are all mad, for their own private ends will destroy all." They are all mad, and for their own private ends will destroy all. But resistance was of no avail. The king was obdurate, and in the end the prince declared himself resolved to sacrifice everything to please and live well with the king. So will part with the Duke of Argyll. The king, having gained his point, and made matters generally unpleasant for his son and his ministers, relented sufficiently to pay a farewell visit to the Princess of Wales. She told him that he looked ill, and he laughed and said, "I may well look ill, for I have a world of blood drawn from me today." And he then explained that he had given audience to no more than 50 people, and every one of them had asked him for something, except the Lord Chancellor. He held a drawing-room on the evening of his departure. "The king is in mighty good humour," writes Lady Cowper. "When I wished him a good journey and a quick return, he looked as if the last part of my speech was needless, and that he did not think of it." George set out for Hanover on July the 9th, 1716, accompanied by Stanhope, as minister in attendance, Bernstorff, who was to help him in certain schemes for the benefit of Hanover and the detriment of England, and a numerous retinue, chiefly Hanoverian, which included Schulenburg, Kielsmansegger, and the Turks. The King-Elector was received at Hanover with demonstrations of joy, and a succession of fêtes was carried out in his honour. There was plenty of money at Hanover now, English money, and the Hanoverians could have as many entertainments as they desired without thinking of the expense. The king's brother, Ernest Augustus, welcomed him on the frontier. He had acted as regent entirely to George's satisfaction, and he showed it by creating him Duke of York. The king's grandson, Frederick, was also there, and he had held the courts and levees at Herrenhausen in the king's absence. It was not a good training. He was a precocious youth, showing signs, even at this early age, of emulating his father and grandfather in their habits and vices. He already gambled and drank, and when his governor sent a complaint against him to his mother in England, she good-naturedly took his part. "Ah," she wrote, "j'imagine que ce sont de tours de page." The governor replied, Plût à Dieu, madame, que vous sont des tours de page. Ce sont des tours de laquais et de coquins." His grandfather thought him a most promising prince, and created him Duke of Gloucester as a sign of his approval. The return of the king brought many people to Hanover, ministers, diplomatists. The return of the king brought many people to Hanover. Ministers, diplomatists, and princes all came to pay their respects, and to see if they could not arrange matters in some way for their own benefit. Lady Mary writes, "This town is neither large nor handsome, but the palace capable of holding a greater court than that of St. James's. The king has had the kindness to appoint us a lodging in one part, without which we should be very ill accommodated, for the very vast number of English crowds the town so much, it is very good luck to get one sorry room in a miserable tavern. The king's company of French comedians play here every night, and they are very well dressed. Some of them are not ill actors. His Majesty dines and sups constantly in public. The court is very numerous, and its affability and goodness make it one of the most agreeable places in the world." To another correspondent she writes more critically, I have now got into the region of beauty. All the women have literally rosy cheeks, snowy foreheads and bosoms, jet eyebrows and scarlet lips, to which they generally add coal-black hair. These perfections never leave them until the hour of their deaths, and have a very fine effect by candlelight. But I could wish them handsome with a little more variety. They resemble one of the beauties of Mrs. Salmon's Court of Great Britain, and are in as much danger of melting away by approaching too close to the fire, which they, for that reason, carefully avoid, though it is now such excessive cold weather that I believe them suffer extremely by that piece of self-denial. She much admired Herrenhausen. I was very sorry, she writes, that the ill weather did not permit me to see Herrenhausen in all its beauty, but in spite of the snow, I think the gardens very fine. I was particularly surprised by the vast number of orange trees, much larger than any I have ever seen in England, though this climate is certainly colder. The king mightily diverted himself at Hanover, passing much time in the society of his mistress, Countess Platten, whom he had now rejoined after 2 years' separation, and holding a crowded court every night. The king diverted himself at Hanover, passing much of time. The king mightily diverted himself at Hanover, passing much time in the society of his mistress, Countess Platten, whom he had now rejoined after 2 years' separation, and holding a crowded court every night. Lady Mary, too, had a great success, and some of the English courtiers thought that she ran Countess Platten. Lady Mary, too, had a great success, and some of the English courtiers thought that she ran Countess Platten hard in the king's favour. Lord Peterborough, who was in the king's suite, declared that the king was so happy at Hanover that he believed he had forgotten the accident which happened to him and his family on the 1st of August, 1714. End of section 11.